went huge with the Sabres tonight at 5-2. I think Buffalo can do it again. Hasek again has an all-world-class game. I like it at 2-1, low scoring. Get ready. Here it comes, game 2.
Whoever posted this sign next to the Corral Center never saw Game 1 or refused to believe what he did see. Galaxy makes another Canadian stop tonight. We invite you to while away a Friday evening with us, watching game number 2 of the best-of-7 series between the Ottawa Senators and the Buffalo Sabres. Hi, everybody. Rick Jenner along with Jim Lorenz and Danny Gare. I know we've got to talk about Dominik Hasek. I know we must talk about Dominik Hasek. But man, oh man, I'm running out of words.
Yeah, there's nothing more to say. He's just the greatest. I think the best that ever played this game, and we saw why the other night against Ottawa. The #1 star of the game, absolutely sensational. And what was he talking about after the game? The shot that beat him. He says he should have had it. He said, I don't know why I couldn't stop that shot. But he stopped everything else. He was absolutely brilliant for Buffalo.
Sabres, of course, are going to go with Hasek again, but Ottawa is going to make a goaltending change.
Well, Jacques Martin said at the start of this series that we would see both goaltenders. It took them all of 60 minutes to give Ron Tucknut the hook, and Damian Rhodes is in tonight with 1 win and 3 ties against Buffalo this season. Damian didn't have the numbers that Tucknut had during the regular season, but both goaltenders won the same amount of games, 22.
And we told you before, game number 1, to watch the big matchup between Alexei Yashin and Michael Pekka, and it was all of that all night long.
It was something to see, and of course all the papers were talking about what a marvelous job that Michael Pekka did against Yashin. Yashin had a total of 23 shifts. Pekka played 18 of those shifts against him. I suspect tonight, if I'm in the shoes of Jacques Martin, I try to make it a little more difficult for Lindy Ruff and the Sabres to get that matchup. He didn't seem to be too concerned about it in game 1. I think he ought to be tonight.
Joey's, you know, wanted in the worst way to play in the first game of the series. Wouldn't let him do it, but he'll be in tonight.
We talked to Dr. Marzo before game 1, and the doctor said that Joe A. had called him back in Buffalo just pleading, please let me play. But 7 days is what they recommend after a concussion, after you start working out. It's been 7 days, and Joey says he feels great and certainly is ready to go, and will be a big plus for Buffalo tonight.
Well, maybe a new wrinkle in coaching strategy tonight, and Lindy Ruff is with Danny Gare right now. Danny.
Game 2 here tonight against the Ottawa Senator team. One of the things in game 1 you had a little bit of a problem with was getting some offense and attack going. You talked about it, you worked on it. How do you approach it tonight?
Well, I think we try to execute. Now, obviously, but eliminate some of your forecheck as the turnovers in the neutral zone, and we had 4 or 5 in the first period. I think once we did get in, our second man hesitated. Tonight we're going to get him going.
What about the lineup changes? You got Joe Juneau back in the lineup. That should help your offense.
Well, obviously, he's a guy that we're looking to help create. We're going to get him out there and play him with Shatan. Miro's obviously a shooter, and Joey's a passer, and we hope they click tonight.
Good luck tonight.
Thanks, Danny.
Of course, the Sabres have to concentrate on Alexei Yashin again tonight, but they better not forget Daniel Alfredsson. After a subpar season, perhaps, but last year in the playoffs for Ottawa, he led the team with 7 goals.
Buick's exciting spring selling event is heating up. Now, in addition to cash allowances of up to $2,500, Buick announces the lowest possible financing rate available. 0% APR, GMAC financing on all 99 Buicks. Zero financing or $2,500 on LeSabre. Zero financing or $2,500 on Park Avenue Ultra. Zero financing on Regal. And zero financing or $1,000 cash on Century. But hurry, through May 1st only.
If you've never experienced the thrill of Mach 3, it's wake-up time. Introducing Mach 3 from Gillette, the first triple-blade shaving system. 3 blades positioned to shave progressively closer. You take 1 stroke, it takes 3, so you don't have to shave over and over, which means less irritation. 3 blades, fewer strokes, less irritation. Mach 3 from Gillette.
So, mister, seems you've been quite the comedian.
Well, young man, what has our little prankster been up to this week?
Bringing in your sister's underpants for show and tell?
Making bacon out of little Billy's 4-H project.
Putting cow manure in Coach Wiggins' shoes?
What do you have against gerbils?
Do you know where smart Alex like you end up?
Morning radio.
Fred and Reagan, mornings on 103.3 The Edge.
Prepare to see something truly brilliant. The future's here, and it's brighter than ever. Adelphia has jumped light years ahead by investing in fiber optic and digital technologies, linking you to more of what you want. Now, we bring you an extraordinary selection of services that simply connect you to your life and the world around you. But what's really amazing is, one company has brought it all to life, and to you, Adelphia. Your link for everything.
The big new Walden Dodge grand opening. No money down used. Start at $129 a month. Escorts, Sables, Saturns, Neons, Tauruses, Tempos, Corsicas, or Achievas, only $129 a month at Walden Dodge across from Galleria Mall.
I guess you know why I called you in. There comes the time when you gotta hang 'em up. Look at you. You can't even talk through that mustache. The time has come. I gotta let you go. Get off my set.
Buffalo Sabres Hockey on Empire is brought to you in part by HSBC, your world of financial services. By the new Dodge. See your friendly Dodge dealer near you. And by Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the NHL. Singer Lyndon Slewage is ready, and so is a packed house here at the Corral Center, and we assume that the Xerox starting goaltenders, Dominic Hasek, was also ready to get this game underway after just an incredible performance on game number 1 on Wednesday evening here in Canada. And we mentioned the shift in goal for the Ottawa team, as Damian Rhodes will get the nod tonight. There was a lot of surprise, as a matter of fact, that he didn't start the first game of this series, but Ronnie Tugnutt was chosen by his coach, Jacques Martin. Again, the 2-referee system. Mark Fawcett, John Van Mazenhoven, Wayne Bonney, and Jay Shars will provide the linesman action here this evening.
Now, Buffalo has to put down their lineup first on the lineup sheet. Lindy Ruff puts down Pekka, Ward, and Verada. And Jacques Martin counters with Radek Bonk, Passa, line for Ottawa. So right away, anyways, Yashin not against Pekka.
Arvidsson also out on the forward line for the Senators. It's tapped off the boards to center ice by York. Broken up by McKee. Hossa gets checked, and Ward knocks it away. York gathers it in now and slips it across the other side. Redden's pass almost picked out of the air by Ward, but he couldn't control it. York feeds it ahead again as Primo came across and pelted York, and it's knocked in on the upside.
Well, let's check tonight's Scratches for the Buffalo Sabres, and a couple of changes in the lineup tonight. Daryl Shannon is not dressed. Jean-Luc Rompier, Paul Cruz, and Rob Ray. So that means that the veteran James Patrick is dressed, and the veteran Joey Juneau is dressed. And Lindy Rupp leaves Pekka on the ice. And so far, we haven't seen Yashin. So that means Jacques Martin has got to go with another line. He doesn't want that matchup, and that's fine with Buffalo. They'll keep Yashin on the bench.
Run around behind the Buffalo net now. Sent around on the boards. Back to the point. Long shot goes wide. Sitnik trying to work it out of there. Taps it ahead to Juneau. Juneau flipped it through center. That's broken up. Phillips gets taken out by Pekka. Chris Phillips in the lineup tonight for the Senators in this game number 1. It's steered to Pitlick. Can't get it out of there. Brown scoots it away to center, and away goes Shatan. Shatan in over the line. Cookie's shot right on. Rhodes the save. Shatan cleared it in front again. Backhand, they score! Roaring in there was Joey Juneau, picking up the rebound and jamming it in the corner. And Joey Juneau, who wanted desperately to play in game number 1, was denied by the medical authorities. Now scores for Buffalo.
Well, the play began in the Buffalo zone with Juneau making the play. And I'll tell you, the fact that Yashin's not on the ice here has cost Ottawa. The simple coaching moves by Lindy Rupp keeps Yashin on the bench, and Buffalo ends up scoring as Juneau bangs in the rebound or the loose puck in front of the net. And again, poor coverage by Ottawa. And Juneau makes it 1-0, 58 seconds into this hockey game on a play that he started the Sabre zone.
Sallow now sliding it up to center, and it rolls down the ice too far for Dacko. McKee whips it around on the boards. Verada can't catch up with it. Warner takes out his check in the corner, and it's swung around on the boards to Ward. Ward failed to get it out of there, however. McEachern stepped into McKee. Verada scoops it out to center ice. Cross to Sallow. Sallow will send it back to Lokinen. Lokinen being chased by Pekka to Sallow again. Sallow got it up to center ice, and it's squeezed into the Buffalo end. Hasek will play it around behind the net. Punched around on the boards to Ward. Ward slipping it out to Verada at center. Verada to the Ottawa line, scoops it into the corner and sends it around behind the net. Pekka charges in there after it. Pekka trying to drop it off, gets knocked down. Senators just scoop it out to center ice. Patrick now for Buffalo, across to Woolley. Woolley got it ahead. Grosek deflects it in and ducks away from Van Allen's check. 2 minutes into the opening period. Buffalo the early 1-0 lead. York starting away to center. He squeezes it up on the wing. It's deflected all the way down the ice. Woolley charging after it in the corner. He takes a hit in there. Senators keeping it in. Dropped off in the corner again. Van Allen got it out in front. Cleared off the boards to the blue line. Not out. Gardner after it in the corner. Gardner watched by Woolley. Left it there. Spun it around to Van Allen behind the Sabre net. Van Allen got it out in front. That's taken away. And up to Grosek. He'll punch it to center ice. Scooped up by Barnes along the wing as he gets knocked down by York. Sabres are trying to make a change here. Ottawa with York feeding it ahead. Gardner's sending it in. Sully leaves it back in the corner. And away goes Zitnik. Zitnik's long pass is picked off at center ice. Got it back to Hossa. Hossa in over the line. Yashin took it. Shot way wide. And it goes all the way to center. Buffalo in the midst of a change. Now scooped ahead to Arvidsson. Arvidsson guns it right back in. Rasmussen taking it away. Rasmussen feathers one high in the air through center ice. Pitlick recovers for the Senators. Got it up on the wing. And Anderson tried to steal it away. And Malik chasing after it behind the net. Yashin's on him. Ripped it back in the other direction to Zitnik. Out to Sanderson. Sanderson didn't get it out. Kept in by Arvidsson. Arvidsson gets checked. Sanderson races after the puck and sends it across to Zitnik. Zitnik gaining center ice. He blasts one in. Rhodes kicked that one away all the way to the blue line. And got a stoppage in play. And the first penalty of the game is going to be called now, with Buffalo holding a 1-0 lead, and the Senators due to be shorthanded.
During Adventure 99, Dodge will give you a great lease deal on a Dodge Ram. Or, if you buy a Dodge Dakota, get your choice of a $1,000 cash allowance, or a great vacation package worth up to $1,800 in the new Universal Studios Islands of Adventure theme park in Orlando, Florida. It's the adventure of a lifetime. And And we have the rides to prove it. See the friendly Dodge dealer near you.
The world used to be so big, and now it's gotten smaller. It's changing every second.
Every day there's something new.
Change.
I see it every day.
Change is an antidote to boredom.
The way we do business is totally different from what it was 30 years ago. I have investments now.
Where the agents have changed.
Changes. Change is exciting.
Kids teach you about change.
You've got a new house, a new mortgage.
One generation makes its mark, then it's up to the next.
Change is good. I hope.
Your world is changing, and to help you make the most of it, so are we. Marine Midland is now HSBC.
The first penalty of the game goes to Ottawa. Talk about a borderline penalty. Arvidsson is a weak slash at Jeff Sanderson, and he's in the penalty box. Buffalo in the lead, 1-0 on the goal by Junot, Catan, and Curtis Brown. How about this, folks? Buffalo Sabres tied for the league lead in the power play in the playoffs. 33%. Hey, quick. Yeah, that was the difference in game one. Of course, Curtis Brown, scoring difference, scored in the power play, the winning goal. He's on the ice now for this face-off inside the Ottawa blue line.
Brown, Pekka, and Catan, the forward line for Buffalo. Pekka leaving it to Woolley. Woolley spins it off into the corner, but Redden getting there first, hooks it high in the air out to center ice. Woolley knocking it down, trying to jam it up to Pekka. He took a hit. Hooked around on the board, sent out to center, hit the official, and it's tapped now back around behind the Buffalo net. Shipnick coming up with it.
One thing Buffalo must do better tonight is shoot the puck in more intelligently than they did in game one.
Shipnick does. Off the goal post! From outside the blue line, he cranked it right off the pipe. Damian Rhodes looks a little bit fidgety in there. Now swung ahead to Woolley. Woolley to Brown. Brown gains center ice. He smacks one in. Kicked around on the boards. It's kicked free, and the Senators find an opening and clear it right back down the ice.
Now, see, there's a shoot-in there. That was a nothing shoot-in. You shot it in hard around. The Ottawa Senators gained possession and shot it right back. And that's not a good shoot-in.
Woolley coming up with it now with a minute left in the Ottawa penalty. Woolley swings it across ice. Here's Junot gaining the line. Scoops it into Barnes. Barnes trying to flip it free, but it's intercepted and drove right back down the ice. Gardner leading the charge down there, so Hasek will try and get it up on the wing to McKee, taken away by the Senators and dumped right back into their end. York being cracked in there by Grosek, who stepped into him, but York got it away to center. Barnes trying to come back. Barnes into Ottawa territory to Junot, spins it around behind the net. Grosek going after it, tried to scoop it, but it's picked off by Gardner and tapped right back down the ice, and 20 seconds left in the penalty. McKee now for Buffalo. Darts away, a pass up on the wing, but way too high for Barnes, and he's just about going to do it. His power play opportunity, but the Sabres Ward tried to keep it in there from Lokinen. They jam it around on the boards again, tap back in the corner, now fed high in the air down the ice, and the Senators return to full strength. In fact, they did before it was cleared down the ice, so they're going to be charged with an icing call.
Well, one thing that Lindy Ruff wants in tonight's game is a better forecheck from his hockey club. He was mentioning in game one, the first guy was getting in there okay, but the second guy that was supposed to be assisting was standing still, and that didn't work. Lindy said the other problem they had was turning the puck over in the neutral zone and at the Ottawa blue line, and that cut down on the forechecking opportunities. Boy, Alex Zhitnik hit the goalpost when Buffalo had the man advantage. Let's listen.
I hurt my ears, but it was music to Damian Rhodes' ears.
Boy, oh boy, he does not look solid in there, and Buffalo should be just every opportunity they have, shoot it on the goaltender here. They have 3 shots to no shots for Ottawa.
Slapped down in the corner, down on the boards. It ends up going to center ice. Sabres recovering again. Holzinger's pass is taken away by Pitlick. Left it to Yashin. Yashin trying to jam it in over the line. Goes to the corner for Hossa. He gets held up. Warner coming up with a puck. Warner brings it away to Holzinger. Holzinger gains the... Well, he got out, and then he got grabbed and knocked down by Arvidsson. And Holzinger will hustle off on a chain. Kravchuk feeds one through the middle. That's taken away. Back comes Buffalo again. Pekka swings it in over the line. Tipped into Buffalo and front to Ward. Ward shoots one right on. Rhodes makes the save. Taken away by Kravchuk. Kravchuk curling around in his own end. Peels it up on the wing. Schmelik takes out his check, and it's picked off now by Zitnik. Kravchuk is down on his knees back in the Ottawa end, and play has been called.
Kravchuk trying to make his way to the bench on his knees after being hit inside the Ottawa blue line. Another good shift by Michael Pekka. It was Pekka who finished the check on Kravchuk. Kravchuk passed the puck. Pekka finished him off. He just took him hard into the boards. It didn't look like too much. It was a hard check, but it seemed that Kravchuk rolled with it. One thing I noticed in Game 1, although the Ottawa Senators times don't give you much opportunity to forecheck, when you do get them under pressure, they give the puck away. They are not that good in their own zone if you can get something going on them. The Sabres here with Primo, with Sanderson and Rasmussen. What Jacques Martin has done, he's used Alexei Yashin on two different lines, and that's something he didn't do in Game 1 and something he should have done.
Buffalo, an early 1-0 lead here. Sanderson races in on York. Rasmussen keeping it in, but it's taken away by Crossbow right in front of his own net. And he puts it down the ice. It's going to go wide of the Buffalo net, and Zitnik is the first one back after it. And he got hacked back there by McEachern. And nothing further is going to transpire except for the icing call. Make sure to stop by the new meeting place during the playoffs, the Crossroads Pub. Crossroads Pub, open 2 hours prior to face-off. It's located in the pavilion-level party room featuring Buffalo food favorites and a full bar at the Crossroads Pub.
Now, one of our keys when this series started was a 2-goal lead. It's 1-0 Buffalo here. Ottawa is not moving well at all out there. This is the time to score that second one and go up by 2.
Redden in the corner trying to scoop it ahead. Primo keeping it in, at least momentarily. Comes back to the point. Schmelik, Zitnik, takes a shot. He's taking right on the rebound. Oh, and Rasmussen tipped it just wide of the net. Schmelik holding it in there again. Redden in the corner. He gets checked. Buffalo holding it in again. Sanderson drops it off to Rasmussen. Rasmussen, cooking shot right on front of the net again, and Sanderson got clipped with a stick. No penalty called, and it's fired in wide of the Buffalo net. Back after it, Schmelik, another icing call coming up against Ottawa. 12.5 to go here in the first. Buffalo by 1.
Hello? What's the deal?
Look, my friends, the girls are checking us out.
Maybe it's broken.
They want us. Our physiques are driving them wild.
They're just standing around doing nothing. Like my ex-boyfriend. Typical guys.
This is why I play this game, boys.
This game is lame.
Let's find some real guys.
Hey, they'll be back. They're just playing hard to get, huh?
Your days of pushing me around are through. I got a better offer, and I'm grabbing it. They even offered me a bonus. Can you even say that? Bonus. Bonus. Knock, knock. Who's there? A bonus.
Expect more from your credit card. With Discover Platinum, you get a low rate and new double cashback bonus awards. It pays to discover Platinum.
Hello, bonus.
Buffalo Sabres getting all the scoring chances in this game, and Alex Zitnik's shot from the point was Eric Rasmussen, who ended up with the loose puck and just failed to score. It might have been Wade Redden who deflected the puck. The puck actually glanced on the outside of the goalpost. Buffalo bench thought they had scored. Jeff Sanderson was injured on the play. He has ice on his left wrist.
Gardner swinging around behind his net, squeezes it up to Lokinen. He'll deflect it to center ice. Woolley knocks it down. Ward hit from behind by Van Allen, but they're going to call it offside and nothing else.
The Buffalo Sabres out shooting the Ottawa Senators by 7-0 in this hockey game. In Game 1, of course, the Senators got everything. Dominic Hasek, 41-15 the total. Senators looking for their first shot on goal, and they look like an uptight hockey team. I said this in Game 1. They looked uptight. You could tell by watching them at the morning skate. They look even more so here tonight. This is the time when Buffalo has to get a killer instinct and score that second goal and try to put them away early.
Sallow trying to come to center now. Squeezes it up on the wing. Van Allen chipped it in over the line to Gardner. Gardner chased by Woolley, but Gardner still has the puck, and he gives it away. Ward starts out, up to Woolley. Woolley got to the line, shoveled it in. Verada tried to catch up with it, squeezed off the play by Lokinen. Brown gets involved to knock it away from Sallow, and Verada charges in there. It's rung around behind the net again. Ward going after it and keeping it in, scooping it into Verada. Verada bumping with Gardner. Verada and Gardner both go down. Verada still battling for the puck on his knees. Ward went flying in there. Here it comes out in front, and it's intercepted and slipped right back into the Buffalo end. Racing here as Warner is back to pick it up. Warner up on the wing to McKee. McKee feeds it in, but they're going to rule this one came from the Buffalo side of center ice. This time it's the Sabres' turn to be called for icing.
Lindy Ruff doing a great job of coaching here again. You know what he's done now? He's taken Michael Pekka away from Verada and Dixon Ward. He's put Curtis Brown there. So that means he can pretty well get Pekka out there anytime he wants against Yashin, because Jacques Martin was putting Yashin on this line and on that line. And it's about time that number 19, the Ottawa Senators, has got to step it up. I mean, they depend on this guy, and he has to start out playing Michael Pekka.
Pekka wins the draw to McKee to Warner. Warner got it up on the wing. It's deflected through center ice. Senators, Pitlick is back after it. Watched by Pekka. He got it up on the wing. Dacko feeds it now to Yashin. Yashin through center, drops it back. Grabchuk in over the line. A penalty coming up to Buffalo. The long shot, and Hasek saw that one coming all the way and hangs on to it. But Michael Grosek takes the first Buffalo penalty of the game.
Michael Grosek took 3 penalties in game 1 and now takes another one here in game 2. 2 minutes for tripping. And this is tough, you know, when you have the momentum like the Sabres have, these penalties can just take it away from you. And yeah, not a good play by Grosek as he tripped up Dacko. The Sabre penalty killers, which was one of the major stories in game 1, the superior job they did against the Ottawa power play. Have to do their job here to keep it 1-0 Buffalo. So it will be Curtis Brown at center here along with Stu Barnes up front. Now what Ottawa did not do in game 1 was get consistent traffic in front of Hasek, particularly on the power play. We'll see if that changes here tonight.
Barnes is going to take this face-off against McEachern, deep in Buffalo territory. First Ottawa power play of the night. They're trailing by 1. 11:05 to go in the opening period of game number 2.
Stu Barnes won't put a stick down. That's what the delay is.
Well, he does, and he wins the draw now. Schmelik tipping it around behind the net. Brown trying to catch up with it. Brown knocks it free to Barnes, and he sends it down the ice. It's left back there for Redden. Redden wants to lug it himself and sends it away to center. Flip back pass to Redden again. Picked away, however, and Brown got it out of the zone. Knocked down at center by Emerson. He wheels it over to Redden. Redden will drill it in. It jumped away from Hasek behind the net. Dackel keeping it in. Sitnik took a hit in the corner. Here's Yashin going behind the net. Yashin trying to curl out in front. Back to Emerson, the shot. That's broken up. And Barnes fires it off the boards and down the ice. 1:15 to go in the penalty. Buffalo making a change. So are the Senators. It slipped out to center. Back comes Brostel in over the line. He'll drop it off. Dead in front of the net again. It goes wide to the corner. Recovered by Buffalo, but not out. Emerson keeping it in with a long shot. Hasek knocks that away. Held in there by Phillips. Phillips turning, sending it to Prosper. Grabchuk a shot. Hasek kicked it away. The rebound. Hasek spears that one as Emerson let it go.
Well, I think the shot by Emerson was going to go wide, but Dominic Hasek with a quick glove made the stop. And he's itching for some action. Senators with only 3 shots on goal. One was a very nice pad or stick save by Dominic, and the rebound got away from him. I think he wanted to try to handle that with the pad rather than the stick. The pad often is easier to control the rebound because of the softness of the pad than the stick is. And the faceoff coming up here to the left of the net. Again, the Senators, their best opportunity, play that was set up by Yashin to the point man. The shot was blocked in front of the net. And Two was the story in Game 1. Buffalo doing an excellent job collapsing down in front of their goaltender, blocking shots, clearing away rebounds and loose pucks.
And Pekka, the forwards out to do some penalty killing. McKee and Warner, it comes back to Salo, but it's taken away by Junot. The only goal getter in the game steers it down the ice. Kravchuk picking it up. And ahead to Proskal, back to Kravchuk again, slipping it up on the wing. This one will be smacked in. All the way around to the boards, kept in by the Senators, broken up by McKee in the corner. Alfredson trying to get free of Warner. Warner came over and tied up his man. Back to the point, Kravchuk, leaving it now to Proskal. Proskal gets it in front of the net and is jammed back into the corner. Taken away again by Alfredson. Two Sabres without sticks. Rolled around behind the net. Proskal's got the puck. Here's Proskal turning in the corner. Neither Sabre forward has a stick. Back to Kravchuk. Back to the point. The shot. Kicked away to the blue line. Junot kicked it back, but can't get it out. Pekka got knocked down. Kravchuk keeping it in. Here's another shot. That one goes over the glass and out of play. What an incredible series of events. Neither Junot nor Pekka had a stick.
Well, Jay McKee ended up dropping his, and I guess Junot was the other Buffalo player, and that usually spells disaster. But I'll tell you, the Ottawa Senators are getting traffic in front of Hasek, or at least they did on this particular power play. Chris Phillips, who's in the lineup tonight, as the forwards hand their sticks back to the defenseman. Actually, Junot did not lose his stick, but indeed handed it back. And the Senators crowding the front of the net, doing a good job. It was Phillips and Proskal, but the puck never got through to Hasek.
Well, Junot made a great play. He kicked it back to Pekka. The only trouble was Pekka didn't have a stick either.
Now, Dominic Hasek getting ready for this face-off here. Now the Senators with 4 shots so far on this. Now, the penalty to Buffalo has expired, but they get 4 shots on the power play.
And they'll keep it in now. Lokkonen, long screen shot, goes wide of the net. Worked around on the boards. Held in by York. Dropped it off to Hossa. Broken up by Zhitnik. Squeezed it to the blue line. Kept in by York again. Arvidsson got it across ice. Back into the corner to Hossa. His shot. Hasek knocked away the rebound. Hasek robs Arvidsson. And taken to Zhitnik to center ice. Zhitnik tried to flip it up on the wing. Rasmussen got checked from behind. Smolik came over to take out his man. And Arvidsson has words with the Buffalo bench. Anderson feeds it through center ice. Worked up ahead as far as center again. Smolik, very physical tonight, runs into Hossa once again. Woolley, now for Buffalo. Dishing one through the middle. That's knocked down. Pitlick lets it go up on the wing. Line pass, however, to Arvidsson. 8:17 to go here in the first. Buffalo on top, 1-0.
The world used to be so big, and now it's gotten small. It's changing every second.
Every day there's something new. Change.
I see it every day.
Change is an antidote to boredom.
The way we do business is totally different from what it was 30 years ago. I have investments now.
Where the agents have changed.
Change is scary.
Change is exciting.
Kids teach you about change.
You've got a new house, a new mortgage.
One generation makes its mark, then it's up to the next.
Change is good, I hope.
Your world is changing, and to help you make the most of it, so are we. Marine Midland is now HSBC.
And that's how you win.
Where's Jason?
He's gone out on his own.
He can't do that. He hasn't finished his training.
I think we're too small. Let's go. You've got the knowledge. You've got the internet. Just show them what you know, and you can compete with the big boys.
We know that.
Now that looks professional.
It has to. This document represents us.
Wait.
Jason, they're doing fine. They have Xerox digital copiers and printers.
I really did think that Xerox only worked with big businesses.
Keep the conversation going. Share the knowledge. The Digital Document Company. Xerox.
Dominic Hasek sharp again here tonight. But what's a little bit troublesome, though, in his game is he made a brilliant save, but it was off of a rebound. I think Dominic would rather deflect those, in fact, I know he would, into the corner, the rebounds, instead of back in front of the net. And he's done it twice here tonight.
Woolley trying to get away at center, does by whipping one in wide of the net. Redden back after it. Headed by Shatan, got it around on the glass. Woolley keeping it in. Now Shatan dumps it down low. Pitlick coming up with the puck. Brown's on him in the corner. Pitlick swings it around to Redden on the other side. Redden using the board. Shatan keeps it in. Got it into the Junot, but he couldn't control the puck. Redden in the corner, around for Pitlick again. Pitlick squeezes one to the blue line and out to center ice, but Willie is there to take it away, and a penalty coming up to Curtis Brown. And the Sabres, for the second time in the game, will be shorthanded.
Now, one of the few times tonight that Yashin has escaped the checking of Michael Pekka, but again, Lindy Ruff doesn't mind having Curtis Brown against number 19 of the Ottawa Senators. Curtis ends up taking the penalty that time as Yashin got the puck out near the blue line. Just a little bit of a tug by Brown, and the Yashin went down. The Yashin credit, he certainly had a lot to do with drawing that penalty. Sabres have got to stop that, though. I mean, this is what really hurt them in Game 1, and they got away with it. But here they go in excellent control of this hockey game for the first 10 minutes, and Grosek takes a penalty, and suddenly the momentum has changed. But Buffalo still maintaining that 1-0 lead in the early goal by Junot.
Rolled down the ice by Warner, who gets bumped by Phillips, and regrouping now. Salo starting away to center ice. Salo sips one in. Then around, Warner trying to kick it back into the corner, tied up by Alfredson. They muscled it around on the boards. Taken out of the play is Crossbow, and Pekka hooks it off the glass and down the ice. And Pekka loses his stick, now reclaimed same. Kravchuk working it ahead. Alfredson cutting through the middle. Got it in to Prospo. Left it there for Alfredson. Yanked it around behind the Buffalo net. Pekka the first there. And Pekka swings it out to center ice. 1:15 remaining in the penalty. Alfredson tips it back in over the line again. Kept into Prospo. Prospo looking for a trailer down low to Alfredson. He's got his shot right off. Bashett's got that one as Emerson snuck in from the point.
Oh, what a stop that was again. Dominic Hasek, though, reading the play perfectly. And this is, we always talk about the great players, Wayne Gretzky being a player or two ahead of everyone. Well, Dominic Hasek saw this play coming, and Emerson in a perfect position to one-time the shot. Dominic is right out in front to challenge. Before the puck got there, took it right off his crest, and no loose puck. That was important because Yashin was right on the doorstep. Face-off here to the right of the Buffalo goaltender. Now the Senators have taken the lead in shots on goal, 8-7, and the majority have come while they've had the man advantage.
Bellick has the puck behind the net, rips it around on the boards, off Emerson to center ice. Down to a minute remaining in the Brown penalty. Nelson Emerson again, got it up ahead. That deflection goes down the ice. This is icing if Shipnick gets there first. He does. Playoff tickets for games 4 and 6, and some single seats are available for game number 3 Sunday night at the Marine Midland Arena. They are all on sale. You can visit Fantastics at any Tops Friendly Markets locations or the Marine Midland Arena box office, or you can call toll-free 1-888-223-6000. A reminder, just some single tickets available for game number 3, which will be Sunday night.
Now 52 seconds remaining in the penalty to Curtis Brown. And it's Stu Barnes up front along with Miroslav Shatan.
Yashin tipped that one back into the corner, but they didn't deem it to be done fairly, and now we have official over at the timekeeper's bench.
We'll have to put a couple of seconds back on the clock. Attempting to do that now. 1 second, I guess.
Well, they put it on the big clock, but they didn't put it on the penalty clock. Maybe they can't.
I mean, why don't they just hold it up for a second rather than hold up the game like this?
But can you do that, though? After you change one clock, can you?
Well, not now, probably. No.
But I mean, they can hold the player in the penalty box for 1 more second.
Well, that's what I'm saying, sure. Now the referee still over there, and it's really...
Well, he wants to make sure that he's got it straight, though, because he doesn't want... If his goal is scored at the last second of this penalty, boy, oh boy, there'll be some screaming from one bench or the other.
And now they've taken down the penalty time, and they're going to make sure they get it right.
Can't blame the timekeeper for this, because he thought when the puck was dropped, the play was going to be underway. Well, it wasn't. It seemed it was not a fair face-off.
Now, Alexei Yashin, 19 power play goals this season, tied for second in the NHL. And Yashin has played, this is his ninth playoff game against the Buffalo Sabres. And that 7-game series of a couple of years ago, Yashin scored but 1 goal. Scored no goals, of course, in the opening game of this series. And most of the time, he's played against Michael Pekka. Now, again, I don't want to belabor this point, but this is critical in this series. Michael Pekka is not an ordinary checker. He's an extraordinary checker. And when you've got, I don't care how good you are, and Yashin certainly is a great player, you're going to have your problems against Pekka, and Yashin has had those problems. So if you're a coach, you have to help your guy out and try to get him away from number 27. Jacques Martin is doing that more tonight than he did in Game 1. He's not going to be able to do it in Buffalo. Buffalo, of course, winning that Game 1 by a score of 2-1. They opened the scoring in the game, and who else but Michael Pekka on a backhand shot that Ron Tucknut probably should have stopped. But a power play goal tied it. It was Wade Redden who beat Dominic Hasek. And the winning goal when Buffalo showing the man advantage, Curtis Brown with a terrific shot up top underneath the crossbar. And then it was Dominic Hasek from the beginning until the end of that hockey game.
Well, they're still trying to sort out this clock situation. And well, now they got it down to 5 seconds remaining in the penalty. That's not true. I believe there are 52 seconds left in the penalty.
All they had to do was not turn the clock on for a second. And now we've wasted 5 minutes. Come on, boys, get control of the game, referees.
Brian Lewis, I didn't say that.
No. Well, Brian Lewis, of course, supervisor of officials, is here tonight, and the first thing he asked me, you're not cutting us up, are you? I said, no, but I says, Rick is.
He's the head supervisor.
The head supervisor.
He's
the
head marketing boss.
Yes. Sorry, Brian.
Anyway, we're getting ready to go now, so still 52 seconds, I believe, remaining in the penalty, even though the penalty clock says only 5 seconds left in Curtis Brown's penalty.
Well, Sean McEachran's got a problem. He brings something. Oh, I see. Buffalo snuck a different player on the ice. Sure. They stuck 2 different guys out there, Junot and Pekka. And Sean McEachran, to his credit, noticed it. And back comes Stu Barnes and Miroslav Shatan. So good try, Lindy.
Sean McEachran saying, I remember who I was supposed to face off against. Who are you kids? Yeah. So it'll be Yashin against Shatan here now, and the Senators come up with the puck, still with the man advantage, trailing by 1. A little over 6 to go here in the opening period. Gunned in to tackle, scoops it high, and sends that one right into the crowd, so they bring the face-off out to center ice.
Really, Ottawa having problems handling the puck, and that's always a sign that you're uptight. Now, Jacques Martin took a different approach, took his club out of town a couple of days before the playoffs began, get him away from the distractions. He has made a hotel available here in the Ottawa area for those who want to stay there. I frankly disagree with that. You know, I'm only speaking from my own personal point of view. I think you can think too much about the game. I think distractions are good. You can sort of get your mind off it. I think you can overdo it. And it looks to me like perhaps the Ottawa Senators have overdone it a little bit.
38 seconds remaining in the penalty to Brown. 6:16 to go here in the opening period. They'll drop it outside the Sabres line. Pekka kicking at it, back to Shipnick. He's got lots of time and sends it down the ice. Emerson to scoop it up now. Emerson bringing it away to center. Dumps it over on the wing. Redden fired one in and floated wide of the net, but it's offside anyway.
Dominic sort of just bailed out on that shot. Shot was coming in to his right, and he just fell away from it. Let it go off the backboards. 0.10 goals against average during his playoff career. I mentioned earlier, again, as we view this, I think Dominic perhaps thought it was going to be shot around the boards of the glass. That's what happened. He came out of the net.
20 seconds left in the penalty.
That's McEachern who got out of control there with Richard Schmelik. The action now will argue because he ought to be tossed from the face-off circle. Sure he is. He's got to be. And again, these delays, though, are certainly, I think, favoring Buffalo. The Ottawa Senators had great rhythm going in that opening game, and they do not have it here tonight.
Yashin comes up with it, dribbles it back to York. York. Head for Yashin, sending it through center ice, knocked down at the Buffalo line. Alfredson got it into the corner, McEachern going after it. Pekka takes it away. Pekka uses the boards, hits the linesman, and also hits somebody at the Buffalo bench. So that will result in a stoppage of play, and Curtis Brown is within a second of getting out of the penalty box.
And that's a bad break for Buffalo because the faceoff will be in the Sabres zone to the right of Dominic Hasek. Well, I guess they hit somebody on the bench and then hit the linesman. And they'll drop it to the right of Dominic Hasek as Curtis Brown is standing up in the penalty box.
The Sabres had the first 7 shots on goal in this game. Ottawa has had the last 8.
They haven't had a shot on this power play, however. Buffalo penalty killers again, a major story here in the opening period. The Sabres have taken, 3 minor penalties.
Tipped around behind the net. Zipnik comes up with it. Brown returns. Zipnik feeds one through center. Got by Lokinen. And Lokinen is back after it. Lokinen trying to get away from Barnes, who took him out of the play. Kept in by Holzinger. Back to Barnes. Check from behind to Lokinen. He'll get it out to center ice. Scooped off into the corner again. Charging back after it, Woolley, as he bumps with Hossa. Hossa comes up with the puck, but Woolley's still on him. Left back there to Arvidsson. Holzinger keeps an eye on him. Patrick tying up Bonk in the corner. Arvidsson comes up with it. Holzinger falls. Arvidsson leaves it to Hossa. Trying to pick it out of the air. Lost it finally, and it goes to Grosek out at center. Barnes tipping one in. Patrick gets tripped up. Kravchuk sends it around on the boards to Hossa. Hossa working it up to Phillips now with his teammates making changes. Phillips stops and just clears it in. Actually drops it off in the corner. It's spun back behind the net to McKee. McKee takes a look. Got it off the boards. Didn't get it out. Kept in by Ottawa. Broken up. And now Rasmussen starts away. Rasmussen to center ice. Tapping one in. Pitlick catches up with it in the corner. Pitlick around to the boards. Primo gets a piece of him and takes the puck away to Sanderson. Primo in front. He shot right on. And Rhodes didn't see it, but he made the save with his pad. Back is Kravchuk. His long shot. It flags that one down and gives it to Sanderson. Rips it around on the boards to center ice. Redden jumping off the bench. Comes up with it. Look back in the other direction again, and it's golfed in by Rasmussen. Rhodes is way out of the net. Got it around to Redden. Redden takes a look. Worked it out to center ice. Gardner hitting the Buffalo line. Gardner had to slide it through to Prospel in the corner. He's taken out behind the net. Now the Senators get back again, but it's stolen away. Schmelik on the wing to Sanderson. Flips it in over the line. Redden gets it back. Redden up to Alfredson. Alfredson just scoops it in. Zipnik takes it away. Zipnik curling around in the corner. Doubled it ahead. Prospel kept it in momentarily. Now Brown got it out over the line. York recovering with 3:20 remaining in the period. And it's sent to center ice. York got it up on the wing to Emerson. Emerson just shoots it off into the corner. Zipnik twists to get away from Prospel. Zipnik banks it off the boards to center ice. York covers up for the Senators. Scoops it back in the other direction. Schmelik covers up. Schmelik working it ahead for Junot. He clears it through center to Chatan with Brown. Chatan in over the line. Gets checked, and it's punched out to center ice. McKee comes up with it there. Tried to get it to Junot. It went behind him. Ottawa, York taking it back again. York gaining center ice to Yashin. Shot down right at the blue line and recovered by Buffalo. Junot high in the air and into the Ottawa corner. And this one is an icing against the Sabres. 2.5 remaining in the opening period. 1-0 Buffalo.
Okay, get a load of the old timer.
That there is the legendary Radio Robert.
Who?
20 years ago, he was unstoppable. Had a slap shot you could hear but could not see. Hence the nickname Radio.
Yeah, well, they can call him Rusty Robert now. Hey, Rusty!
Don't say it, Tony.
Still got that shot, Tin Man? Let's see it!
Punk. Hey, maybe you should be a goalie, Tony. Tony?
During Adventure 99, buy a Dodge Dakota, and Dodge will give you a $1,000 cash allowance. Or you can choose a vacation package worth up to $1,800 at the new Universal Studios Islands of Adventure theme park in Orlando, Florida. It's the adventure of a lifetime. And we have the rides to prove it. See the friendly Dodge dealer near you.
Welcome back to Ottawa. Sabres up 1-0. Coming up in our first intermission, I'll talk to Senator forward Daniel Alfredson. We'll go back to Empire Studios, and Rick and Jim will have their analysis on this first. Up to you, boys.
Yashin and Pekka are in the face-off area. Pekka comes up with the puck. Warner, now it's tipped high in the air to center off the glass. Ward couldn't knock it down, does with a second effort. Kravchuk turning in the corner. Kept in by Buffalo, a long shot wide of the net. Verada charges after it, leaving it to Ward. Taken out by Kravchuk. Here comes Verada, firing in there to Ward, to Verada again. But it's cleared away and sent to the blue line. Pekka, the long shot. That ends up cleared to the corner. Ward, a shot deflected away. Verada got it in front and taken back by Dackel. Now steered ahead. Kravchuk getting it out to center. Dackel flings it up ahead to Yashin. He got in over the line, and then he hooked down Verada, and Yashin will go.
He's going to the player's bench, and he better do a U-turn. He's going off 2 minutes for hooking, so not a good play by Alexei Yashin. Verada pounding away in the corner in the Ottawa zone. A good shift for Pekka, Verada, and Dixon Ward as Buffalo attempts to get some momentum back after taking some penalties that robbed them of that. Yashin taking down Verada just inside the Buffalo blue line, and Buffalo will try in their second power play, up 1-0 with 1:47 remaining here in this opening period. Joe Juneau scoring early, the only goal so far. Buffalo was Stu Barnes, Juneau, and Grosik up front, Zipnik and Woolley on the points. Ottawa Senators, the least penalized team in the NHL this season. Very disciplined hockey club, normally.
Zipnik tried to come up with the puck, can't do it, and it's flipped down the ice by Van Allen. 1:35 left in the period, and about 10 seconds more than that remaining in the penalty. Woolley slings it across to Juneau. He gets kicked. It's brought right back in again by the Senators. And over the line, Redden is shot right on. And Hasek handles that one and hangs on to it. The puck squirted free, but the whistle had already gone.
Nobody feels worse than Joe Juneau about that one. The turnover in the neutral zone as Juneau tried to stick handle his way and could not do it. And that set up the quick Ottawa transition, and they have a great skating hockey club quick. And they couldn't convert it into a goal as Juneau lost it. It was brought in across the line. Now the quick shot by Redden failed to beat Dominic Hasek. It was Bruce Gardner actually who checked Joe Juneau. Gotta be careful when you skate up through the neutral zone against the Senators. And a faceout coming up here to the right of Hasek with 1:23 remaining in this opening period.
Pekka won the draw, swung around behind the net to Woolley. Woolley starting away. Shatan goes with him. Woolley ripping one in off the glass. Shatan scoops it around on the boards, came behind the net. Shatan knocked it down right out in front. Got it back to the boards again. Roll back to Woolley. He dribbles it across ice. Came to the blue line. Kept in there by Zipnik, but now it's recovered and dumped out to center. Woolley drilling it back in again. Tipped into the corner. Lokinen has it. Lokinen feeds it around to Salo. Salo tried to jam it out, but Woolley pinching in, holds it in there. Now it's scooped free, and the Senators get a chance to deal it down the ice and do, thanks to Van Allen. Zipnik back after it. Van Allen took a run at him. Pekka comes up with the puck. 35 seconds remaining in the period. Out at center ice, it's spun across to Zipnik. Zipnik in over the line to Pekka. Takes a shot right on rebound. And it's jammed into the net along with the goaltender. The light is on. The Sabres are saying they've scored side, the Senators saying, no way! Let the officials sort this one out! But Zipnik put the goaltender, the puck, the whole kit and caboodle in the net!
Well, Alex Zipnik, as the referees are going to discuss this here along with the linesman. What a great piece of goaltending, though, by Damian Rhodes as he stopped Pekka on the first shot and Zipnik barreling to the front of the net. At least according to the goal judge, scored a goal. But Damian Rhodes out in front to challenge. He kicked the puck to Zipnik, who ended up falling over top of him. And the red light went on. Sabres claiming they've scored a goal. And what's going to be the call on this? No goal. They're going to face it off back to the right of Damian Rhodes. Pekka is saying, well, why not? The red light went on. The whistle had blown.
Well, I don't know if we've got live sound on that or not, but they're saying the whistle had gone before the puck went into the net.
Now let's listen for the whistle.
Nuts! That's not even close!
Cop-out.
That's highway robbery!
That's what that is.
That wasn't even close!
Now, the other rule, though, in the National Hockey League is you can't bang into a goaltender and push him across the line.
That's not what they called it.
I know that. They said the whistle had blown, but probably shouldn't have been a goal anyways.
Now it bounces out to center ice and scooped ahead to Pekka. Pekka tried to dribble it in over the line, broken up by Van Allen. He got clipped either with a stick or with a puck, I'm not sure which, and then he comes over to take out his check. They jam at center ice again, battling for the puck. Woolley tries it free. Woolley can't get his shot away. Schmelik comes up with it, and the period comes to an end, and Schmelik takes a cross check from Van Allen as the buzzer ends the period. And when the Sabres get an opportunity to learn what we learned, I have a feeling they may be somewhat upset that they're not leading 2-0.
Now, Joe Juneau, Buffalo acquired him just before the trading deadline because he's big in the playoffs. And he gives Buffalo a big 1-0 lead here after 20 minutes. We check our Toyota statistics after the first period here at the Corral Center in Canada. The Sabres had the first 7 shots on goal, but the Senators certainly came back strong in that department for the rest of the period, particularly on power plays, and shots ended up even at 10 apiece. Buffalo a slight edge in the faceoffs, 13-11, and scoring chances logged at 5 apiece. And let's go downstairs now to Danny Gare.
Well, I'm here with defenseman Chris Phillips. And Chris, in the first 10 minutes of that game, you looked a little uptight, the Ottawa Senators, but you seemed to come on stronger in the second half.
Yeah, we did. It was a slow start. We didn't get a lot of shots, but we picked it up at the end, and hopefully we can carry some of that momentum into the next period.
Jacques Martin put you back in the lineup, just 7 defensemen tonight. He's used you a lot in the power play in front of Dominic Hasek. He wants to get people in front of Hasek.
Yeah, that's been the game plans on the power plays to get some traffic in front, and I guess he felt that with my size that it'd be a good asset to use on the power play.
When you're looking at this second and third period, what do the Senators have to do to get back in this?
Oh, we have to really stick to the game plan that we've had set. We can't change that in midstream. It's worked for us all year long. We just have to keep pressing and get some shots and really capitalize on the rebounds.
Thanks, Chris.
Thanks a lot.
Rick?
Well, the Buffalo Sabres have a 1-0 lead over the Ottawa Senators here at the Corral Center. Game number 2 of this series, as the third will be played back in Buffalo on Sunday night. Joey Juneau, his first playoff game in a Buffalo Sabres uniform, cashes the rebound. Buffalo leads.
With a host of new features for $19.99, Ford Windstar earns some pretty high marks. But as the only minivan to earn the government's 5-star safety rating 5 years running, Windstar moves to the head of the class. And right now, you can red carpet lease a nicely equipped '99 Windstar LX with a low monthly payment like this. And that earns an A for value. See your local Ford dealer today.
This is your 2-minute warning.
Game on the line. Here's Flutie rolling out, and he is in for the touchdown.
While the power of the Buffalo Bills is exploding. The best seats in the house are quickly disappearing. A new season is just around the corner with new expectations, new faces, and a newly renovated Ralph Wilson Stadium. Feel the power. Don't let time run out. Call 1-877-BBTICKS for your season ticket discount and feel the power of the Bills.
It's our anniversary celebration of famous label and top quality suits at S&K prices. Half what you'd expect to pay. The latest, greatest styles and double-breasted 3-button models. Brand new colorations and patterns for spring, sale price when you buy two from $99.97 to $249.97 each. While you're here, add a great silk sport coat to your wardrobe at just $99.97. Don't miss S&K's anniversary sale going on now.
Shop S&K at Cheektowaga, Premier Place, Sheridan Center, and BJ's Plaza.
The Enclave program is designed to place clients in a real production work environment. Each program participant must learn 60 different jobs here at Harlequin, and the excellent results speak for themselves.
Suburban Adult Services, building a foundation for the future.
Can't miss Baseball Thursday, the NL's hottest get-it-on down south. Chipper Jones and the Atlanta Braves juggernaut welcome Jason Kendall and the young and hungry Bucks. Can't miss Baseball Thursday on Empire.
A very nice start for the Sabres on top of the Senators, 1-0 after one. Brian Blessing, Mike Robitaille in the Empire Studios. Buffalo in a good spot right now. They got to beat Hasek twice. And speaking of goaltending, let's go to Danny Gare in Canada. And Danny, we look at Rhodes back in the lineup now, and he's given up rebounds on shots from the red line, and at the other end of the rink, you watch Hasek, I mean, point-blank opportunities from the slot area, and he gobbles them up, no rebound.
Well, he's done that so well. Dominic seems to be directing the traffic in behind, much like a quarterback does on a football field. He's giving the pucks back to the defenseman, telling them where to go, talking a lot, communicating well, doing a great job in that area.
I'll tell you what, if Buffalo score the next goal, Danny, I'm not saying it can't be done, but it's almost unsurmountable against Hasek to come back and score 3 goals, and that's what they would have to do.
Well, and the one thing is that this team is under some pressure right now, the Ottawa Senators. They've only had 1 goal in 4 periods. They've outshot them the first game by about 20 shots or more. And tonight here they were down 7-0 at one time and had not had a shot. They did come on a little bit more on the power play opportunities and get some shots. But Sabres still have to go after them. You're right, that next goal is so important. They had some good chances in the first period.
All right, Danny, overall a much better start for the Sabres. They look a lot better than they did in Game 1 and won that one. We'll see what transpires coming up in the next 2 periods. We're going to take a time out, come back. Mike George, an Empire Sports Report update for you. Then it's back to Ottawa. Game 2 continues.
What makes it super is satisfaction. Auto Choice Superstore.
Announcing Western New York's newest Hyundai dealership, Town Hyundai, at Auto Choice. Unbeatable savings on this 99 Hyundai Accent for $84.95, a 99 Hyundai Elantra for $11,695, a 99 Hyundai Sonata for $15,695. The Hyundai Advantage is America's best warranty. Auto Choice Superstore now offers the Hyundai line to its unbeatable selection of cars where satisfaction is always guaranteed.
Change your oil every 3,000 miles, right? No, do you? Push it. Now you're so busy you try to squeeze another 1,000 miles out of your oil. More. Well, squeeze this. Yourself when you have the time. Reformulated Quaker Steak. Protection beyond 3,000 miles under any driving condition. Anybody say insurance? Test it. And unlike that lazy uncle nobody really likes to talk about, it works. So go get some. Quaker Steak. Sensible technology. What more do you need to know?
Introducing one of the greatest design advancements since the creation of the paving stone, Paver Quilting by Unilock. Rich textured surfaces, new materials, and paving systems allow you unimaginable design freedom. Unilock paver and retaining wall products are unsurpassed in quality. For a free estimate from the Unilock authorized contractor or to order your landscape design kit, complete with 74-page design guide and 1-hour landscape video, call 1-800-UNILOCK today. Paver Quilting from Unilock. Go nuts.
Whoa, Nick, easy on the onions.
Hey, no problem. So, what's new?
Just this. A $169 a month Corolla lease. Right now, your Toyota dealer's making it so easy to get into a Toyota for less. Ah, pretty good, huh, Nick? But this $169 a month Corolla lease is just for a short time, so I'd get a move on, buddy, if I were you.
Hey, that is big news. Here you go. Next.
Hey, watch the cord, will ya?
Back. Yes! What's the coolest
show on TV?
It's the hottest half hour on television as NHL Cool Shots once again takes you for a ride with hockey's brightest stars.
Pretty cool, huh? Yeah, man.
Excuse me, you're interfering with my light? Tune in to get up close and personal with the coolest athletes on Earth. It's so cool! Catch all the action on and off the ice on Empire Sports. Check your local listings.
Good evening, I'm Mike DeGeorge with an Empire Sports Report update. Just two other games on the docket tonight. Detroit Red Wings and Dallas Stars looking to take 2-0 leads in their series. At Joe Louis, the Wings and the Anaheim Ducks. Guy back in the nets after taking a skate to the head in Game 1. Brendan Shanahan, whose skate caught Hebert, adding insult to injury with this first period goal, 1-0 Wings. And just moments ago, Shanahan scoring again, 2-0 Detroit late in the first, Edmonton, Dallas later on. Game 2 of the Calder Cup opening round playoff series in Rochester tonight. Amherst lead the series 1-0, and they lead the game 1-0 courtesy Dean Sylvester. Bills getting a big scare this afternoon at minicamp. Their second-round draft choice receiver Peerless Price spraining a knee just minutes after minicamp started. The results of the MRI won't come until tomorrow, but right now it doesn't appear to be too serious. Sources tell us the knee is stable and the Price could miss about a month, which would make him ready for the start of training camp. Baseball doubleheader at North America Park between the Bisons and Rochester Red Wings. Buffalo exploding for 5 fourth-inning runs and win the opener 6-0. Syracuse and Pawtucket playing 2. Syracuse winning the opener 4-3. The nightcap just underway. I'll see you at 11 with a full 30-minute edition of the Empire Sports Report. But for now, back to Ottawa and period number 2. After 1-0 Sabres.
Introducing Nissan's SE Limited. Special value-added versions of the SE Maxima, Ultima, and newly redesigned Pathfinder. They may be called limited, but they come with a list of features that's anything but. Get $1,500 cash back on any Ultima or lease the SE Limited for $229 a month for 36 months, $12.99 initial payment.
Hello, Multi-Source Funding. May I help you?
Multi-Source Funding is your mortgage broker specialist. Locally owned and operated, our professional staff has the answers to your specific financing needs.
Let Multi-Source Funding do the shopping for you.
As a full-service mortgage broker, Multi-Source Funding has access to over 50 lenders throughout the country.
Multi-Source Funding, the best combination of service, product, and price.
Call Multi-Source Funding today, 633-6050, and put the professionals of MSF to work for you.
Even as a kid, I was a little different. I had this fascination with wireless phones.
We were a little concerned about Davy, to be honest.
But now that I work at Cellular One, I finally fit in. And thanks to Right Rate, every day I get to help our customers make sure they're on the right rate plan.
Woohoo! That rate is right.
This is going to save you major bucks. No, thank you.
Cellular One, hopelessly focused on wireless.
Sign up with Right Rate and get this Nokia phone free.
Ready? Go get it. Absolutely positive. And welcome to Fan Forum. I'm your host, Bob Duchinski. We've got the tiny...
The Buffalo Sabres draw first blood in game number 2 of their Stanley Cup playoff series against the Ottawa Senators and lead it by a 1-0 count.
Although I am here to tell you, I think it should be 2-0, but...
Well, they had one called back.
Yeah.
The official explanation was that the whistle blew before the puck crossed the goal line.
And if that's the official explanation, it's wrong.
It's wrong, yeah. But it's 1-0. Buffalo, though, playing a much more solid of a period than they did in the opening game of this series. Of course, when the Ottawa Senators were just blitzing them in the zone. But Buffalo, I think, very much more in control tonight, and the Senators are the team that looks quite uptight so far.
And, of course, just looking at the shots on goal, you can tell the difference in this game to this point. I mean, they're 10-10 right now. I don't remember what they were the other night in game number 1, but they were nowhere as near as close as 10-10.
No, Buffalo playing much better. They're playing much better on the forecheck. They're certainly playing much better in their own zone. And of course, they scored the first goal, which is all important. Joey Junot does the honors. And look, this play, what's important here, watch Curtis Brown come over and help out here. As Junot bounces the puck off the boards. Here comes Curtis Brown in.
takes his man out of the play, and Buffalo ends up with Shatan taking the shot. Now there goes Juneau to the neutral zone. Now watch what happens. Everyone peels away from Juneau. The goaltender misplays the puck off his stick. It goes right to Juneau, and Joey puts it in for his first of the playoffs.
Of course, it has to be his first because he didn't play in game number 1 as much as he wanted to. Shatan and Brown getting the only assist, and as I mentioned, the shots on goal were even at 10 apiece, evident on the Discover Card scoring summary.
You know, one thing we wanted that we picked out from the first period, in game 1 of the series, Lindy Ruff was saying they had so much trouble in their own zone because they kept going up the strong side of the ice. And what that means is the strong side is the side where the puck is, where most of the players will be. And what he practiced yesterday was reversing the puck. Now watch this. As the puck is reversed, you see the flows going to the right. All of a sudden, there's no one on the left-hand side, and Buffalo easily moves the puck out of the zone. That will be a key in tonight's game. We saw it 3 or 4 times in that opening period. We wanted to show it to the audience. We never had a chance, but that was a real factor in that opening period, the way Buffalo handled themselves in their own zone.
Of course, the other factor is the Yashin-Pekka matchup, which will continue throughout the night.
Well, what a great battle it is. And Jacques Martin tonight is trying to get Yashin away from Pekka. There's no question about that, but he's not not being very successful at it. As Buffalo very good at changing on the fly. Lindy Ruff has made some subtle moves with the lines. He took Pekka away from Ward and Verada, put him on another line, and he was able to get the matchup that he wanted. So some real battles going on both on the ice and between the coaches.
This is a copyrighted production of Niagara Frontier Hockey, is intended solely for the private, non-commercial use of our audience. Any other use without the prior express written consent of Niagara Frontier Hockey LP is prohibited. The Buffalo Sabres leading the Ottawa Senators a 1-0 count. Joey Juneau has the goal.
Before spring goes full swing, take advantage of special leases on the all-weather confidence of Lincoln Continental with all-speed traction control. The $4.99 a month lease is an attractive way to experience the luxury and power of Continental. The season's coming on, and the place to be is behind the wheel of a new Lincoln. The grand spaciousness of Lincoln Town Car is at your service at $4.99 a month as well. It's the luxury of choice. From Lincoln, what a luxury car should be.
If you're having debt problems, we can help. We're Consumer Credit Counseling Service of Buffalo.
I felt my whole world was crashing down. You were very understanding and worked out a payment program with my creditors. If it wasn't for you, I probably would have gone bankrupt.
Our counseling is free and confidential. We're here to help. Call 854-1710.
I'm David Hart, president of Hart Hotels, West New York's leading hospitality company. For over 20 years, our family has operated franchise-affiliated hotels and casual-themed restaurants in the Buffalo area. Visit our modern hotels and receive outstanding service delivered by friendly people. We cater to business meetings, social functions, and provide accommodations for your out-of-town guests. Whatever your business, we're your family. To learn more about Hart Hotels, visit us on the World Wide Web at www.harthotels.com.
Nothing is half America's #1 sirloin steak.
Give me the Applebee's House Sirloin. House Sirloin.
House sirloin, please.
Except our new topping. Whoa.
Stop. You think you can top #1?
Yeah, with aged Parmesan and melted mozzarella.
Smothered.
Hot chopped fresh basil, garlic, and ripe tomatoes.
Ooh, fresh.
Or coated in cracked peppers and spices with a creamy peppercorn sauce.
Zesty. Spicy.
America's #1 sirloin steak. 3 new ways for a limited time.
Gotta try an Applebee's sirloin topper.
Right now, you belong at Applebee's.
Remember the bocce pizza of years ago? Well, not much has changed in 51 years. We still take great care and pride in creating homemade pizza dough and delicious sauce from scratch. Our secret recipes have made us a Buffalo tradition.
I've been coming here since Dino himself was making.
Dino's Bocce Club Pizza. Same dedicated family ownership, serving Buffalo's best pizza for 50 years. In Eggertsville and East Amherst. Call now.
Buffalo Sabres Hockey on Empire is brought to you in part by Discover Card, a cashback bonus award with every single thing you buy. It pays to discover. By Pepsi, the joy of cola. And by Tufts. Tufts never stops giving you more.
Well, the Michael Pekka, Alexei Yashin matchup shifts for Yashin. Pekka was against him 4 times, and he'll be against him again as Yashin is about to step out of the penalty box here.
Warner chops it in around behind the net. Pekka keeping it in to the point. McKee's long shot skitters off into the corner. Ward got it around behind the net. Verada comes up with it. The Pekka trying to get it back to Verada. Another whack at it, put it right through the goal crease. Ottawa back at full strength. Gardner turning around. Gardner drops it off in the corner to Redden. He got it to the blue line, and apparently out. It's offside.
A good forechecking again by Buffalo. Let's check our Xerox Fast Fact with Buffalo in the lead, 1-0. And talking about great goaltenders and shutouts, Bob Sauvé holds the Buffalo record for most shutouts in the playoffs with 4. Dominic Hasek has 3. And I remember 2 of those Sauvé shutouts. They were back-to-back one year against the Montreal Canadiens. Dominic has one going here tonight, although we've just started this second period. And Curtis Brown now will be against Yashin.
McKee drifts it in. Flipped around on the boards, bounces to the line and out to center ice, and you know, charges after it. But McEachern carries on. Here's McEachern busting wide. McEachern slips around behind the Sabre net. He's still moving around. Finally dropped it off and gave it away, and Chatan starts back. Chatan, as you know, and over the line. Brown couldn't get away. Ends up coming to center ice again. Back is Yashin. Yashin getting to the Buffalo line. Left it there. McKee broke it up. Didn't get it out. Kravchuk holding it in. Spins it into McEachern. McEachern clears it right beside the net. Hasek knocks it away, but not out. Senators holding it in. Back to the point. There's a quick shot by Lokinen, and Hasek, no difficulty whatsoever. Saw that one coming and hangs on to it.
Well, again, the value of having Curtis Brown in your club. He's so smart defensively. One of the Buffalo leaders in plus-minus. Lindy Ruff said some other guys are going to have to step up and play against Yashin from time to time. Curtis Brown is extremely reliable to do that. Certainly doesn't match up in size, but he matches up in defensive ability and hockey sense. And also Buffalo, the defense pairing of Jay McKee and Rhett Warner were absolutely huge in Game 1 of this series, particularly penalty killing, and they too took that shift against Yashin, and Lindy Ruff has no problem with that. He would prefer, or at least most of the time, have Smellick and Jiftik, but you can't always get it.
Lokinen took the shot. Hasek kicked that away. Grosek couldn't come up with it, but now it'll be whipped out to center ice. Holzinger trying to catch up with the puck, slowed down by Emerson. Lokinen lost his balance and went down. Holzinger keeping it in. Holzinger drops it off in the corner to Grosek. He overskates it. Lokinen and Grosek get all tangled up. Barnes tried to pry it free. Arvidsson now does. Arvidsson shovels it out to center. 2-on-1 Ottawa. In over the line. Emerson dropped it back. Here's Arvidsson, the shot, and he fired it wide. From behind the net again. Senators still have the puck. Got it out in front. Arvidsson a whack at it. Back it comes to Redden. On the other side, York winds up with a shot. Hasek grabs that one and hangs on. Well, now Bolk comes in there late, and the lumber comes up now.
One thing a defenseman should not do, though, is push someone on top of his goaltender, and Richard Smellick ended up doing that. As this whole thing started after Zipnik got caught in the neutral zone, that set up a 2-on-1 break, and very poor shot by Arvidsson, who had an excellent season for Ottawa. And Buffalo never really got themselves positioned well in their own zone. Hasek ended up making the stop on a weak shot from Lokinen. And then penalties were called from there, but Dominic Hasek, incredible focus. He had Nelson Emerson going to the front of the net, and it was Emerson who knocked over the goaltender.
Yeah, but Grosek got the only penalty.
Oh. Well, a roughing penalty, and Grosek is in the box again for the second time tonight. He had 3 minors in the opening game of this series.
Senators hold it in from the face-off. Redden trying to spread him out over to Kravchuk. Took the long shot. McKee knocks it down but fails to get it out. Redden's got it again. That's picked free and finally chopped out to center, and racing after it is Pekka. Pekka fakes his shot. And in over the line. Trying to drop it off. Taken away by Alfredson. Alfredson cruising around and starting back. He'll gain center ice and drip one in. All the way around on the boards, attempting to come up with it, bumping in there with Kravchuk. Senators then give it away and knock it out to center ice. Salo back after it. Buffalo changing up, 1:20 to go in the Grosek penalty. Sabres a 1-0 lead early here in the second period. McKecker into Yashin. Yashin striding in over the line, shovels it down low to Dackel. Dackel curling around, back to Yashin, now to the point to Redden. Over on the other side, Emerson's shot blocked by Brown. Back it comes to Emerson again. Reload, shot right on, rebound, they score! Shoveled in by McKecker on the rebound in front of the net, and the power play ties the game at 1.
This is a great play by Nelson Emerson. The one thing that, or by McKecker, I beg your pardon, the one thing that Ottawa wanted to do was get traffic in front of Dominik Hasek when they had the man advantage. And that's what they did on this play. And they end up trying to score. The shot came in from the point. Great position in front of the net. And the Ottawa Senators end up tying the game as McKecker and boy, give him all the credit in the world. He stood right in front of Dominik Hasek. Sabres allowed him to stand there, and he shoveled the loose puck into the net. And we'll see if this gets Ottawa going. I mean, he's going to get to the point here with Michael Grosek where really that's going to have to keep him on the bench. I mean, he's taken 5 minor penalties in this series, and I know he's a kid and he's excited, but it seems to me that the referees are looking for him, and he's got to get himself calmed down.
Well, when he advertises, that's what happens. Michael knows the power of advertising. There's a long shot that Hasek will hang on to now, and that brings the lumber up again, and Rasmussen received a right in the yap from Gardner, and more penalties coming up here. Buffalo and Ottawa are all tied at 1 here in the second period as the Senators cash the power play goal.
What you doing, Frank?
Waiting for him to talk.
It's just a game. Frank.
Some nights I'm in here, and I swear, I can hear him talking.
We all have our demons, Frank.
Why ain't you gonna get us caught?
Charlie?
Yeah?
You hear something? No.
Now?
No.
If you like surprises, you'll like a lot of tire stores. See, they'll quote you a low price to get you in the door. Then you find out about all the extras they forgot to tell you about, like valve stems, mounting, balancing, until, surprise, you're paying up to $20 extra per tire.
Other stores may charge extra for extras. At Dunn Tire, get the low out-the-door price you came in for. The extras are free.
When it comes to tires, I don't like surprises.
At Dunn Tire, get our lowest out-the-door price. No extras ever.
This hockey game, it doesn't take much to draw a penalty, as Bruce Gardner finds out as he wipes Eric Rasmussen on the side of the head and goes to the penalty box. Buffalo on the power play with the score tied at 1.
Gitnick to bring it away, sending it up on the wing, gunned across to Pekka. He'll swing it around behind the net. Brown fanned on it. Back it comes, however, to Woolley. Gitnick, one-timer, and blasted it over top of the net. Arvidsson recovers and taps it down the ice for Ottawa. Gitnick being chased by Bonk. Bonk flies off of him. Gitnick after the puck again. Gitnick into game center ice does. Slammed one in off the corner boards. Taken back by York, however. He got it to the blue line and out. It's tapped back in again, and that's an offside.
All right, we've been talking about shoot-ins here in the second game, and again, Buffalo this time shooting the puck probably in the area of the rink that they want to, and then nobody's going in after it. The forwards are just standing there in the neutral zone looking for it, and York casually picks it up and shoots it out across the blue line. Now, the goaltender here, Damian Rhodes, does not handle the puck as well as Ron Tugnut, and that's awful. He handles it terribly, in other words. So make him handle the thing. Shoot it in on the goaltender, or shoot it in behind the net where he goes out to stop it and tries to do something with it. You have to be intelligent. It sounds easy about how to shoot the puck into the zone, but there has to be some purpose behind it.
And takes it away. He'll hit the Ottawa line to Pekka, swings it in, left behind the net. York got it around on the boards, kept in by Buffalo again, but knocked down away to center ice. Alfredson racing after it, and Pekka checks him. Pekka reverses the field and brings it back again with a pass through the middle. Brown coming up with it. He skipped away from Van Allen's check. Brown now with a minute remaining, got it up to Junot. Brown gets taken down, but here's Junot busting to the wide. Get it out in front. Back it comes to Pekka. He took a shot, knocked down again, right in front of the net, and recovered by Redden. Redden got it ahead, not out. Arvidsson can't get it out. Buffalo keeping it in. Spun across ice, kept in there by Junot. Junot sailing around, out in front. It jumped over Woolley's stick. Falk starting back. Here comes Falk hitting the Buffalo line and over. Falk floats it in front of the net. And Chatan came back on the check. Well, the Senators coming up with it again. 20 seconds left in the Buffalo power play. Falk gets taken out of the boards. Chatan trying to steer it free. Falk doing a good job of tying it up. Chatan stopped that, but brings it out to center ice to Barnes. He'll drop it back, and it's broken up again. And the Sabres are off balance here. Alfredson going after it. He gets nailed. Chatan takes it away. Chatan getting tripped up, goes after the puck again, gets it out at center. Ottawa back at full strength. Scooped to the Buffalo line, kicked out of the air by Pekka and belted down the ice, and this will end up being a face-off back in the Buffalo end.
And it's going to be an icing call, but Buffalo ineffective on the power play. And I guess you can say the Senators, who have excellent penalty killers, did quite a good job as they pressured Buffalo all over the place, but when Buffalo did make something happen in the zone, they mishandled the puck. Jason Woolley had an excellent chance after Junot maneuvered the puck inside the Ottawa line, passed it to Woolley, and he mishandled it. So nothing happened again for the Buffalo power play, and a face-off coming up here to the right of Hashik. Junot opened the scoring, and McCrimmon tied it on the power play for Ottawa here in the second period. Primo will take the draw against McEachern. Yeshin is on the ice for Ottawa.
And he's got it. Takes the shot and guns it over top of the net. Rasmussen chopping it out to Grosek. His pass ends up on Kravchuk's stick. Feeding it up ahead. Dackel spinning one in. Back after it, McKee. McKee bumping in there along with McEachern. Primo takes it away, getting it to Rasmussen. He dumps it to center ice, and a penalty coming up here.
Oh, boy. I mean, you're getting to the point again where you can't hit anybody. And Jay McKee battling, got smoked in the corner to the right of Hashik and retaliated on him to some small degree and ends up getting a penalty. As McKee went back for the puck, McEachern came in and sort of got his fist up into the face of McKee, and McKee just pushed back at him and ends up with a roughing penalty. I mean, that is very weak officiating again. And a face-off to the left of Dominic Hashik.
So Buffalo giving up a power play goal tonight. Let's kill off this one. Yashin out to take the draw against Pekka. Almost 6 minutes have passed here in the second period. Ottawa got its goal in this period. Buffalo scoring very early in the first on Junot's marker.
And the Buffalo defense here are going to have to pay some attention to guys in front of the net.
Back to Salo at the point. Salo slings it into Yashin in the corner. He tucks it around to McEachern. McEachern leaves it back in the corner, deflected, and knocked down the ice by Pekka. Kravchuk going back after it again. Pekka runs him behind the net. Then around to the board. Salo dumped it ahead, not out. And now Salo slips it as far as center ice. In over the Buffalo line, taken away by Warner. Warner using the glass to clear the zone, and the Sabres will make some changes. 1:20 to go in the Buffalo penalty. Phillips leaving it there for Salo. Salo sliding it through the middle to Yashin. Yashin steps in over the line, then it bounces over to another side and cleared in front of the net again. Jammed back into the corner and around on the boards. Yashin got it back to the point. It tipped into Yashin, taken away by Chatan, and he'll smack it down the ice. 1 minute remaining in the penalty. Emerson collecting it. Emerson out to Alfredson. A cross-ice pass. Prospel scoops it in over the line. Buffalo breaks it up. Patrick trying to come up with the puck, and he does with an extra effort to tip it down the ice. Sabres change again. Senators coming back with Redden. Redden got it in over the line. Way offside is Arvidsson.
I'd like to take this opportunity to invite all those youngsters listening tonight to join me for the Jim Lawrence hockey programs starting in August. A beginner program, 4 years old and up. We also have intermediate, advanced, girls only, a goaltender school with head instructor Les Kuntar. For more information, call 874-6133. That's the North Buffalo Community Center. We'd be happy to send a brochure along. 38 seconds left in the penalty to Jay McKeon so far. A superb job of penalty killing by Buffalo. Just as Ottawa did to Buffalo when the Sabres were on the man advantage, Buffalo returning the favor. In other words, they're forcing the Senators all over the ice and causing them to make bad passes and unwise decisions.
Emerson now to Prospel. Prospel is chased back by Junot. Prospel working it to Arvidsson. Arvidsson checked by Junot, gets it back again. Arvidsson clears it across ice, went behind Hossa, and he fires it in. Hasek slowed it down for Junot, and he missed it in the corner. Now it's poked around on the boards again. Junot trying to catch up with it. Right around into the corner. The Sabres, Barnes tips it high in the air, clears the zone. Redden coming up with it for Ottawa. Up on the wing, Arvidsson gets checked. Redden took another whack at it. Now Buffalo returns to full strength, but Prospel got it in over the line. Put right back out again, and gets called on the offside as he stepped out of the penalty box. 12:15 to go, second period, 1-1.
I think we both know why we're here. There comes a time in every career when you just gotta hang 'em up. Not pulling your weight anymore. Look at you. I mean, look at you. I gotta cut.
Expect more from your credit card. With Discover Platinum, you get a low rate and new double cashback bonus awards. It pays to Discover Platinum.
Get out of here.
During Adventure 99, you can lease a Dodge Durango for only $365 a month. Or if you buy a Dodge Caravan, get your choice of a $1,000 cash allowance. Or a vacation package worth up to $1,800 at the new Universal Studios Islands of Adventure theme park in Orlando, Florida. It's the adventure of a lifetime. And we have the rides to prove it. See the friendly Dodge dealer near you.
Dominic Hasek beaten earlier in this period on the power play. McEachran on a rebound, and as you know, beat Damian Rhodes, who had a very shaky start early in the hockey game, and that's where we are, deadlocked at 1. Second, Senators out shooting Buffalo 6-1.
Woolley swinging behind the net, off the boards. This one is going to make it all the way down the ice. Smith's coming back again. Redden is on down to touch it.
So Buffalo certainly much better so far in their own zone tonight than they were in Game 1. We'll cruise around the NHL playoff picture on our Noco Express out-of-town scoreboard. Detroit leading Anaheim 4-0 in the second period. Edmonton and Dallas getting underway in about 7 or 8 minutes from now.
The other games tonight in the league, Detroit seems to have a stranglehold on moving up 2-0 in that series. Redden takes the puck in the corner, getting it around on the boards to Ward. Ward will drop it off to Pekka. Pekka tried to scoop it in over the line, but it was knocked down. He got it back again, and then he didn't see Ward in the slot. Pulled around again. Ward trying to hold it in, bumping with McEachran. Tap back into the corner, and it's gunned to the blue line. He chopped at it there, and it comes to center ice. Left for Yashin. Yashin swinging in over the line. Took his shot. Blocked by McKee. McKee and Yashin wrestling in the corner. Dackel trying to spear it free. He gets knocked down. Pekka out to Verada. Verada pass at center. Got away from Ward. Taken back by Salo. Using the boards. Touch pass to McEachran. He'll dump it in. Warner collecting it for the Sabres. Out to Verada, and it got by him and all the way down the ice. And as Kravchuk goes back after it, that's another icing against Buffalo.
Well, in the Eastern Conference, of course, one of the matchups here tonight, the Buffalo Sabres, the Ottawa Senators, Jersey and Pittsburgh also playing with the Devils, winning the opening game. Carolina and Boston, the Bruins beat Carolina by 2-0 to take the lead in that series. And Toronto hosting Philadelphia. The Flyers defeated the Leafs in Game 1.
Carolina also lost Ron Francis. I think he played one shift after the first period, and that was it. I believe it was a knee injury, and I didn't see any further report today as to whether he's going to be out for any period of time. Gitnick coming up with the puck in the corner. We'll leave it back there to Schmelik. He banks it around for Sanderson, who flips it. Sends it through center again. This one will not make it far enough for Isaac. Kravchuk around behind the net. Brown spun out and went down. Kravchuk now off the boards. Deflected through center. Gitnick hustling back after it. This is an icing against the Senators.
This line, Curtis Brown at center, as you know, and Miroslav Shatan. Lindy Ruff, I think, was hoping that Jacques Martin might want to try to match up defensively against. And, of course, if Jacques were going to do that, it would be another advantage to Lindy keeping Yashin off the ice. But Jacques really hasn't done that. The only guy he's been concerned with tonight is Yashin. He's tried from time to time to make it difficult for Buffalo to get that Pekka matchup. His club scores on the power play to tie the hockey game here with 10:48 remaining in this second period. And a face-off here to the left of Rhodes.
Barnes kicks it into the corner for Holzinger, but it's swung around behind the net to Arvidsson. Grosek holding it in. Grosek then gets checked, and it ends up at center ice. Woolley slipping it up to Barnes. He tried to tap it in over the line. After it again, it goes to center ice. Patrick to Woolley. Woolley smokes it right back in again. Barnes trying to catch up with it, bumping in the corner. Holzinger gets pinned against the wall. Prospel digs it free. Prospel guiding it across ice. A return pass to Prospel, hitting center. Prospel in over the line. It goes for Alfredson. Alfredson took the shot. Hasek cleared that away. Lokinen took a shot that deflects in front of the net. Kept in there by Ottawa, however. Spinning around Alfredson, then gave it away to Holzinger. Holzinger gaining center. Got it in over the line to Grosek. He tipped it back for Barnes. Barnes charging into the corner. Tried to shovel it behind the net. York feeds it around on the boards, and that one misses everybody. Goes down the ice. McKee charging after it. And Hasek comes out to knock it into the corner. Arvidsson keeps it in. Quick shot by Van Allen. Squeezed into the corner. Gardner kept it in there. Got it back behind the net. Arvidsson lets it slide around to Redden. Redden guns it behind the net. There the Senators putting the pressure on. McKee takes out his check. Then in the other direction. Back to York. The long shot didn't get through. Primo tying up Gardner, who kicks it free. Speared back into the corner. Now it's cleared right in front of the net again and taken away by Barada. Barada coming away to center. He winds up, flash one just wide of the net. Rasmussen keeping it in and drilling it wide again. All the way around on the boards. Warner keeping it in there to Primo, and he gave it away to Van Allen. Van Allen gets roughed up by Rasmussen, and Rasmussen will get a penalty here.
Well, that's a dumb penalty. Rasmussen just hammered Van Allen in the back of the head with an elbow, and that's undisciplined, and that's what costs you hockey games. You want to play with emotion and spirit, but you cannot allow your emotion to get the best of you, and that's what happened on the play. Right in front of the referee, he's got to make the call, and Rasmussen is in the box. Sabres yet another time will have to kill off a penalty. When we return, the Ottawa Senators with the man advantage with the score tied at 1.
You have meditated for 3 months.
Yes, Master.
And what have you learned?
One thing, Master.
Yes?
Nobody in the world sells more real estate than RE/MAX.
RE/MAX Associates average more experience and more sales than other real estate agents. So why in the world would you ever call anyone else?
You have done well, my son.
Thank you, Master.
RE/MAX helped us find this place, you know.
Cool.
Ottawa on the power play. Pekka steals the puck away in his own end. Getting it out at center to Juneau. Juneau in over the line, trying to clear it in front. Broken up and away goes Kravchuk. Kravchuk dumping it over on the wing. It's taken away by the Sabres again. Ends up at center ice. Kravchuk More than a half to go, and the penalty to Rasmussen. Kravchuk lost control of it. Pecker couldn't come up with it, however. McEachern starting back. McEachern hitting the Buffalo line. He gets checked. Brown has it. He drilled it. Didn't get it out. Yashin the shot. That's kicked off into the corner again. Senators keeping it in. Stuffing it down low once again. Hook back to the point. Into the blue line. Kick free. Up to Pekka. He hacked at it. Didn't get it out. Alfredson keeping it in there. Alfredson turning. Bothered by Smellick. Into the corner, Shipnick worked it up ahead. It's clear, but not out. Kept in by Alfredson. To the other side to Emerson. 1 minute left in the penalty. Redden takes his shot. He scores! Deflected in front of the net.
Michael Pekka got caught on the ice too long. Was not strong enough to move the puck out of the zone. And Buffalo, after 2 or 3 attempts, it ends up in their net, and the undisciplined penalty Eric Rasmussen has cost them here as Redden scores his second goal. The shot came in and was deflected in front of Dominic Hasek. I don't think Redden's going to get credited to Alfredson, who deflected it by Hasek. And the Ottawa Senators, with 2 power play goals, have taken the lead with 7:56 remaining here in the second period. And the Sabres are starting to beat themselves in this game. Great deflection. Jacques Martin wanted bodies in front of Dominic Hasek, and he's gotten that tonight, and it's paid off with 2 power play goals. There's a heck of a shot by Redden and a perfect deflection by Alfredson.
Alfredson was the leading goal scorer for Ottawa in last year's playoffs with 7.
Argument between Primo and Crossbill here on the face-off at center ice.
Lokinen swings it off to Pitlick. Pitlick going to get it out of there. Got it to the blue line. Not out. They jam at it again. Rasmussen running into Crossbill. He ends up at center ice. Hooked in over the Buffalo line. Warner takes it away. Warner to Primo. Primo shoveled a backhand in. Verada got taken down by Lokinen, who's got to get a penalty here. Verada was nowhere near the puck, and Lokinen just flattened him, and he will get the gates.
You have meditated for 3 months.
Yes, Master.
And what have you learned?
One thing, Master.
Yes?
Nobody in the world sells more real estate than RE/MAX.
RE/MAX Associates average more experience and more sales than other real estate agents. So why in the world would you ever call anyone else?
You have done well, my son.
Thank you, Master.
RE/MAX helped us find this place, you know.
Cool.
The most important issue in terms of healthcare today is supporting the doctor-patient relationship. We spend a great deal of time listening to the doctors, and they're able to tell us very clearly what resources they need to take better care of their patients.
Really made a difference. What I'd like to see, though, is more information.
We have areas where we can improve, and we strive to do a better job at pulling our weight in that partnership. Together, we can do an even better job of taking care of patients.
Lokinen body checked Václav Verada inside the line. The only problem is that was on the right side of the ice. The puck was on the left side. Buffalo, the chance to take the lead here on the power play. 2 minutes for interference for Lokinen. And Daniel Alfredson scores his first of the playoffs on a deflection. Give the Ottawa Senators a 2-1 lead. This is a big power play opportunity here for Buffalo. They need to get something going here.
Woolley trying to keep it in. Shatan back to Zhipnik. Fires it into Shatan again. Got it back to Woolley. Woolley couldn't get a shot away. Now to Zhipnik. One-timer right in front. They whack at it. Knocked wide of the net. Gardner flipping it high in the air to clear the zone. Zhipnik back to collect it for Buffalo again. To lead the rush away through center. Throws it off the corner glass. Came right in front of the net, but York jumped on it quickly. York feeding it around to the boards. Woolley keeping it in. Shatan back to Woolley again. Over to Zhipnik. Zhipnik curling around to Woolley. Woolley for Zhipnik. Zhipnik Got it in now to Pekka. He turns around. Back it comes. Oh, and it went out to center ice.
Curtis Brown is getting beat up in front of the net. Slashed by Jason York and cross-check.
Here's Shatan sliding in over the line. Shatan drops it back and it went to center, and Woolley had to chase after it. Brown heading off on a change. Shatan's got it again. Hitting the Ottawa line. He tried to scoop it in. That's taken away. Woolley now across to Shatan again. Shatan attempting to work it down low. Got it into Junot behind the net. Junot drops it off. Back to the point. Tipped in by Buffalo. Spun back into the corner to Junot for Barnes. Barnes gets knocked down, and the Senators will get it out again. Flipped up ahead and ends up sliding all the way back to Hatchett. Half a minute remaining in the penalty. Shipnick collecting it. 2-1. Ottawa with the lead. 6 minutes to go in the second period. Pass on the wing. Brought in by Schmelik. He scoops it off the corner board. Drilled by Salo around on the board. Patrick kept it in there. Now Patrick's got it again. Takes his shot and fires that one wide of the net. Schmelik holding it in by scooping it back into the corner for Primo. Primo twisting and turning. Gave it to Junot. He can't get anywhere. Pekka's got it behind the net. Pekka leaves it for Junot again. It's Junot behind the net. Primo out in front. Junot's kick back there. Got the Primo a whack at it. Taken away by Bonk. And it's cleared to center as the Senators return to full strength. And over the line, Bonk with a shot that goes wide of the net. Pekka coming up with it in the corner. Swung it around on the boards, but not out. Then Bonk took a run at Pekka, and just him. Patrick scooping it around to Schmelik. 5 minutes remaining in the period. The pass up on the wing. Scooped in over the line now for Primo, trying to catch up with it. He comes with Ritten. James out of the play behind the net. Senators. Dackel has it. Dackel feeding it out to McEachern. McEachern left it there. That's chipped away. Buffalo getting it back, but can't control it. Warner to McKee. Up on the wing, Ward slides it in over the line. Too far for Holzinger. Ripped right back out to center again to McEachern. He clears it in for Dackel in the corner. Bumps in there with McKee. It went around behind the net. They battle away. Dackel and McKee picking at the puck. Split around on the boards. Dackel comes up with it. Here's Dackel being taken out by McKee, but he still got it. Dropped it off in the corner to Yashin, trying to feed it in front. The penalty coming up here to Buffalo. 4:18 remaining here in the second period. Ottawa leading by 1 to the power play.
Things sure have changed around here since Tom switched his gas station over to Gulf. Old Ed used to drive to the next town over just to get that good Gulf gasoline he grew up with. Ruth Ann says money experts recommend the Gulf MasterCard over most other credit cards. So now folks just fly right in, pay at the pump, and earn free gas. We still offer that good old-fashioned service. Gulf just made buying gasoline faster for people who don't have as much time on their hands.
You know, we've been together for a while, and I've been thinking. I don't know, I'm missing something from our relationship. I think it's just best if we make a clean break.
Expect more from your credit card. With Discover Platinum, you get a low rate and new double cashback bonus awards. It pays to Discover Platinum.
Please, you'll get this right.
Welcome back to the Corral Center. Sabres in penalty-killing mode again here in this second period. Coming up in the second intermission, I'll talk to defenseman Rhett Warner. We'll go back to Empire Studios, and Rick and Jim will have their analysis. Up to you guys.
Now this time it's Brian Holzinger who was the guilty one, and of course that commercial timeout gave Alexei Yashin a chance to get his breath, and he's on the ice again here for this face-off to the right of Hashika. 2-1, Ottawa. Senators scored 2 in a row after Juneau scored early in the hockey game for Buffalo, and both goals came on the power play, and both as a result of traffic in front of Hashik.
Barnes wins the draw to McKee. He chops it around on the boards, doesn't get it out. Salo keeping it in. Alfredson lets it go into the corner. McKee bumping in there. Now Warner got it to the blue line, not out. Salo holds it in again. Working it down low. The Senators swing it back to Salo, to Kravchuk. Kravchuk doesn't shoot. Works it back into Alfredson. Alfredson, top of the circle. Alfredson still hanging on to the puck. Now he takes his shot. The puck's just wide of the net. Brown guns it off the boards and down the ice. 7.5 remaining in the penalty. Sabres sending out fresh troops. Kravchuk works it ahead to Phillips. Phillips gains center ice, flipping it to Yashin. Phillips charges in over the line, but Junot is there to punch it out over the line. And Emerson has to wait for his team to get onside. Alfredson will leave it to Emerson. He's being chased around. Schmelik, a minute remaining in the penalty. Yashin starting away again, hitting the Buffalo line and over. Schmelik, nice play to take Yashin out. Patrick around on the boards. And Kravchuk manages to keep it in. Patrick after it again, trying to shovel it free. Bump from behind, still kicking at it. Rolls back to the point to Kravchuk. Kravchuk over on the other side. Emerson shooting in front. Yashin fired it wide. And behind the net, Phillips came in and hit the goal post and knocked the net flying.
It was actually Richard Schmelik who knocked Phillips into the left goal post. And one of our keys to this series, special teams. Well, that certainly continues to ring true through the first two games of this series. 4 of the 6 goals have come on the power play. Senators have scored 3 goals in this series, and all 3 of them while they had the man advantage. They better be careful, though, when Junot and Michael Pekka are penalty killing, because they have come very close to getting some scoring chances while they've killed penalties.
Senators holding it in again. Arvidsson got it back to the point, whipped across to Redden. Redden around behind the net. The Prospero kind of get it in front, but Key breaks it up. Another whack at it that rolls back into the 20. 20 seconds left in the penalty. Back to Emerson. Put it in front. Hasek the save on Prospero. Now Dackel. Back to Emerson. Another shot. Hasek made the save again. Right beside the net. Tipped in wide of the net. Jammed in behind the goal. Dackel got it out in front. Redden left it. Emerson quick shot. That's blocked. Emerson reloading. Emerson didn't shoot. Now he does and fires it wide. Buffalo back at full strength. Tipped in by the Senators. Emerson again a whack at it. Taken away by Holzinger. Holzinger ripping it over the line. Going wide on Emerson. Holzinger trying to get the shot on. In front of the net, and the net gets knocked flying again.
Now just wild action down in the Buffalo end. What a incredible shot Dominic Hasek made on a flurry. And then he got some help from his defense in front. It was Jay McKee who fell down and blocked a point-blank shot. And Brian Holzinger at the other end tried to pull his way to the front of the net. In front of the net and failed.
Quality coverage you can depend on. The independent health saves of the game. Dominic Hasek in his flip-flopping best, making one after another, and keeping the Ottawa Senators off the board and maintaining the score at 2-1 Ottawa.
Now, well, this loss of momentum, though, by Buffalo goes all the way back to the opening period when they had things under control. Ended up taking the first penalty of the hockey game. It was Groschick, if my memory serves, and since then they've been having problems.
Well, Verada couldn't get a shot on. It ends up going to the blue line, and will be scooped off the boards through center. Jitnik running into Hossa. Bonk keeps it in with a long shot that Jitnik knocks down and rolls up on the wing. Rasmussen starting back. He'll drill it in wide of the net. Verada charging in there, knocks it free. It jumps up in the air. Primo and Lokinen hit the deck, and no penalty called there, and Bonk starts back. Bonk to Alfredson. Alfredson took his shot, blocked by Zitnik, however, gunned off the boards to center ice. Buffalo coming back. Rasmussen along with Verada. The pass too far for Verada. He took a whack at it into Rasmussen. Another penalty coming up to Ottawa. Here's Schmelik behind the net trying to jam it on the short side. Schmelik's got it again. Schmelik kicks it free to Rasmussen. And finally, the Senators gain possession, and they will be penalized.
2 minutes for holding the stick penalty. Boy, Buffalo racing down the ice, a 2-on-1 break. Rasmussen makes a pass to Verada, and Verada can't handle the pass. He had it bounce off his stick. Professional hockey players, that should not happen to. And the penalty then was eventually called as Hossa goes to the penalty box. And a faceoff coming up here to the left of Damian Rhodes. Buffalo with only 12 shots on goal. Primo was the stick that was grabbed. No question about that, and that was a dumb penalty. Boy, you got to wonder what's going through some of these players' heads when two referees on the ice are in a playoff game, some of the most important, or the most important games of the season, and you do silly things.
Senators are out shooting Buffalo in this period 12-2.
As you know, will take the draw here, and it will be Van Allen. to take it for Ottawa. 2-1 Senators. Juneau moves Pekka to a different position, back inside the blue line.
Juneau rolls it into the corner. Brown trying to fly a free. Juneau gets nailed from behind by York. Tipped around to the boards. Pekka keeping it in. Here's Pekka. Back to Shatan. Shatan sliding around. Here's Juneau. He gets checked behind the net. Senators clear it. And all the way down the ice with a minute to go in the period.
That was a great play by Wade Redden.
Pekka swinging it ahead. Missed by Brown. It's going to go down the ice, and it's going to be a face-off the Buffalo end.
Joey Juneau got punched from behind again, and I'm surprised that there wasn't a penalty called on that. I mean, after some of the infractions we've seen called here tonight, you hit one like that can be very dangerous and serious, and nothing is called by the referees. But Juneau trying to get position on Jason York. He got himself just drilled in the back with a cross check and then into the boards. Face off back to the right of Hashing.
Winning the draw. Iverson took a shot. Hashing got a pad on that one. Shipnick now with it. 40 seconds remaining in the period. Swings it up on the wing to Woolley. Woolley will tap one in as he gets knocked down. Rhodes comes out of the net. Gave it away to Pekka, though. Out in front. Shatan rebound. Fight in front. And that one hit Lokanen as Shipnick let it go. Fired back down the ice. Buffalo bringing it away again with Woolley. He squeezes it up the middle. Shipnick chopping it in. Shipnick hit by Bonk. It rolls back into the corner. And then Pekka went sailing in there, and Pitlick went back at Pekka. And let's see who's going to get nailed here. Pekka's getting the penalty.
You've got to give Pitlick 1-2 on the play. Pekka finished his check, and Pitlick did not like it.
Bonk's going.
Bonk's going to the box. Pitlick, who went back at Michael Pekka after Pekka drilled him into the boards to the right of Damian Rhodes. I mean, you don't know what you're going to get tonight from these two guys again, these two referees, I'll tell you. It's very confusing for the players when you're down there. You don't know what you can do. Some things that are maybe perhaps should be called, and I'm talking both teams. I'm not talking Buffalo's point of view. Pekka got his elbow up on Pitlick. Pitlick didn't like it. He went back at Pekka. Still trying to figure out where Bonk got the penalty.
Maybe his lips were flopping.
The face-off again to the right of Damian Rhodes. Barnes will take it with 15.7 seconds remaining here in the second period.
The Buffalo's number 27, Michael Pekka.
I wasn't impressed with the officiating in the opening game of this series, and it's not much better here tonight.
Two minutes for Illinois. The Senators number 14. Right across. 2 minutes for high sticking.
Bonk got it for high sticking. I don't know where that happened, but whatever. They each get the penalty. Barnes kicks it back to the point. Shipnick put his shot, but in front of the net. Oh, and it slaps us wide. Off the glass again. Juneau can't pick it out of the air. Shipnick back after it, but only 5 seconds remain in the period. He takes a long shot, and Rhodes lunged at that one, and it went just wide of the net.
Every long shot that's come in on Damian Rhodes tonight, he's had problems with. The Sabres just beating themselves in the second period. Just steady stream to the penalty box. 2 power play goals by Ottawa. Senators walk to the dressing room with a lead after 40 minutes here at the Corral Center as we look at our Toyota statistics from 2 periods of play. Buffalo, of course, struggling again with offensive opportunities. They have just 13 shots on goal. The Senators with 23. Face-offs, Buffalo 1 better, and the scoring chances 13 for Ottawa, 5 for Buffalo.
So the Ottawa Senators still have 41 seconds left to serve in their penalty when the second period gets underway. But let's go now to Danny Gare.
Thanks, Red. Here with defenseman Rhett Warner. And Rhett, the Ottawa Senators really wanted to put traffic in front of Dominic Hasek, especially on the power play. What do you do as a defenseman to try to take that away from him?
Well, we're trying to box them out, but, you know, they're moving around pretty good right now. I think we got to put a little more pressure on them up high and try to force them, not let them get in the zone as much and get control.
When you look at your hockey club, you had good momentum in that first period, second period, they took it away. What do you do here in the third?
Well, we just got to regroup and get back to what we were doing in the first. Any penalties this period, and you know, if we can get away from that and get a bit of a flow going, we should be all right.
Good luck, Rick.
Thanks.
Rick?
Buffalo Sabres score the first goal of the game in the first period, but Ottawa comes back with their two, and they get them both in the second period. And as a result, the Senators have a 2-1 lead, and the Ottawa folks on the bench were awfully happy with Sean McEachern put their team in front.
Let's get ready for the main event.
Hello, Doyle. Listen, you're in big trouble this year. I've got the best prices ever on every Chevrolet they make.
Oh, yeah? We'll see about that, Paddock. You can't beat my Ford prices.
They're at it again. Now through Monday, Paddock Chevrolet and Jim Doyle Ford are locked in a classic battle to determine once and for all who's going to deliver the knockout prices. Get ready for the best deals ever on brand new Jim Doyle Fords or Paddock Chevrolets.
So who do you think's going to win?
The customer.
You change your oil every 3,000 miles, right? No, do you? Push it. Now you're so busy you try to squeeze another 1,000 miles out of your oil. More. Well, squeeze this. Yourself when you have the time. Reformulated Quaker State. Protection beyond 3,000 miles under any driving condition. Anybody say insurance? And test it. And unlike that lazy uncle nobody really likes to talk about, it works. So go get some. Quaker State. Sensible technology. What more do you need to know?
Life is a journey. A drive through Main Street America. A cruise down the interstate. And around every turn, there's Chevrolet. Like Cavalier Coupe. Lease one now with automatic transmission, air conditioning, and anti-lock brakes for only $199 a month. And just $199 due at lease signing. Cavalier Coupe. Lease one now for only $199 a month. See your Chevrolet dealer today.
Each new day, people across America add just a little more beauty to their lives by adding something beautiful to their homes. Vinyl siding by Alcoa. Let a professional contractor help bring out your home's most beautiful side with durable, affordable vinyl siding from Alcoa.
Let us show you why we were chosen as one of the top 50 contractors in America. Call us now for a free inspection on your roof, siding, and window work.
Well, the Sabres played like they were punch drunk in the second period, 2-1. Senators come back. All power plays, Mike. Senators have not scored in even strength in this series.
Tell you what Buffalo's doing right now. It's saying, here, Ottawa, just take this on a silver platter. It's all yours.
Well, let's go to Danny Gear and talk about it. Danny, we talked about Grosek in the pregame. The other night, certainly out of control. His penalty wings the momentum out of his way, but then it's followed up. Bad penalties, retaliation from McKee, Rasmussen, and then Pekka. They've got to play smart.
Yeah, discipline has to come into play better for this Buffalo Sabre team. You're exactly right. You know, Jacques Martin talked about special teams going to be so important in this series, and here they do have 3 goals all on the power play. Sabres really have to be a smarter period in the third period by taking dumb penalties, and I think the one thing that they're doing so well, Ottawa, is when they're getting opportunities on the power play, they're getting the puck in the net, and they're getting bodies in front of Dominic.
First period, Buffalo, technically, the defensemen were reversing the puck out the soft side. In the second period, they stopped reversing the puck, and they were just forcing it up the strong side and played right into Ottawa's hands.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they worked on yesterday in practice, Mike. They wanted them to work the puck away from the strong sides. Ottawa likes to outnumber them on that side. They wanted to reverse it to the other defenseman, maybe hit it up to the centerman or off the glass on the weak side. So that's something they have to get back at here in the third period if they're going to get some flow going.
Tons of momentum for Ottawa. We'll see if the Sabres can come back to any catch after the game on Hockey Hotline. We're going to step aside. Mike DeGeorge has an Empire sports report update for you coming up next. Then it's back to Ottawa for the third.
Introducing Nissan's SE Limited. Special value-added versions of the SE Maxima, Ultima, and newly redesigned Pathfinder. They may be called limited, They come with a list of features that's anything but. Get $1,500 cash back on any Altima or lease the SE Limited for $229 a month for 36 months, $12.99 initial payment. If you've never experienced the thrill of Mach 3, it's wake-up time. Introducing Mach 3 from Gillette, the first triple-blade shaving system. 3 blades positioned to shave progressively closer. You take 1 stroke, it takes 3, so you don't have to shave over and over, which means less irritation. 3 blades, fewer strokes, less irritation. Mach 3 from Gillette.
The Buffalo Destroyers are ready to take the Buffalo Harbor by storm. The Destroyers 99 tour has only 7 stops in Buffalo starting April 30th, where it's going to be an all-out assault on the New England Seawolves. Single game seats are on sale now at all Fantastics outlets, including Tops and Sam the Record Man. To charge by phone, call 1-888-223-6000. For season ticket information, call the Destroyers at 881-4444 or pick up a can of Coca-Cola.
Even as a kid, I was a little different. I had this fascination with wireless phones.
We were a little concerned about Davy, to be honest.
But now that I work at Cellular One, I finally fit in. And thanks to Right Rate, every day I get to help our customers make sure they're on the right rate plan.
Woohoo! That rate is right.
This is going to save you major bucks. No, thank you.
Cellular One, hopelessly focused on wireless.
Sign up with Right Rate and get this Nokia phone free.
The big new Walden Dodge grand opening. No money down used. Start at $129 a month. Escorts, Sables, Saturns, Neons, Tauruses, Tempos, Corsicas, or Achievas, only $129 a month at Walden Dodge across from Galleria Mall.
It's our anniversary celebration of famous label and top quality suits at S&K prices. Half what you'd expect to pay. Sale price when you buy 2 from $99.97 to $249.97 each. Don't miss S&K's anniversary sale going on now. Good evening, I'm Mike DeGeorge with an Empire Sports Report update elsewhere in the Stanley Cup playoffs. Oh, hi, Anna. In Motown, Wings and Ducks. Straight up 1-0. Brendan Shanahan ripping his second of the game, 2-0 Red Wings. In the first 3-0 Wings, Doug Brown on the power play making it 4-0, and the Wings flying again tonight, leading it 5-0 over Anaheim in the second. Out west, Guy Carbonneau has the goal for Dallas. They lead Edmonton early on 1-0. Game 2 of the Calder Cup opening round playoff series in Rochester tonight. Amherst building a 3-0 lead, but with about 5 minutes left in the second right now. Adirondack has crept back within 1. It is 3-2. The National Lacrosse League Championship being decided right now in Toronto. The Rock and Rochester Nighthawks. No, the cup hasn't been decided just yet. Former Buffalo Bandit Darius Kilgore tying the game for Rochester at 1. But the Rock coming right back. Owen Doyle makes it 2-1 Toronto. And right this very minute at halftime, Toronto has the 2-goal lead. Coming up at 11 tonight on the full 30-minute edition of the Empire Sports Report, we'll have highlights from the nap between the Bisons and Red Wings, plus the return of David Wells to Yankee Stadium, and day 1 of minicamp for the Bills, turning into a very short day for second-round pick Fearless Price. We'll have that story plus Amherst highlights all tonight at 11 o'clock. Hockey Hotline comes up right after tonight's game. But for now, back to Ottawa in the third period after 40 minutes. 2-1 Senators.
This is your 2-minute warning.
Game on the line. Here's Flutie rolling out, and he is in for the touchdown.
While the power of the Buffalo Bills is exploding, the best seats in the house are quickly disappearing. A new season is just around the corner with new expectations, new faces, and a newly renovated Ralph Wilson Stadium. Don't let time run out. Call 1-877-BBTICKS for your season ticket discount and feel the power of the Bills.
Punch bug, no punch back.
Hit the road this summer for the International League's Thruway Series as upstate rivals Buffalo, Rochester, and Syracuse battle for bragging rights to AAA's coveted Thruway Cup. Enter to win a bus party for you and your friends at participating Citgo or Dunn Tire locations, or contact your home team for fan bus schedules and upcoming Thruway Series game.
Taxi! Stop! Hey, somebody call 911! Hey!
Hey, is this your truck?
Yeah. Come on. Get a Toyota Tacoma. It's a steal at $199 a month. $199 with all the hot options. I knew you'd like that. Or buy and save up to $1,500. Your Toyota dealer's making it so easy.
You okay?
I'm good, but officer, is that your car? Yeah. Come on.
Back. Yeah. What's the coolest show on TV? It's the hottest half hour on television as NHL Cool Shots once again takes you for a ride with hockey's brightest stars. Pretty cool, huh? Yeah, dude. Excuse me, you're interfering with my light? Tune in to get up close and personal with the coolest athletes on Earth. It's so cool! Catch all the action on and off the ice on Empire Sports. Check your local listings.
The Ottawa Senators wiped out the Buffalo Sabres 1-0 lead with a pair of their own in the second period and lead by 1. I think that we should keep things in perspective here before we take a look at the goals, though. The fact of the matter is the first two games in this series were played here in this building. The Sabres' main objective was to win a game, first of all. Well, they've won a game. They're only down by 1 at the end of 2 periods. So certainly they're still in good shape, even if they lose this game, but it's still a long way to go in this hockey game tonight.
Well, there sure is, of course, but Buffalo, I thought the first 10 minutes of the hockey game belonged to them. They took that early 1-0 lead. They were not able to make it 2-0. That would have really been huge. They had a goaltender, Rhodes, who was really fighting the puck. And then they took a penalty, and the whole complexion of the game changed. Even though Ottawa didn't score, the momentum shifted, and it's been pretty much in Ottawa's favor ever since. So it was a situation where if Buffalo scores to make it 2-0, suddenly you've got a whole different ballgame.
But on the other hand, and I'll go back to it, the fact of the matter is that they're not out of this game by any stretch of the imagination, but they have to go back to doing what they did in the first 10 minutes of the game.
Well, they've got to get in control of their emotions, too. I mentioned the referee situation. You're not really sure what they're going to call tonight, speaking for both teams, and you just have to be very careful. Buffalo, though, deserves a number of penalties, undisciplined penalties, and they really just beating themselves. They beat themselves in that second period, and, of course, 2 power play goals by Ottawa to give them the 2-1 lead and 2 real good goals. I mean, a classic example here of McEachran going to the front of the net. Emerson keeps a shot low. Dominic is screened, doesn't pick up the loose puck, and Emerson just taps it into the net. And the second one, the second goaler, here's another look at the first one again. McEachran just drifting in front of Dominic Hasek, and give him all the credit in the world. That's what Ottawa wanted to do, was to get traffic in front, and they did on that play. And they do it again here. Daniel Alfredsson, there he is, number 11, with his back to Dominic Hasek, just redirects the puck between the legs. That was a result. Michael Peck ended up getting caught on the ice too long. He couldn't get to the bench. Had a couple of chances to clear the puck and was unable to do it.
So McEachran scores the first one. That came on the power play, and I'll be darned if the Senators didn't score another one, a power play goal, and that puts Ottawa in the lead by 1. Now at the end of 2 here at the Corral Center. Third period is coming up momentarily as Daniel Alfredsson has been heard from tonight.
What makes it super is satisfaction. Auto Choice Superstore.
Announcing Western New York's newest Hyundai dealership, Town Hyundai and Auto Choice. Unbeatable savings on this 99 Hyundai Accent for $84.95, a 99 Hyundai Elantra for $11,695, a 99 Hyundai Sonata for $15,695. The Hyundai Advantage is America's best warranty. Auto Choice Superstore now offers the Hyundai line to its unbeatable selection of cars where satisfaction is always guaranteed.
Where's Jason?
He's going out on his own.
He can't do that. He hasn't finished his training.
We're too small. Let's go.
You've got the knowledge. You've got the internet. Just show them what you know, and you can compete with the big boys.
We know that.
Now that looks professional.
It has to. This document represents us.
Wait.
Jason, they're doing fine. They have Xerox digital copiers and printers.
I really did think that Xerox only worked with big businesses.
Keep the conversation going. Share the knowledge. The Digital Document Company, Xerox.
Change your oil every 3,000 miles, right? No, do you? Push it. Now you're so busy you try to squeeze another 1,000 miles out of your oil. 4. Well, squeeze this. Yourself when you have the time. Reformulated Quaker Stick. Protection beyond 3,000 miles under any driving condition. Anybody say insurance? And test it. And unlike that lazy uncle nobody really likes to talk about, it works. Well, go get some. Quaker State. Sensible technology. What more do you need to know?
Before spring goes full swing, take advantage of special leases on the all-weather confidence of Lincoln Continental with all-speed traction control. The $4.99 a month lease is an attractive way to experience the luxury and power of Continental. The season's coming on, and the place to be is behind the wheel of a new Lincoln. The grand spaciousness of Lincoln Town Car is at your service at $4.99 a month as well. It's the luxury of choice. From Lincoln, what a luxury car should be.
Discover Beaver Hollow, Western New York's premier conference center, located on 200 wooded acres with its own private lake. Beaver Hollow's 9 executive conference rooms, 70 deluxe guest rooms, and 4-star cuisine assures you that your meeting will surpass your expectations. Beaver Hollow provides a variety of recreational activities, as well as team-building programs. Call 800-964-7903 and let our experienced staff personally assist you in planning your next business function at Beaver Hollow Conference Center.
Buffalo Sabres Hockey on Empire is brought to you in part by your local Jeep dealers. By Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the NHL. By your local Chrysler Plymouth dealers. And by McDonald's. Did somebody say McDonald's?
One of the keys to this series between Buffalo and Ottawa, the special teams in Game 1. Buffalo took 20 minutes in penalties, the Senators 10, and here in Game 2, 14 penalty minutes for Buffalo, 12 for the Senators. And talk about a special teams game. In that second period, there were a total of 18 penalty minutes called, 10 against Buffalo and 8 against Ottawa. And of course, the bottom line there is you're either killing a penalty or you're on the power play. And the Sabres are on the power play here as the third period gets underway. 40 seconds left in the Ottawa penalty.
Woolley getting it up on the wing. Whoa, they're going to rule out an offside. I just must have let it go from inside the blue line.
One thing I did notice about Buffalo, though, in the last 2 or 3 times they've had the man advantage, Alex Zhitnik and Jason Woolley have made better shoot-ins. In other words, they're shooting the puck deep into the corner and forcing the defense to go back and get it. If you do that, it gives your forwards an opportunity to get in there. And of course, the defense, as they go back for the puck, they have their back to the play. They're not sure where everyone is. When they know they're getting pressured, the tendency is at times to panic and giveaways result.
Half a minute to go in the penalty now, and Redden sends it off the board. Zhitnik kicks it off at center and rockets it right back in again. But Redden is on it quickly to fire it around on the boards. Woolley keeping it in. Here's Woolley to spread it out. Over to Zhitnik. Takes a shot and fires it wide, and Woolley can't catch up with it. Hasek to Woolley. 10 seconds remaining in the power play. Woolley trying to gain center ice with a backhand. Brown sends it off into the corner. Mokanen fires it around on the board. Shatan keeping it in. Getting it back to Woolley. Over on the other side, Zhitnik. Zhitnik takes a shot right on. Kicked away. Ottawa back at full strength, and away goes Yashin. Yashin hitting the Buffalo line and over. He took a shot. Hasek made the save, the rebound. Fired wide of the net by Arvidsson. Zhitnik bringing it back again with Brown. Zhitnik took the long shot, went over top of the net. Arvidsson scoops it high in the air and sends it through center. Primo tips it to McKee. Up on the wing to Rasmussen. He can't come up with the pass. He's got it again to Rasmussen. Still couldn't control the puck. Warner swings it off the boards. McEachern leaves it there. Primo carries on. Primo getting it over the line. Going around Kravchuk. Primo got it right beside the net. Primo's got it again. Right out in front. Verada couldn't knock it down. Warner with a shot that finds the glass. McKee keeping it in. Gunned it around behind the net. Warner pinches in to keep it in there to Primo. Had to shovel it around to the boards. It's intercepted by McEachern. He got it to the blue line. Not out. Rasmussen keeping it in with a long shot that goes wide. And the Senators finally just pick it up and drill it down the ice. There's no icing. That's when Rolling McKee could have played the puck. Hasek getting it up on the wing. Rasmussen tapping it in. Redden will scoop it around to York. And he'll get it ahead to Plosco, gaining center ice, flipping it in over the line. Patrick sends it around on the boards. Not out. Another long shot, nowhere near the net. Grosek trying to come up with it, can't do it. Taken away by Crossbow. Shoveled it across ice, came in front. Patrick steals it back. Patrick uses the glass to get it out over the line, and Hasek is down on the ice. Now he's heading off the ice, and there's a penalty coming up here.
Now, Dominic Hasek's goalie stick is laying in the corner. And there's a Ottawa stick laying in front of the net. I was watching the play up by the blue line and did not see what happened back in front of Dominic Hasek. But a penalty being called against Ottawa.
Oh, it's against Buffalo.
And Hasek making a sprawling save.
Penalties on Hasek.
What if Hasek skated to the bench on a delayed penalty? He must have pulled the stick out of the hands of the Ottawa player. That's what the call's going to be. So another Ottawa power play is Hasek is assessed a penalty. That was a strange one.
Hasek obviously thought the penalty was on Ottawa, or he wouldn't have gone to the net or the bench.
He started going to the Buffalo bench when the referee's arm was up in the air. Asking for an explanation. Now he skates out and says, look, I want to know why it was called on that. And again, we'll watch it on the replay. Dominic Hasek sprawling down to make the save. And he grabbed onto the stick of the Ottawa forward. That was Arvidsson. And he gets a penalty for holding the stick. And he deserved it. He grabbed it with his blocker hand. Faceoff is outside the Buffalo blue line. Another special team situation in this game. I mentioned earlier, Juneau and Pekka have been very dangerous tonight when they've been penalty killing, and Ottawa better be careful.
Shot to the board, shoveled out to center ice by Patrick. Senators will whip it up to Yashin. Yashin pushing one right back in again. Hasek stuffed it behind the net. Patrick around on the boards and down the ice. Ottawa to regroup with 1:35 left in the Buffalo penalty. Salo swings it up on the wing through the middle to McEachern. McEachern sliding off into the corner, banks it in behind the net to Alfredson. Alfredson looking for an open man, hanging on to the puck now, feeds it back into the corner, and Yashin fired it through the goal crease and to the blue line and out to center. Salo flipping one across ice. Ends up at center. Schmelik broke it up there. 1:10 to go in the penalty. Ottawa has it stolen away again by Ward. Ward turning at the blue line, scooting it back. Warner across to Brown. Brown winds up, takes a shot. Rebound right in front of the net, but it's taken away by Emerson. Out to Dackel. Dackel hitting the Buffalo line, scooping it into the corner. Hasek tried to slow it down. Warner chucked it around to the boards. Picked up by Ward, can't get it out. Crossbow keeping it in. Now Ward tried to steal it away again. Ends up back behind the Buffalo net. McKee around on the boards. Deflected out to center ice. 35 seconds to go in the penalty. Emerson for the Senators, working it across ice. Buffalo in the midst of a change. Got back in over the line. Broken up and away goes Shatan. Shatan with Redden back. Shatan drags it in over the line. Backhand right on the rebound. Rhodes was out of the play, but Holzinger couldn't connect. Redden feeds it up on the wing. In over the line come the Senators again. A backhand shot, and Hasek handles that one, and he'll hang on with 11 seconds remaining in the penalty.
Well, a dazzling play by Miroslav Shatan as he went one-on-one against Wade Redden. Got himself into position for a backhand shot, which is a tough shot for a goaltender to make. But the incredible hands of Shatan got him into position, and the goaltender Rhodes was out of position. Buffalo could not catch the rebound, but good back-checking by Ottawa on the play. But of Buffalo's 6 shorthanded goals scored this season, Shatan had half of them. Radek Bonk to take this face-off to the left of Hasek against Barnes. 11 seconds remaining in the Hasek penalty. 15:45 to go in the third period. 2-1 Ottawa.
Barnes failed to get it out of there. York keeping it in, takes the shot. He puts right in front of the net, and Shatan clears the zone. And Buffalo returns to full strength. York to get it to Hossa. They're back in over the line. It's shoveled free. Ends up at center ice. Put right back in again by Lokinen to the corner. Schmeller with the puck. Zhitnik didn't get it out. Hossa with a shot. Ashik knocks that back into the corner. And it's taken now by Barnes, starting away with Shatan and Grosek. Barnes then lost control of the puck, and it's broken up at center ice. Now Bonk wheeling one in and stepping off on a change. Sabres Zhitnik trying to get away. He'll feed it off into the corner. Verada racing after it. Verada comes up with the puck. Verada cuts it back into the corner again. Primo keeping it in there. Primo sending it back. There's a shot by McKee that gets blocked at the D. And is whipped out to center to Yashin. He left it there. In over the line, McEachern racing after it, and Woolley catches up with him. They bump in the corner, set around behind the net. Primo took it away. Primo and McEachern fed around to the boards, and Verada clears the zone. Over 5 minutes have gone here in the third period. 2-1 Ottawa. Pass up the middle to Yashin again. Hitting the Buffalo line and over. Warner keeping an eye on him and takes him off the puck. Now Rasmussen chipping it off the boards. Out at center to Verada. Verada scooping one high off into the Ottawa corner. Primo racing in there to take out Redden. Spun around on the boards. Rasmussen kicking at it, trying to keep it in. Here's Woolley taking the long shot right on the rebound. Verada whack at it. And it's cleared into the corner. Behind the net, Verada's got it again. Up in with Redden. Primo comes over to get involved. They dig at it. Primo's got it to Verada. Verada tried to slide it in front, and play is called. And a penalty coming up here. And Lane Primo is being checked by the referee as he took a stick right in the yap.
Hey, get a load of the old timer.
That there is the legendary Radio Robert.
Who?
20 years ago, he was unstoppable. Had a slap shot you could hear but could not see. Hence the nickname Radio.
Yeah, well, they can call him Rusty Robert now. Hey, Rusty!
Don't say it, Tony.
Still got that shot in, man? Let's see it. Oh.
Punk. Hey, maybe you should be a goalie, Tony. Tony?
This spring for savings and selection, it's value.
Elegant Peerless faucets are on sale at value. Choose from the dual-handle bath or kitchen faucet for just $29.88 after rebate.
Pick up this water-conserving Jefferson toilet from Trumbull, on sale at value for only $39.99, and the matching toilet seat is free.
And the lowest prices of the spring guaranteed.
Value has everything you need.
Well, an excellent shift by the Buffalo line of Primo, Rasmussen, and Verada results in a penalty to Jason York. Actually, York was the guy guilty of a giveaway in the zone that afforded Buffalo a couple of scoring opportunities, and York got his stick up on Primo. The Buffalo power play here trying to tie the score with 13:50 remaining in regulation. Ottawa 2, Buffalo 1. Some juggling here on this faceoff as Pekka will take the draw for Buffalo.
Gardner for Ottawa. Pekka wins it back to Woolley. Woolley got it to the other side. Put back in by Junot. Came to the blue line. Cleared across to Zhitnik on the other side. Now here's Zhitnik. Zhitnik stuffs it around behind the net to Shatan. Shatan slides it to Junot. Ducks away from one. Back into the corner. Shatan to Pekka. Pekka swings it around on the boards to Zhitnik. Zhitnik got it back to Woolley. Quick shot. He fired it wide. Here's Shatan. Tried to stuff it in the short side. Another whack at it. Junot turning. Junot cutting in front of the net. Pekka the shot. Score. No! On the goal line. Now they score. Knocked into the net. And then Lokinen starts working on Shatan. And the Buffalo Sabres have tied the game on the power play.
What a pass by Junot as he put it in front to Pekka. Pekka thought he had scored on the initial shot. The puck fell down in the goal crease area, and Miroslav Shatan, just to the left of the goaltender, swept it into the net and then was mugged by Lokinen. And Buffalo have tied it with a huge power play goal here in the third period. 13:17 remaining. Junot trying to get it to Pekka. Pekka's shot bounced off the goaltender. We assume that the Pekka shot did not go in. That Shatan scored it. Difficult to tell from our angle. I don't think Pekka's shot hit the goaltender, hit the post, the puck slid across the goal line, and Shatan poked it in.
And
And the Sabres have tied this hockey game. How do you like that?
Looking at the reaction on the bench, I think the bench didn't know whether to celebrate or not.
Well, the initial shot by Pekka, as we clearly saw in the replay, it did not go in the net, but it's tied up. A new hockey game with 13-17 remaining. And boy, the difference of Juneau in the lineup tonight, obvious for Buffalo. A goal and an assist.
Redden going through center, high in the air, in over the Buffalo line. Rasmussen getting in front of Jackal. Rasmussen can't get it out. Came in front of the net. Sent back into the corner. Schmelik up with the puck. Schmelik scoops it ahead. Rasmussen starting away. Rasmussen in over the line. Took his shot. Throws the save, and he's going to hang on to it. And now, what's going on? Whoa, and then coming over late was McEachern. Meanwhile, Primo is chasing after Yashin back at center ice. We're all tied at 2.
Big time, big change. It's a big time, a big change. Epic D-O-N-A-L-E-S.
Mighty Wings have landed at McDonald's. They're big, they're meaty, and they'll fire up your taste buds with our Louisiana hot sauce. Order the 5 or 10-piece Mighty Wings extra value meals.
It's a big time, a big change. Epic D-O-N-A-L-E-S.
Did somebody say McDonald's? Try a Mighty Wings extra value meal today.
It's the Jeep Spring event, and great deals on your favorite Jeep vehicles are showing up wherever you look. Like a zero-down, $269 a month Cherokee Sport lease with $544 due at signing. And get all this at no extra charge. Or get Jeep Wrangler for under $15 grand. The landscape will never be the same during the Jeep Spring event. The event that's getting everyone to sit up and take notice. Check one out at your Jeep dealer.
Alexei Yashin is in the penalty box. This is what he was upset about, as Primo broke his stick over Yashin. Primo was going to the bench to retrieve another stick, and along comes Yashin with a vicious elbow in the head and a dumb penalty by the captain of the Ottawa Senators.
Zhitnik keeping it in. Pekka back to the point. Willie never got the shot away and then gave it away to Arvidsson. Arvidsson hitting the Buffalo line, forces his way in over the line. Falk with a shot. Patrick knocks that off into the corner. Pekka coming up with the puck. Buffalo the man advantage, trying to take the lead. Back to Pekka again. Pekka swings it through center, and it bounces all the way into Rhodes. He'll tee it up for Lokkonen. Lokkonen right through the middle and all the way back down the ice. Patrick comes out of the net to play it away from Van Allen. Shooting it around on the boards, not out, kept in by Gardner. Gardner works it down low, ducks around the referee. Pekka came back to take it away. 1:10 to go in the Yashin penalty. Sabres making changes here. And Zhitnik waiting for them. Now steered up ahead. Up to the Ottawa line. Ward gets taken out. Sends it back into the corner to Chitan. Back it comes to Ward. To Woolley. To Ward. Ward to Woolley. Over on the other side. Zhitnik winding up with a shot. Right on the rebound. And it's jammed right back down the ice. 35 seconds remaining in the Ottawa penalty. 11.5 minutes to go in the third and a 2-2 tie. Schmelik starting away, slipping it up the middle, across ice pass to Ward. Ward scoops in over the line, sends it around behind the net for Holzinger. Holzinger trying to dig it free from Bonk. It's chopped off the boards, and that ends up going to center ice. Patrick to Brown. Brown, the other side to Holzinger. Holzinger swinging in. Here's Holzinger, dumped it to the corner, but that's broken up and fired right back down the ice again. Only 10 seconds remain as Schmelik starts away. Getting it to Brown to Schmelik again. Schmelik gets in over the blue line, got it into Brown. Brown tried to cut in front with a shot, went around behind the net. Kick free in there by Warner. Ottawa back at full strength. Yashin comes up with a puck. Warner's on him to take it away. Recovered by the Senators and just scooped right into the crowd by Salo.
Buffalo just terrible on the power play. Yashin in the box. They just could not get anything going in the Ottawa zone. But penalty before that, the Buffalo power play ended up tying the score as Miroslav Chitan gets his first goal of the playoffs. The faceout coming up here with 10:42 remaining. Now, Ottawa putting their light line up on the ice. The referee standing in front of the Buffalo bench saying you cannot make a line change. It's Ottawa's turn. Crossbolt. Crossbolt through the first 2 periods was the best faceoff man on either team. He had 7 wins and only 2 losses. Shots here in the third. Buffalo 7, Ottawa 4. And we're tied 2-2.
Primo having a chat with Jay Shires, the linesman.
Crossbolt and Primo had been arguing with each other every time they faced off.
Warner swinging it in. Salo in the corner, and he fell. Barada keeps it in there, but then Salo picks it up again. Barada tried to break it up. Finally, Prospo just sailed it through center ice. McKee belts it off the boards in the other direction. Slide back into the corner. Kravchuk challenged in there by Barada. Rasmussen gets involved. Barada still banging away to Rasmussen. Rasmussen back to the point to McKee into Barada. He can't control it. Alfredson got it out as far as center. He flipping it ahead. It was picked out of the air, however, goes right to Warner. Warner slides it back in. York coming up with it halfway through the third period. 2-2. Long shot. Hasek will handle this one and sees McEachern coming, so he hangs on to it. And Warner comes over to take McEachern off into the corner for a private chat.
It was McEachern back in game 1 who skated by Hasek and slapped him in the glove, and that almost caused a riot. And again, he comes in and pokes away at Dominic Hasek. The faceoff coming up here on the Buffalo zone. We're tied 2-2, and we'd like to pause and say hello to those in area hospitals and extend our get well wishes. Hope you're indeed enjoying tonight's game. No faceoff coming up. Tan has tied the score for Buffalo on the power play. He's out with Pekka and Dixon Ward, and again Yashin out there with McEachern and Dackel. And again, Yashin has not been a factor in this game. And frustration continues to grow on his part. Took a bad penalty. He's frustrated. You can see it in his body language.
Hasek took a whack at it. Hasek just reached out and holds on to that one. He wants them to drop it again.
The problem is, when you're playing a great player like him, you cannot let your guard down for an instant, or he will take full advantage of it.
Not much of a contest in Detroit tonight. The Mighty Ducks are not quite too mighty tonight, losing to the Red Wings 5-0. Dallas up on Edmonton 1-0 as Carbonneau has scored that goal. Shatan trying to work it as far as center does. Knocked off his stick. Zhitnik comes on. Here's Zhitnik bringing it in over the line. He gets checked by Redden. To Yashin. Yashin gaining the Buffalo line. Took a quick shot. Hasek knocked that away. Dackel trying to feed it in front. Pekka gave it to Zhitnik. Zhitnik scoops it high in the air. Little roll into Ottawa territory. Banked out to Dackel. He flips it ahead. Woolley coming off the bench, racing after it to get there ahead of Yashin. Woolley swings a pass up on the wing, but that didn't connect, and the Senators will go back after it. They're going to call this one an icing against Buffalo.
It looked like somebody played the puck, but I guess not. And a face-off back in the Buffalo zone to the right of Hasek. And one of our keys in this series was, especially for the Sabres, do not turn the puck over in the neutral zone or at the Ottawa blue line. Alex Zhitnik trying to carry it in across the Ottawa blue line, gets checked, gets caught along with a couple of forwards, and Yashin ends up almost beating Dominic Hasek on the stick side. Turnovers in the neutral zone at the opposition blue line will cost you. And certainly you credit Zhitnik for trying to be creative and trying to beat the defenseman wide, but if it doesn't happen, well, you can get burned the other way.
Came in front of the net, cleared in front to Emerson. He took a whack at it, and Hasek spears it away. Senators keep it in. Patrick after Arvidsson. Arvidsson drops it off to Bonk in the corner. Bonk checked in there by Barnes. Patrick working it out at center. Holzinger overskates the puck. Bonk getting it back again. To Pitlick. He'll leave it to Lokinen. Lokinen floats a pass up on the wing. Arvidsson tried to get away. Holzinger came back and flattened him. Recovered by Woolley. Woolley swinging it ahead. Now it goes to Barnes. Barnes to the Ottawa line. A long shot wide of the net. Hossa in there. Going after the puck. He's bumped by Holzinger. Came right beside the net again. Out in front. Barnes couldn't get the shot away. Back comes Hossa. Hossa gets knocked down, and a penalty to Warner.
Now they're both going to go, I believe. Don't tell me he's going to give one to Osa for diving? Well, we'll find out when we get back, but certainly Warner's in the box.
Yep, they both going.
Don't miss the once-in-a-lifetime magic as Darien Lake transforms into Six Flags Darien Lake.
Well, a penalty called on Rhett Warner and also a penalty called on Hossa. Warner for holding and Hossa for diving. And there's a question about that. He looked like he was at the community swimming pool on that play as Warner tracked him down just at the blue line, laid a glove on his elbow, and Hossa hit the ice. So four-side here. Pekka is out there, along with Dixon Ward up front. We're tied 2-2 with 8:21 remaining in regulation time.
The puck is high in the air, recovered by Kravchuk. He sends it across ice, taken by Alfredson. Took a shot. Kasich grabs that one and is going to elect to hang on to it. And then McEachern got nailed in behind the net.
Richard Smellick has played a very physical series, and it was Smellick who drilled McEachern into the boards behind the Buffalo net. McEachern has had a strong game tonight for Ottawa, scoring the opening goal of the hockey game. And Alfredson with a quick shot from the face-off circle, and Smellick then took McEachern and a face-off to the left of Dominic Hasek with 8:09 remaining here in regulation time. And Alfredson remains on the ice along with McEachern. Pekka will stay out there along with Junot. That means Yashin will escape Pekka here. Then I'm sure Yashin will be next onto the ice. And I'm sure it will be Curtis Brown for Buffalo to make certain that Yashin, or I should say he'll try to make life difficult for him.
Junot trying to work away to center, gets it up to Pekka. Pekka getting to the line to Smellick, and it's going to be offside.
That was a good job that time by the Ottawa defense. Kravchuk stood up Michael Pekka and would not give up the blue line. And Pekka, of course, is very good with those close-in moves and the quick hands. Well, Pekka goes to the bench, and here comes Yashin. I knew that was going to happen. And Curtis Brown is out there. Curtis Brown and Junot for Buffalo. And Yashin up front, along with, let's see, Arvidsson.
2-2, 8 minutes to go here in the third period.
I watched Yashin in game number 1. He played 25 and a half minutes in the third period. He looked like he was burned out. He just didn't have any gas in the tank at all. Now tonight hasn't had as much ice time, 15 minutes over the first two periods.
Bumping with York in the corner. It's set around behind the net. Redden will leave it back there. Arvidsson scoops it free. Brown chases after him. Arvidsson being denied by Junot. Arvidsson trying to bring it away again. Out to Yashin at center. He gets cut off by Smellick. Gipnick using the boards to Brown. Gave it away to Yashin. And he gets squeezed out by Smellick again. Smellick and Arvidsson battling in the corner. Then around behind the net. Senators keeping it into York. York winds up, picks the shot, knocked down. Zipnik takes it away, and a penalty here to Smellick. Score! Smellick taking down Yashin, and Buffalo will be 2 men short. Ottawa 1.
Well, an interference penalty that happened to the left of Dominic Hasek. And now a great opportunity here for Ottawa. 59 seconds left in the penalties. Yashin was parked to the left of Dominic Hasek. And Schmelik just cleared him out of the play, and you can't do that. And that's a penalty. No question about it that time. Well, again, the discipline overall in Buffalo has not been there tonight. Pekka is on the ice along with McKee and James Patrick. Of course, Patrick is back in the lineup because of his experience, and he made a couple of excellent defensive plays tonight for Buffalo to move the puck out of the zone. He's someone who's not going to buckle under the pressure. Here he is in one of the most critical periods of this hockey game on the ice, trying to kill off this 4-on-3. So Yashin to take the draw against Pekka.
Kick at it in the circle, and Hasek helps his cause by sending it out to center. Redden to catch up with it and bring it back again. Redden sliding in over the Buffalo line. Left it to Rule. Pekka almost stole it away. Into the blue line. McEachern charging after it. McKee on him. They bump in the corner. Patrick got it around on the boards, but it's kept in. Worked across to Redden again. Back on the other side. Emerson takes a shot. That one goes wide of the net. And back in the corner. McKee and Redden getting involved. They battle away. Swung back to Emerson. Emerson holding it in. Giving it to Redden. Ottawa with a man advantage. Back to Emerson. Took the shot. Hasek grabs that one and he'll hang on to it. Playoff tickets for games 4 and 6 and single tickets for game 3, which will be Sunday night at the Marine Midland Arena, are now on sale. For tickets, you can visit Fantastics at any top Spindler market, or the Marine Midland Arena box office, or calling toll-free 1-888-223-6000.
Partner, I was watching that action in front of the net. There is an example to show the quickness of Dominic Hasek. When the puck moved across, he was quicker than McEachern in getting there as the shot came in from the left point. What a play by Hasek. It didn't look like much, but McEachern had perfect position, and McEachern did not move as quick as Hasek did when the puck was moved across, and it turned into an easy save for Hasek.
Brown on the draw against Prosko. Puck back in the corner. Zhitnik trying to come up with it, but it's shoveled back to the point. Now over to Salo. Salo to Kravchuk. Kravchuk dumps it back into the corner to Alfredson. Alfredson turning, gave it away to Brown, and Brown scoots it down the ice.
Now there again is Curtis Brown. One of his great assets is jumping into passing lanes to pick off passes, and he did it again.
Still almost a minute left in the Schmelik penalty as the other two players vacate the box. Brought back in over the line and gunned right back down the ice by Zhitnik, right on the goaltender Damian Rhodes. That allows Buffalo the opportunity to make a change. Now Alfredson sliding in over the line. He'll send it into the corner. Patrick getting in there to take out his check. Wheel back to the point to Salo. Salo drops it off to Prospel again. Prospel turning, sending it into Alfredson. He gets checked, and it's taken off the glass by Patrick and back down the ice. 25 seconds remaining in the penalty. Salo coming up with it for the Senators. Damian Rhodes yells to him, 15 seconds remaining. It's poked in over the line, broken up in the corner, spun around behind the net. But the Senators keep it in there again. Back to York. He'll drop it off to Redden. Redden feeding it to the corner. Sent into Yashin. Yashin back to York again. Took his shot. Skipped wide of the net. Buffalo back at full strength. Poked back into the corner. Dacko got it around to Yashin. Trying to bank it in front. Pekka breaks it up. Can't get it out, but does with a second effort. Hasek lost his goal stick. Now gets it back again. Buffalo taking a change. Up to head now, in over the Sabres line, recovered by Woolley. Woolley throws it around on the boards. Verada scoops it, and it ends up going off of Lokkonen and out of play. 5 minutes to go in the third. It is 2-2.
Poor Yuri.
Oh, you hate to see that happen.
Players in the NHL don't take that kind of abuse.
Someone make him stop!
So, you know, being an instructor with the Navy SEALs isn't all it's cracked up to be.
You are getting desperate.
No, I'm always like this. I really have no chance with you girls, do I? Be honest, I can take it.
Yes, but we cannot.
You all are like angels, I tell you.
This guy is making me sick.
Hey, you're not the only one.
Spring at Value always means low prices.
You can buy 2 packs of GE 4-foot shop light tubes on sale for just 49 cents after rebate, and 4 packs of GE soft white bulbs are free after rebate.
Save up to 50% on elegant Leadco light fixtures at Value. Choose from a wide variety of charming styles to fit your decorating needs.
Your spring shopping is fast and easy at Value.
Value has everything you need.
Buffalo Sabres broadcast wardrobe is provided by M. Weil Men's Factory Outlet for the lowest prices and best values.
From the face-off, Shipnick dumping it down the ice. Verada charging after it. He gets there first. And the Senators Pitlick got it around on the boards. Not out. Primo pulling his way in there. Here's Verada bumping with Luukkonen. Verada knocked it free, but it's picked up by Bonk. Radek Bonk takes a look. Swings it up ahead to Emerson at center. Taken back by Rasmussen. Rasmussen in his own end lost it. And he gets it over to Schmelik. Schmelik feeding it to Shipnick. Shipnick gaining center ice, drilling one right on. Rhodes handles that to Luukkonen. Luukkonen sends it around behind the net. Verada's there first. Verada turning around. Kept in with Schmelik. Shot at the outside of the net. There it is behind the net. Verada right out in front. Couldn't get the shot on. Bonk sending it off the boards. Shipnick pinches to keep it in there. Back into Verada. Verada behind the net. Got it right out in front. And Rhodes scooped it up before Primo could get the net.
Well, this has been a good line for Buffalo as Bonk goes after Primo. And Rasmussen also mixing it up in there, but Primo, Rasmussen, and Verada have really had Ottawa on the run with the forecheck on a number of occasions tonight. And Primo, I think, has played his best hockey in the last 3 weeks of the season. He's been skating as well as I've ever seen him, and he's gotten a mean streak in him. And that has made a big difference, this line tonight for Buffalo. When they needed to get something going in the Ottawa zone, this line has given them that. 4 minutes remain in regulation, tied 2-2. Holzinger, Barnes, Groshek up front. And Yashin is on with Dackel and McEachran. We'll see if Buffalo makes a change. I would suspect that they might change on the fly here with just 4 minutes to go.
Buffalo holding the edge in faceoffs in the game. Here comes in front. Barnes tried to pick it off. Redden swings it around to the boards to Yashin. Sabres changing. Yashin scoops it in over the line. McKee knocks it down, and it's brought right back in again offside Ottawa.
Yeah, now Buffalo certainly gets to make the change, and they've got Pekka out there, and here come the other ones. It'll be Verada up front with Pekka and Dixon Ward. So now what does Jacques Martin do? He's going to probably leave Yashin on the ice, McEachran and Dackel. So here we go again with this matchup. With the score tied 2-2. And Buffalo tying the game on the power play. Shatan earlier in the period.
Gunned in now, off of McKee, back behind the net. Warner comes up with the puck. A nice move by faking it to McKee and brings it out himself. Yashin took a whack at him. It's drilled in off the boards. Pekka charging in there. Dropped it off to Ward, who goes down. Trying to get it back to Pekka again. But around behind the net. Taken away in the corner. And Redden just fires it down the ice. And then McEachran took a run at Warner. Drilled in the other direction. Ottawa trying to come back. Ward stole it away, and the puck ends up in the Ottawa bench. It followed Dackel right into the bench.
That was an ugly series of plays up in the neutral zone. Senators in the middle of a line change. The door open, and the puck ends up in their bench in a face-off here with 3:12 to go in regulation time. And this is a time of a hockey game when coaches will always remind their players, particularly the forwards, coming across the opposition blue line, I don't want to see a drop pass. I don't want to see you turn the puck over. You hit the center ice line, you get the puck in deep.
Gardner settles down. They'll drop the puck. And they do. The Senators come up with it. Back inside Ottawa's line, however. Salo. Alfredson couldn't catch up with a pass. Shipnick flings it in the other direction. Salo at center ice. Hits Alfredson right in the head. Shipnick starting away. No dribble one in. Rhodes skiing it up in there for Kravchuk. Around on the boards. Kept in by Schmelik. Cleared it in front. Deflected right in front of the net. Sabres after it again. Swung back into the corner to Barnes, leaving it for Grosek. Grosek tied up by Kravchuk, trying to get free. Cranked around on the board. Zipnik couldn't pick it out of the air. Smelik back after it. Smelik pulls away from Hossa. Smelik slipping it up on the wing to Grosek. That's knocked down. Senators bringing it back again. And over the line, Gardner feeding it in, and now he heads to the bench. Richard Smelik up with the puck. 2:20 to go. Smelik lost it in the corner. Zipnik helping him out. Zipnik roughing up Arvidsson. Hooked around on the boards. Arvidsson keeping it in with a shot, and that one hit Brown. Barnes squeezes it out to center as Buffalo changes up. Volkanen to Pitlick. Finding Bonk at center ice. Bonk to the Buffalo line. Clears it in over the line. Bonk trying to go after it again. Junot got a piece of him. Here's Woolley coming up with a puck. Woolley swinging it out at center to Junot. To Brown. Brown trying to get it back to Junot. It went behind him. Into Junot behind the net. Junot taken out by Bonk in the corner. Fired around on the boards. Back to the point. Patrick, the long shot. Kicked away in front of the net. Brown keeping it in there. Getting it into Junot. Junot tapped it back behind the net to Shatan. Grabbed by Lokanen. Left for Junot again. Bonk took another run at him. Here's Junot trying to get away from Bonk, who knocked him down. Senators recover and clear it out, and all the way down the ice. Woolley back after it. That's icing against Ottawa.
All right, Buffalo really have Ottawa on the run here in the last 6 or 7 minutes as the Sabres desperately trying to get the go-ahead goal with 1:18 remaining in regulation time. And, of course, if this does go to overtime, it will be no surprise to anyone. These two teams set a record this year in the NHL. 5 times they went to overtime. Only one game was decided by victory, that by Ottawa, December the 30th, and a goal by Dackel. Senators defeated Buffalo 3-2. The last 3 games of the regular season ended 1-1.
Yeah, the shock was that somebody won the first game of this series without going to overtime. Petler trying to knock it free. It rolls around behind the net. York gunned it around on the boards. McKee keeping it in. Sending it into Ward. Ward knocked it free. There's a penalty coming up here to Dixon Ward for high sticking. 1:05 left on the clock, and Ward will go.
That happened deep in the Ottawa zone as Ward pleads his case. 2 minutes for high sticking, and Ottawa, I believe, is going to call a timeout with it. Damian Rhodes skates slowly to the bench. Maybe not. Dixon certainly, that was an inadvertent high stick down to the right of the goaltender as he caught Wade Redden face with a stick. So nothing changes here in the third. We have another power play. This time for Ottawa. High sticking penalty. Dixon Ward in the box. The face-off is outside the Ottawa blue line. Pekka's on the ice, of course, along with Junot, McKee, and Warner. McKee and Warner have been very strong in this series. And one of the reasons that Brett Warner was brought over here is because of his ability penalty killing. He does a great job blocking shots.
1 minute remaining in regulation time. Ottawa, the man advantage. It's gunned in around behind the net. Tipped into the corner, comes free, and Junot picks it off. Junot will just slide it down the ice. Pekka starting to do some forechecking as Salo goes back after it. Pekka's right on him. Dropped it off behind the net. Senators almost lost it. It went to center ice, and Warner sails one right back in again. Scooped around behind the net with a half minute remaining in the third period. Ottawa to start away again. The pass right up the middle. McEachern speeding in over the line. McEachern works it down low to the corner, looking for a trailer. Back to the point to Redden. To McEachern again. He gave it away. And it's picked up by Buffalo. Can't get it out. Barnes couldn't get it out of there. Picked in by Ottawa. Came in for the shot. She put the Nino Armas. Bad save. And it's gone down the ice. And as the goaltender Rhodes stops it, this game is going to go to overtime. Puck is cleared back in over the line, but the buzzer ends regulation.
Tell you what, Stu Barnes doesn't want to go to the Buffalo bench. Boy, what a dangerous play inside the zone. And again, I stress it's okay to try to be creative. So you've got to get the puck down the ice. As Barnes tried to make the play through the neutral zone, it was intercepted. And Ottawa ended up with a marvelous scoring chance. Stu Barnes ended up with the puck. He was looking to make the play to Juneau, I think. Ended up losing it instead of shooting it down the ice. Hasek had to make a big save as Kravchuk moved in from the point position. And we check our Toyota statistics after regulation here at the Corral Center. Tied 2-2. Ottawa with 32 shots on goal to Buffalo's 22. The Sabres are 4 better in faceoffs and scoring chances. 17-6 favoring the Ottawa Senators and overtime.
Well, the only thing we really know about this is no matter who wins this game, there will be other games in the series, and the next one will be Sunday night at the Marine Midland Arena. And please keep in mind there are only single seats available for that game, and also game time, 6:30 on Sunday night. And let's go down now to Danny Gare.
Well, thanks, Rick. I'm here with Associate Coach Don Lever, and Don, a big power play goal to tie this game up, but discipline still has to be a factor here. A big kill coming up in this overtime.
Yeah, discipline, Danny, but I'm telling you, the guys are having a hard time to figure out what these guys are going to call. I mean, they got to let the players play the game one time. To me, it's ruining the game.
You know, the flow is really disrupted because of the number of calls, but going into overtime, what do you say to your players in between?
Well, right now, we got ourselves in a pretty good position. We just got to get them confidence. Again, like you said, we got to be squeaky clean. Somehow we got to be squeaky clean and figure these guys out.
Thanks, Donnie. Good luck.
Okay.
Up to you, Rick.
Oh, the Buffalo Sabres and the Ottawa Senators in game number 2 of this best-of-7 series are destined to go to overtime, and it will go on until we get a winner.
With a host of new features for $19.99, Ford Windstar earns some pretty high marks. But as the only minivan to earn the government's 5-star safety rating 5 years running, Windstar moves to the head of the class. And right now, you can red carpet lease a nicely equipped '99 Windstar LX with a low monthly payment like this. And that earns an A for value. See your local Ford dealer today.
This is your 2-minute warning.
Game on the line. Here's Flutie rolling out, and he is in for the touchdown.
While the power of the Buffalo Bills is exploding, the best seats in the house are quickly disappearing. A new season is just around the corner with new expectations, new faces, and a newly renovated Ralph Wilson Stadium. Don't let time run out. Call 1-877-BBTICKS for your season ticket discount and feel the power of the Bills.
It's our anniversary celebration of famous label and top quality suits at S&K prices. Half what you'd expect to pay. The latest, greatest styles and double-breasted 3-button models. Brand new colorations and patterns for spring, sale price when you buy 2. $99.97 to $249.97 each. While you're here, add a great silk sports coat to your wardrobe at just $99.97. Don't miss S&K's anniversary sale going on now.
Shop S&K at Cheektowaga, Premier Place, Sheridan Center, and BJ's Plaza.
The Enclave program is designed to place clients in a real production work environment. Each program participant must learn 60 different jobs here at Harlequin, and the excellent results speak for themselves.
Suburban Adult Services, building a foundation for the future.
Can't miss Baseball Thursday. The NL's hottest get it on down south. Chipper Jones and the Atlanta Braves juggernaut welcome Jason Kendall and the young and hungry Bucks. Can't miss Baseball Thursday on Empire.
Hey, let's go to overtime. 2-2 Sabre Senators.
Surprise.
Brian Blessing, Mike Robitaille in the Empire Studios. What, you knew this was going to happen? We could see on the postgame show about 2 or 3 in the morning, but we're going to see Danny Gare right now. Danny, pretty strong comments by Donnie Lever. You know, let the guys decide it, I guess.
Well, you know, normally that's the way games are going to be decided, and hopefully that'll happen in the overtime situation. But when you've got over 25 penalties called already in this game, and they've gone to a 2-referee system, the one thing that's going to happen is obviously have 4 sets of eyes, more calls, and the players really are having trouble, is what Lever said, was the fact that they're not sure what they should hit, how they should hit, where they should hit. But still, the discipline factor has to come into play. You play this game for many years, you know what a penalty is and what a penalty isn't, but it really disrupts the flow of this game.
Yeah, I listen to Donnie, and I totally disagree with him. I think players still have to have enough discipline. You just can't take your hand and punch people in the mouth, and I mean, there's just a lot of things going on that the players have to be responsible, not necessarily the referee.
Yeah, I look at it, you know, I'm watching this game. This is not an ultimate fierce game going on out there. It's not a real physical game.
Chippy.
I mean, it is chippy at times, but the one thing, Mike, is the point is, I think what he was trying to address is the fact that, you know, let the players continue to play the game. Let them have the outcome, but it's just one way back and forth, and it just seems that one referee calls one, another one calls it. It really, really takes away from the game.
All right, Dan, we'll see you after this one's over. Tempted to go with Ward for Buffalo, but I'm going to go with Primo and McEachran for the Senators. Your choices.
Juneau and Bonk for Ottawa.
All right, and Mike the George next.
What makes it super is satisfaction. Auto Choice Superstore.
Announcing Western New York's newest Hyundai dealership, Town Hyundai, at Auto Choice. Unbeatable savings on this 99 Hyundai Accent for $84.95. A 99 Hyundai Elantra for $11,695. A 99 Hyundai Sonata for $15,695. The Hyundai Advantage is America's best warranty. Auto Choice Superstore now offers the Hyundai line to its unbeatable selection of cars where satisfaction is always guaranteed.
Change your oil every 3,000 miles, right? No, do you? Push it. Now you're so busy you try to squeeze another 1,000 miles out of your oil. More. Well, squeeze this. Yourself when you have the time. Reformulated Quaker State. Protection beyond 3,000 miles under any driving condition. Anybody say insurance? Contested. And unlike that lazy uncle nobody really likes to talk about, it works. So go get some. Quaker State. Sensible technology. What more do you need to know?
Introducing one of the greatest design advancements since the creation of the paving stone. Paver Quilting by Unilock. Rich textured surfaces, new materials, and paving systems allow you unimaginable design freedom. Unilock paver and retaining wall products are unsurpassed in quality. For a free estimate from a Unilock authorized contractor or to order your landscape design kit, complete with 74-page design guide and 1-hour landscape video, call 1-800-UNILOCK today. Paver Quilting from Unilock. Go nuts.
Whoa, Nick, easy on the onions.
Hey, no problem. So, what's new?
Just this.
A $169 a month Corolla lease. Right now, your Toyota dealer's making it so easy to get into a Toyota for less. Ah, pretty good, huh, Nick? But this $169 a month Corolla lease is just for a short time, so I'd get a move on, buddy, if I were you.
Hey, that is big news. Here you go. Next.
Hey, watch the cord, will ya?
Back. Yes! What's the coolest show on TV?
It's the hottest half hour on television as NHL Cool Shots once again takes you for a ride with hockey's brightest stars.
Pretty cool, huh?
Yeah, dude.
Excuse me, you're interfering with my light?
Tune in to get up close and personal with the coolest athletes on earth. It's so cool! Catch all the action on and off the ice on Empire Sports. Check your local listings.
Good evening, I'm Mike DeGeorge with an Empire Sports Report update. Elsewhere in the Stanley Cup playoffs, Detroit and Anaheim. Scotty Bowman's Wings on fire at this point. First period, 3-0 Detroit. Doug Brown going to make it 4-0. Go to the second, and Matthew Dandino scoring, that making it 5-0. And right now in the third, all Detroit leading 5-1. Oilers and Stars in Big D tonight. There's Tommy Salo, the Edmonton goalie, and here comes Guy Carbonneau beating Tommy Salo. Carbonneau's second playoff goal, that making it 1-0. Unhappy Ron Lowe behind the bench, 1-0 Dallas. That in the second. Game 2 of the Calder Cup opening round playoff series in Rochester tonight. Dean Sylvester, the hat trick. Mike Hurlbut and Craig Fisher have scored. And right now, Rochester leading Adirondack 5-2 late in the game. International League, Rochester at Buffalo for a doubleheader. First game, Buffalo doing big damage with 2 outs in the fourth. First with the bases juiced. Catcher Pat Borders will double home a deuce. The fourth inning assault would continue. Still 2 outs, and Dave Roberts will drive home 2 more. The damage all happening with 2 outs in the fourth, with Buffalo scoring 5 times, and they take the opener 6-0. Now in the nightcap at the Nat, Rochester holding on and leading 3-1 in the seventh. 2 games being played in Syracuse. Sky Chiefs take the opener 4-3, and in the second game 2-2. That in the 7th inning. Hockey Hotline comes up right after tonight's game. But for now, back to Ottawa and overtime. After 60 minutes, all knotted at 2.
Introducing Nissan's SE Limited. Special value-added versions of the SE Maxima, Ultima, and newly redesigned Pathfinder. They may be called limited, But they come with a list of features that's anything but. Get $1,500 cash back on any Altima or lease the SE Limited for $229 a month for 36 months, $12.99 initial payment.
Hello, Multi-Source Funding. May I help you?
Multi-Source Funding is your mortgage broker specialist. Locally owned and operated, our professional staff has the answers to your specific financing needs.
Let Multi-Source Funding do the shopping for you.
As a full-service mortgage broker, Multi-Source Funding has access to over 50 lenders throughout the country.
Multi-Source Funding, the best combination of service, product, and price.
Call Multi-Source Funding today, 633-6050, and put the professionals of MSF to work for you.
Even as a kid, I was a little different. I had this fascination with wireless phones.
We were a little concerned about Davy, to be honest.
But now that I work at Cellular One, I finally fit in. And thanks to Right Rate, every day I get to help our customers make sure they're on the right rate plan.
Woohoo! That rate is right.
This is going to save you major bucks. No, thank you.
Cellular One, hopelessly focused on wireless.
Sign up with Right Rate and get this Nokia phone free.
Ready? Go get it.
Absolutely positive.
And welcome to Fan Forum. I'm your host, Bob Duchinski. We've got the time.
Fans in Ottawa wearing their colors proudly as we get ready to head to overtime here in game number 2 of the Stanley Cup Playoff Series. And the Sabres had to get their leading goal getter to get them back into a position that would force the overtime.
Well, they really weren't doing too much. They were pretty quiet offensively, and suddenly power play, Junot goes onto the ice and really makes things happen. It was Junot who tried to get the puck to Pekka in front of the net. Pekka thought he had scored on this, but the puck hit the post and just trickled across the goal line. And Miroslav Shatan, who is out of the picture, all you see is a stick, sort of helps it the rest of the way. And the Buffalo Sabres had tied the score, the only goal of the third period.
And on the Discover Card scoring summary, Miro Shatan breaks out of his slump. His first goal in just the second game. Pekka and Junot getting the assist on the power play. So now we get ready to go to unlimited overtime. May the best team win.
Before spring goes full swing, take advantage of special leases on the all-weather confidence of Lincoln Continental with all-speed traction control. The $4.99 a month lease is an attractive way to experience the luxury and power of Continental. The season's coming on, and the place to be is behind the wheel of a new Lincoln. The grand spaciousness of Lincoln Town Car is at your service at $4.99 a month as well. It's the luxury of choice. From Lincoln, what a luxury car should be.
If you're having debt problems, we can help. We're Consumer Credit Counseling Service of Buffalo.
I felt my whole world was crashing down. You were very understanding and worked out a payment program with my creditors. If it wasn't for you, I probably would have gone bankrupt.
Our counseling is free and confidential. We're here to help. Call 854-1710.
I'm David Hart, president of Hart Hotels, West New York's leading hospitality company. For over 20 years, our family has operated franchise-affiliated hotels and casual-themed restaurants in the Buffalo area. Visit our modern hotels and receive outstanding service delivered by friendly people. We cater to business meetings, social functions, and provide accommodations for your out-of-town guests. Whatever your business, we're your family. To learn more about Hart Hotels, visit us on the World Wide Web at www.harthotels.com.
Nothing is top America's #1 sirloin steak.
Give me the Applebee's House Sirloin. House Sirloin.
House sirloin, please.
Except our new topping.
Whoa, stop. You think you can top #1?
Yeah, with aged Parmesan and melted mozzarella.
Smothered.
Hot chopped fresh basil, garlic, and ripe tomatoes.
Ooh, fresh.
Or coated in cracked peppers and spices with a creamy peppercorn sauce.
Zesty. Spicy.
America's #1 sirloin steak. 3 new ways for a limited time.
Gotta try an Applebee's sirloin topper.
Right now, you belong at Applebee's.
Remember the bocce pizza of years ago? Well, not much has changed in 51 years. We still take great care and pride in creating homemade pizza dough and delicious sauce from scratch. Our secret recipes have made us a Buffalo tradition.
I've been coming here since Dino himself was making.
Dino's Bocce Club Pizza. Same dedicated family ownership, serving Buffalo's best pizza for 50 years. Eggertsville and East Amherst. Call now.
Overtime here at the Corral Center, and of course, nothing new to these two teams. They did it 5 times during the regular season. 54 seconds left in Dixon Ward's penalty. This is the 3rd playoff game. Each team has 1 victory.
Of course, between now and the regular season, in the regular season, it can only last 5 minutes. This could go on all night.
Now Dixon Ward is in the penalty box. 54 seconds. Juneau and Pekka begin up front. Yashin, McEachran, and Alfredson.
Redden coming up with the puck. And again, center ice, he does. Whips it in all the way around on the boards. Alfredson spins it free. Pekka couldn't come up with it. Yashin dumps it off to Alfredson. Now around behind the net. Warner steps in front of Yashin. Spun back to the point. Kept in by Emerson to Redden. Redden feeds it back into the corner to Yashin. Yashin back to the point to Redden. Over to Emerson. Tried to clear it. Went in front of the net. Around behind the goal now. Alfredson takes it away. Alfredson spins it off, leaving it in the corner. McEachran gets grabbed in there and knocked down by McKee, and it's picked up by Juneau, and he'll deal it down the ice. 12 seconds remaining in the Ward penalty. Redden starting away once again. Redden feeding it through the middle, brought in over the line, but broken up neatly by Schmelik as he took down Gardner. It's belted right back down the ice, and Buffalo's back at full strength. 1 minute into the first overtime period. 2-2. Salo off the glass. All the way back into the Buffalo end, and Sammy Salo will regret that because the faceoff will be back next to his goaltender.
That was a rookie play by Salo and a faceoff back in the Ottawa zone. We mentioned the overtime games between these two clubs. Let's go back 2 years ago, April 23rd, 1997. Daniel Alfredson scores the winner against Steve Shields in this building after a shoot-in. And Shields could not handle the puck properly. Alfredson fired it into the net. And Buffalo, though, came back in Game 7 and won it in overtime.
Roshik trying to come up with the puck in the corner, battling in there. It's tipped around behind the net. Salo gets it around on the boards, and it's fed the rest of the way through center ice. Holzinger cranking it off the boards. Push and shove right at the Buffalo blue line. Barnes trying to fish it free, and then they all jam in there again, and they're going to end up with a face-off.
Buffalo short one forward. Jeff Sanderson went down early in the game after being slashed on the wrist and has not returned, and so Lindy Ruff has had to juggle his lines around. He has Michael Groshek out there now with Holzinger and Stu Barnes. And Lindy now makes a late change as Chatan comes over the boards along with Juneau and Curtis Brown. Let's see who will Jacques Martin counter with. He doesn't want to put the action lineup against them, so it will be Prospel at center, Alfredson on the right wing, and Hossa on the left wing.
Get back to Kravchuk. He flips it in. Skitters all the way around to Alfredson. Came back to the point. Salo, the shot didn't get through. Alfredson keeping it in there, wheeling it into the corner to Prospel. He gets nailed by Willie. Brown flings it around to the boards, and it's tipped high right into the Ottawa bench.
Joe Juneau had an excellent playoff series last year for the Washington Capitals. He was the only NHL player to score 2 overtime goals. Of course, sure, Sabre fans remember one of them. He eliminated Buffalo in overtime in Game 6 at the Marine Midland Arena. He's had a big night here tonight with a goal and an assist. Does he have another overtime goal in that stick of his? Now, Jacques Martin sends out Yashin, McEachran, Dackel. We'll see if Buffalo counters with the Pekka line.
Taken away by McEachran. It's all in front of the net. Shouldn't knock it away, and then Hasek just blocked on it.
There's an opportunity, and sure, that's exactly what's going to happen. Over the boards comes Pekka as Yashin tried to pull his way to the front. McEachran has had a great season for the Ottawa Senators. Of course, playing with one of the best centermen in the league certainly helps, and Alexei Yashin. Smelly tied up the big Ottawa centerman in front of the net on that play. I think Smelly has had another big game tonight for Buffalo as he did in Game 1. Now, Yashin has not played as much in this game as he did in the opening game of the series. Over regulation, he played just short of 24 minutes. He played more than that in Game 1 and looked very tight.
After winning this draw, giving it to Shipnick, he blasts it off the boards, and it'll end up at center ice. Verada trying to track it down, does in over the lane, quick shot right on, and Rhodes is going to hang on to that one.
What a play by Verada. You talk about an excellent forechecking job. What you try to teach your players to do as a forechecker is go directly to the opposition. The guy that has the puck, Verada went directly to the Ottawa defenseman. Phillips ended up stealing the puck away from him, and Buffalo with a shot on goal. But that's what you want. That was a great example of puck pursuit. And it created a shot in the Ottawa zone. Verada had 3 goals in last year's playoff. He was tied for second among NHL rookies.
Taken away by Pitlick to Lokinen. Lokinen got it up on the boards. Not out, however. Then by Buffalo. Stuck back in the corner. Juneau racing after it. Juneau trying to knock it away. But meanwhile, back at center ice as Bonk comes over and knocks down Brown. And Shipnick goes after Bonk. Verada is down on his hands and knees at center ice.
Now, that where he was hit is a blind spot in the rink for us up here. And I think Radek Bonk might have had something to do with that. As the Sabres now over talking to the referee, it's Shipnick questioning him. Tim Pizzatelli, the Buffalo trainer, is on the ice, and Verada is still down. Radek Bonk has had a very good year for Ottawa this year. A lot of talk about trying to get rid of him, but he has responded with an excellent season as Bonk took him hard into the boards after Verada was off balance. Pekka had a battle going with Bonk off a face-off in the Ottawa zone. Actually, Pekka ripped the helmet off of Bonk, and Bonk tripped up Pekka. Verada appears to be all right as he skates slowly to the Buffalo bench. The face-off will be outside the Ottawa blue line. 17:41 remaining in this overtime period, and Jacques Martin likes to make changes at the last moment. He does it again.
I think Jacques got a piece of the concession stand action here. He's trying to make this game last as long as he can.
Well, he gets Yashin right back out there again. So he has certainly tried to keep him away from Pekka tonight. Much more than in Game 1.
Yashin being challenged now by Smellick. But he takes a whack at it, but comes free at center ice. Dacko had it taken away by Brown. Now hooked ahead to Shatan, is passed to Brown too far, makes it down the ice. This is coming down the ice.
Well, you know, and not a bad move by Jacques Martin either, because what he's doing to Lindy Ruff is forcing Lindy to take his best players off the ice, his best offensive players, Shatan and Juneau. Lindy is telling me he doesn't like to do this, and Martin doesn't either, because what it does, it takes away from the momentum of your hockey club. If you change on the fly, you give up forechecking opportunities because you're going to the bench. But Buffalo gets Pekka back against Yashin. I think it's more important to have Pekka against Yashin than to leave Curtis Brown, Juneau, and Shatan on the ice.
Smellick swinging it around behind the net. Verada catching up with it. He scoops it ahead, gets it out at center to Ward. Ward dribbles one in over the line, but taken away by York. York drops it off in the corner. Verada comes over to flatten Redden. But out to center come the Senators with a pass to McEachern. McEachern in over the line, and he's bumped by Pekka. Shipnick sliding it into the corner, going after it again. Senators keep it in, fake right through the goal crease. By Yashin. Now fed out to center ice and back into Ottawa territory. York spins it around behind the net. It's gunned right up the middle with a long pass, but McKee took it away from Yashin. Now Yashin comes up with it again. Gets checked at the blue line. York going after it. He'll shovel it in. Ottawa changing. McKee swinging it off the boards to Verada. Verada got bumped off the play, however, and it goes all the way down the ice, and this face-off will be back in the Buffalo end, make the right decision, insist on Karuba collision. And these two have been battling through 2 games, Michael Pekka and Alexei Yashin. And Yashin is at the bottom end of that collision.
It's just amazing, isn't it, though? I mean, Pekka probably weighs about 175 now. Yashin's up near 230, and it was a no contest. I mean, Pekka gets incredible leverage when he hits, and with every ounce of strength in his body, he puts into a body check. He knocked the big guy flying, as Primo did last night. Primo flattened Yashin, or in the game 1 of this series, and a similar play like that.
Slithers out to center ice, tap back in the other direction. Primo carries on, but taken away by Prospo. Prospo will scoop it in. Warner slowed him down. McKee gets it back to Warner in the corner. Warner ahead to Shatan. Shatan off the boards through center. And that ends up going down the ice as Rasmussen runs into Salo. Prospo comes up with the puck. To Kravchuk. Kravchuk got it ahead. Hossa flipped it in off the glass. Pass coming ahead to Shatan. He kicks it over to Primo. Primo for Shatan again. Tried to send it into Primo. Primo bumping in there with Hossa. They'll go to the corner boards together. Albertson gave it away to Shatan. Cuts in front the shot. That's blocked. Shatan hits the deck, and it's spun out through center and down the ice. Going back after it, Woolley. No icing. Woolley rolling around behind his net. A pass up the middle. Taken away at center ice. Up for Holzinger too far. Lokinen got it back. Barnes tried to break it up. It's cleared across ice again. Got in over the Buffalo line. Held by Gardner. He flipped it off into the corner. Phillips gets tied up by Patrick. And Grosek got rid of it through center and back into Ottawa territory. And this will be another icing. And we have played 5 minutes here in overtime. There has not been a shot on goal at either end.
Well, you're going to see a lot of icings, too, in an overtime period, because what happens, of course, the forwards are a little bit nervous about making a bad play or giving the puck away in the zone. And so just to be sure, they end up icing the puck, and the coaches will tell you that. If you're not certain of making a good play with it, then don't be afraid. They'll take the icing and try to regroup and win the faceoff. Faceoff will be to the left of Hasek. 15:01 to go in a very slow-moving overtime period so far.
Buckner is going to take this faceoff against Brown once both players get their act together and get ready. Gardner got it back to the point. Pitlick's long shot. Hasek handles that and gives it to Zhitnik. Zhitnik works it up ahead to Brown. Brown cuts back and heads through the middle. Tried to scoop it to Shatan. Does. He shoveled it toward the net, but Pitlick is there to take it away. Around for Gardner. Gardner got it to the blue line. Brown tried to keep it in. Went off the skate to center ice. Here's Shatan. Tried to slip in over the line. It ends up going to center again. Hooked off the boards, recovered by Buffalo. Schmelik to Shatan. Shatan to Brown. Brown in over the line. Brown to Junot. Took the shot and fired it wide. Shatan unable to keep it in. Shatan sliding around again. Gets in over the line to Brown to Junot. Junot into the corner in front of Brown. The quick shot. That hit a leg. Brown got tripped up. No penalty called there. Spun off the boards and cleared out to center. Back comes Gardner in over the line. Gardner left it there. Stolen away by Shatan. He gets it to Brown. Shatan goes with him. Here's Shatan. Gonna cut in front of the net. Never get the shot away. Back to the point. Shatan took his shot. Knocked down by Bonk. Bonk starts away. His pass at center. That's broken up. Carrying on is Rudden in over the line. And he cleared it in as Bonk was way offside.
Last season, Buffalo involved in 3 overtime periods in the playoff. Michael Pekka, Game 3 versus the Montreal Canadiens, scored the game winner. Jeff Sanderson, Game 1 versus Montreal, the overtime winner. Michael Grosek against Philadelphia in Game 5 to eliminate the Philadelphia Flyers. In Ottawa last season in the playoffs, 2 overtime game winners, one by Alexei Yashin in Game 3 versus New Jersey, and by Gardner in Game 1 versus the Devils. As Ottawa eliminated New Jersey and then ended up losing to the Washington Capitals. That's Bruce Gardner who scored the overtime winner.
Well, Mike had a few in his career, too.
Oh, boy, did he ever.
Here's Pekka flipping one in over the line. Redden knocks it down, goes right to the goaltender. He's had to hang on because Verrata was making a beeline in his direction.
See, that's the way you shoot the puck into the zone. Pekka, again, just lofted it high into the air. The goaltender, and we mentioned Rhodes does not play the puck well, and you're looking for some weaknesses. What you do is I talked to Jim Corsi about Damian Rhodes. Jim Corsi, the goaltender coach of the Buffalo Sabres. He said Damian's not really sure whether he's a stand-up goaltender or a butterfly goaltender. He says sometimes he gets locked into a position. In other words, he'll get locked in and he doesn't move well laterally. What you look for on him is to score through the 5-hole or score up high. And I watched him this morning, and so he keeps his knees together, and that certainly does open up a substantial part or a hole between his legs.
McEachern on the face-off. Whoa, he blasts one, and that went off Rasmussen, I believe, and out of play. Playoff tickets for games 4 and 6, and some single tickets for game 3 Sunday night at the Marine Midland Arena are on sale now. For tickets, you can visit Fantastics at any Tops Friendly Market locations or the Marine Midland Arena box office, or you can call toll-free 1-888-223-6000.
Well, Lindy Ruff leaves a Pekka line out there, and that forces Jacques Martin to make a move as he takes the Yashin line off and sends out Emerson, who has had a strong game tonight, along with Bonk and Arvidsson. We'll see. I would suspect that Pekka, Ford, and Verrata, when they have an opportunity, will go to the Buffalo bench.
Warner keeping it in, takes a shot, right on rebound, and Ward is foiled by Rhodes.
Well, that was a close call as Pekka won the face-off from Radek Bonk. And a good shot from Rhett Warner. And a nice job by Dixon Ward of going to the front of the net. And here comes the line change for Buffalo. But notice what Lindy Ruff does. He leaves Pekka on the ice. He changes the wingers. So that means if Jacques Martin wants to put Yashin out there, he's going to have to face Pekka again. And I think Pekka, first chance here, will go to the bench.
Pekka trying to work it back to the point. It's kept in. Now first Warner with a shot right on the rebound. And again, Rhodes is forced to cover up.
All right, 2 huge face-off wins by Michael Pekka in the Ottawa zone. Results in near misses by Buffalo. And Rhodes made the save in the initial shot and wasn't sure where the puck was. And I think they've seen enough of Radek Bonk, and he goes to the bench. Yashin comes back on.
They're going to win a draw.
Yeah, exactly. And Bonk not doing it. He lost 2 of them. Yashin will try to beat Pekka. Face-offs, 44 for the Senators, 39 for Buffalo.
Pekka tried to go to the net. He tried to cross up Yashin, but he also crossed up the linesman and everybody else on the ice. The puck was never dropped.
He's not going to go to the net now. He's got his bottom hand turned. He's going to try to pull it back.
He kicked it back, though, and it's sent to the boards. Now it's getting knocked down was Barnes. Pekka keeping it in. Took his shot. Rebound right in front of the net. Taken away by York. He'll swing it up on the wing, and the Senators start back with Dackel. Heading it to Redden. Back for Dackel again. Into the line. Took his shot. Has it the same rebound. That's cleared into the corner. And it comes free to Rasmussen. Rasmussen starting away with Barnes. 2-on-2. Rasmussen getting around York. Here's Rasmussen taking the shot. He hit the outside of the net. Rasmussen going after it again, trying to keep it in there. Hooks it back in for Barnes. Barnes gets checked in the corner by Arvidsson. Down on the ice is Rasmussen. No penalty call. Kravchuk comes away. He lost it at the blue line. It's tipped back to center. Rasmussen charging after it again. Rasmussen turning, trying to leave it there. Goes after it again. He scoops it back into the corner. Now it's hooked around to the board for Dackel. Dackel being chased, can't get it out, goes after it again, and he finally feeds it out and all the way down the ice. Sitnik hustling back after it. That's icing Ottawa.
And Buffalo really taking it to Ottawa here. The Senators, once in a while, managed to skate the puck into the zone, but Pekka has just had a huge game again tonight for Buffalo. He was brilliant in Game 1, just as good here in Game 2 against the Senators. 12 2:16 remaining in this first overtime period. Teams are tied 2-2. Pekka is just been on his game again. He caught Kravchuk just moments ago. Kravchuk has certainly felt that slash. You know, it's funny, isn't it? I hear these two referees who just virtually called everything for first 3 periods, and now they want to call anything. You can do anything you want out there. It's just hard to understand.
Lokinen getting it around to Alfredson. He feeds it out too high for Hossa. Juneau charging back after it. Bustles right on him. Juneau around behind the net. Didn't get it out. Alfredson keeping it in there. Now it's steered around to Zipnik for Schmelik. Schmelik hooks it free. Tan works his way to center ice. He'll tip it in by the linesman. That'll slide to the corner. Brown busting in there, but it's sent around on the boards. And again, the Senators clear it back down into the Buffalo end. And with 11:41 remaining in the first overtime, the face-off will be to the left of Rhodes.
Hossa, the rookie, who ended up icing the puck. Another face-off in the Ottawa zone. During the overtime period, the Senators with 2 shots on goal, Buffalo with 6 shots on goal. And it's Primo, Grosek, and Verada up front.
And I noticed down below us on Press Row here in the Corral Center, they got toonies going as to who's going to get the overtime winner. They got a big bet going.
I think that Holzinger who's out there with Primo and Grosek.
Woolley trying to keep it in. Here's Woolley cutting in front. Couldn't get the shot away. Sends it down low, however, to Holzinger. Taps it around behind the net. Grosek got it out in front. Primo can't connect. Woolley does. That sends around behind the net. Racing after it now. Holzinger tried to feed it in front. Back into the corner. Woolley jumps up. Took his shot. That's knocked down. And it's slipped away to the blue line and out to center. And away goes Arvidsson. Arvidsson getting it over the line. He dropped it back. And it's stolen away by Buffalo. Punched off the boards and down the ice. Grosek racing after it along with Phillips. Phillips and Grosek collide heavily in the corner. York gets taken out by Primo. Primo keeping it in. Back to Grosek again. He gets checked. Holzinger jumps in there. Left it to Primo. Out in front. Rebound in front of the net. Taken away by the Senators. Off the boards. Not out. Warner had the stick chopped out of his hands. And Volk starts away. 2-on-1. Here's Bolton over the line. Took his shot. Blasted it wide. York keeping it in at the point. He cleared it right in front. Arvidsson's shot went wide. McKee around on the glass by York and down the ice. And this will be an icing against Buffalo this time.
What action in this game. Buffalo really going after Ottawa. And they're taking some chances. And they got caught on one. 2-on-1 break. Radek Bonk tried to go high on Dominic Hasek. I mentioned that in game 1. The Senators feel on a 2-on-1 break that they ought to be shooting high. But Buffalo had a chance at the Ottawa end as Primo attempted a wraparound, tried to shoot it in off the equipment of the goaltender. And then a real jam up at the blue line as Warner ended up getting caught. Bonk shot the puck wide. He had Emerson going to the front of the net and elected to shoot the puck. A face-off here to the left of Dominic Hasek. 10:31 remaining in this first overtime period.
Yashin and Pekka. Yashin got it back to York at the point. His shot gets blocked and it goes to center as Ward flung his body at it. Tipped across to York again. Had it up on the wing. Taken away by Zipnik. Zipnik scoops it into, well, scooped it right into the third row of the seats.
Now that's Laverada on the ice here along with Michael Pekka and Dixon Ward. He's been on this line most of the night. I think back to the series he had last year against Philadelphia in particular. And he almost single-handedly at times handled John LeClair and Eric Lindros. And he certainly had LeClair off his game. He had Lindros off his game also at times. And I think what Lindy Ruff would like to see him do is if he gets a chance to lay a couple of licks on Yashin. It hasn't happened yet, but I suspect it will before this series is over. And again, the Yashin line goes to the bench.
And on the draw, it rolls back into Ottawa territory. Now the Sabres change up. Kravchuk. Kravchuk takes a look. His pass comes to center ice. Fosco pokes it in, but that's knocked down and scooped off the boards. Not out. Now Brown got it the rest of the way out. Up to Verada. Verada in over the line. He couldn't drag it through. Hit back into the corner. Kravchuk comes it around on the boards. Senators to bring it out now. It's knocked down by Brown. Hossa comes up with the puck. Hossa sliding in over the Buffalo line with a shot and misses on the short side. Catan comes up with it now. Catan slipping it out at center. The pass to Brown. Brown going wide. Drops it back in front of the net. And it's knocked down. And away come the Senators. Up to McEachern. McEachern leaving it there. Alfredson turning. Alfredson rigging the puck. Now he takes his shot and it goes wide of the net. Juneau got it around on the boards. Not out. Alfredson keeping it in. Here's Yashin flying at free. Got it out in front. Stolen away by Catan. Coming back with Brown. Left it for Woolley. Woolley in over the line. He gets checked. Yashin starting away. Buffalo was caught on a change, but now completes that change. Yashin to Redden. Redden steers it to center. McEachern flipping it in. Bassett comes out to give it to McKee. Around on the boards to Ward, and he just scooped it high in the air and out of play.
And with 8:50 to go, let's see, where will the faceoff be? It'll be just near the top of the circle to the left of Dominic Hasek. Pekka and Yashin still the matchup here tonight. And I'll tell you, I think Buffalo has done an outstanding job of doing what they've wanted to do in this game again here tonight. They did it in game one. Been more difficult tonight. That's what we suspected, and that's what we commented on early in the hockey game. And Jacques Martin is trying to keep Yashin away from Pekka and does it again, but Yashin is on the bench, and I'm sure that the Pekka line will head to the Buffalo bench when they have a chance.
Pekka's eating up Bonk on those faceoffs now. Lokinen sailing on into the corner. Pekka going after it. Swings it around on the boards to Ward. Ward flipped it out over the line. Bonk. Good steal by Verada. It's cleared back to the Buffalo line again. Ward got it in over the line to Bonk. Took his shot. Blocked by McKee. He hacked it along the board. Senators trying to keep it in, but broken up. Buffalo coming back. Ward's pass ahead. In over the line. Pekka's offside. Dixon Ward almost lost part of his anatomy trying to stay onside.
Well, I think his legs are about 4 inches longer as he did the splits at the blue line. And that was after a thundering check by Václav Verada on Radek Bonk right at the Ottawa bench. And Buffalo just couldn't get things clicking in across the line. So I think the Sabres have done an excellent job as Verada nailed Bonk. Bonk saw him coming, and that certainly lessened the blow. He knew he was going to get hit and rolled with the check. But Buffalo, in their own end, has just been terrific here in this overtime period. They have not given up much at all. The forwards are playing excellent position. And the Sabres continue to block shots in front of Hasek. The Senators have not had a quality scoring chance in this overtime period that I can remember. I would say the Sabres have had at least 4 or 5.
Just a little over 8 minutes remaining in the first OT. Up at center ice. Shipnick drills it in just wide at the net. Brian Barnes took a shot that went wide. Van Allen gets nailed in the corner by Primo. Gardner for the Senators. He takes a look and feeds it out to center ice. Taken away by Patrick. Patrick chips it in the other direction. Rasmussen bumping with his check. Up down at the line. Dumped back in again. Finally, it goes to Kravchuk, wheeling it across ice. Head right back in to the Buffalo corner. Patrick takes it away. Brings it around, and it's fed ahead to the blue line. Not out. Now it's chipped to the line again. Willie took another whack at it. That comes free. Back to the point. The Kravchuk takes the shot. That one is blocked and held there.
I just said, oh, well, Buffalo is playing in their own zone, and now they get themselves out of position. What a courageous block by James Patrick, the old veteran, falling down in front of the shot, and what a job he has done tonight for Buffalo. And he hasn't played very much in the last month or so, but he has really been superb tonight. His 12th NHL playoffs, and First as a member of the Buffalo Sabres as he was acquired early in the season. With Buffalo getting caught on one side of the ice, and 4 players over there. And of course, example, Stu Barnes leaves one area and goes where he shouldn't go, and as soon as you leave there, the puck goes from where you've left, and that's what happened with Patrick. Bailed him out, though, with a great block and a face-off here inside the circle to the right of Hasek.
Hit to the blue line. Yashin took a long shot. That's knocked down. Brown trying to scoop it up ahead. Does to Shatan, racing after it in the corner. Shatan scoops it around behind the net to Junot. Junot got it back again. Brown right out in front. Back it comes Schmelik holding it in. Here's his shot. And Rose. Oh, it's squirted away, but the Senators fire it through center ice. Hitnick comes up with it. Hitnick getting it up to Shatan. He can't gather it in. Redden takes it back. 7 minutes remaining in overtime, the first overtime period. Hossa, he'll gain the Buffalo line and over. Hossa, after it in the corner, Zitnik bounces with him. Brown flung it around on the boards, but Pitlick keeps it in there. He dribbled it back in, and the long shot goes up Schmelik. Hasek gives it right back to Richard Schmelik. Tap it out to center ice. It got away from Lokinen. And Lokinen catching up with it again, and Shatan keeps an eye on him. It's spun off the glass back through the neutral zone. After it, McKee. He watched by Prosper to safety behind the net. To Warner in the corner. But Warner takes a look and gets it ahead to Barnes. Oh, and he just missed Grosek with his pass. Pitlick fires it to center. McKee knocking it down. Alfredson getting it back again. Works it up to Hossa. Hossa bumping with McKee, and Barnes takes it away. Slipping it around to Warner. Warner using the glass to center ice. It pops free. Grosek couldn't quite reach it. Taken by Barnes. Has to wait for his teammates to get onside. Barnes gets knocked down right at the Ottawa blue line.
Another great play, though, where Rhett Warner just moving the puck smartly out of his own zone, not panicking. He showed good mobility back behind the Buffalo net. The Sabres just failed to get a break going through the neutral zone. Nice play by Warner. Buffalo, they have had a number of quality scoring chances in this period. Curtis Brown was coiled in front to Richard Schmelik, rolled one to Damian Rhodes. The Sabres have been the better hockey club here in this overtime period. They are out shooting Ottawa by a 7-2 margin. 5:54 remaining. I'll make that 8-3, I should say. So it's Primo, who has been a powerhouse here in the overtime. Rasmussen and Shatan up front. And Yashin is out there with McEachran and Dackel. Now, Lindy did say before the game, too, he would not hesitate to play Primo against Yashin. We haven't seen this matchup too often, but here it is now.
Kravchuk dropping it off. It's sent out to Yashin at center ice. He can't get anywhere, but now it's scooped to the Buffalo line and over. Patrick chasing after his check in the corner. Patrick rattles it around on the glass to the blue line and out to center ice. Shatan trying to catch up with it as he bumps in there with Kravchuk. They go to the boards together. Takes it away. Ackles swinging it out to center, and it's left back there. Primo comes over and runs Yashin. Ends up at center ice again. Buffalo trying to get free. Taken by Salo. Salo swings it up ahead. In over the line, McKicker. His shot, and Hasek hangs on to that one.
McEachran mixing it up with Warner, but Hasek spearing the puck with the left glove for the face-off. Pekka now comes onto the ice. Yashin goes to the bench. 5:17 left in this first overtime period. We are deadlocked at 2. Buffalo led 1-0 in the goal by Junot. Then the Senators scored 2 on the power play. And Buffalo tied the score on the power play. Shatan in the third period. Dominic Hasek with 36 shots. Rhodes with 30 shots.
Balk and Pekka are in the face-off area. And again, Pekka wins the draw. Shipnick drilling it around on the boards to center ice. Ward got taken down. Barada charging after it. Bumps with Redden. Barada went down. Now Redden coming up with the puck again, and he just sends it high in the air and all the way down the ice, and it's coming back on the other end. No, it's not. Wasn't called icing. Shipnick knocked it free. Arvidsson getting it across ice. Here's York back at the point. York feeding it into the corner to Arvidsson. And he gave it away to Ward. Ward spins a pass out at center. Zhitnik carries on. Zhitnik in over the line, and Pekka is offside.
I thought that was going to be an icing. That's what the ref or the linesmen were saying, that the puck hit one of the Buffalo players in front of the Ottawa net. And maybe that's what Zhitnik's talking about. Sabres hurried back there, and they expected to have the icing call. I could hear Dominic Hasek yelling that they had waved it off. I remember last year against the Ottawa Senators when that cost them a hockey game, when the linesman waved off or missed a clear icing call. Well, they're saying Verada touched the puck, I guess is what they're saying. The referee or the linesman waved it off immediately. That cost Buffalo a goal last year. A play something like that.
Picked up and dumped in by Patrick, but that's going to be an offside.
Well, as you know, the linesman said was guilty of the offside. Let's see, who have we got here? We got Curtis Brown, along with Junot and Satan. And it's Bussa, along with Alfredson and Van Allen. Jacques Martin going to his bench a little more here. Van Allen hasn't played a lot, but he's a good defensive player, and this is a very good offensive line for Buffalo.
Cleared the center to Van Allen now to Alfredson. Alfredson steering one into the corner. Hossa and Patrick tangle in there. Brown trying to come up with it. Bumping with Van Allen. Van Allen turning on the boards. Brown tying him up. Hossa trying to dig it free. Hossa comes up with a puck. Here's Hossa swinging it back to the point. Pitlick's long shot doesn't get through. Van Allen tied up with Patrick, and Satan comes up with it. Satan kicks it ahead. Comes off the boards again. Finally taken by Brown. He spins it in over the line. Lokinen didn't see it. Satan keeping it in there. Tried to get it in front of the net. Here's Brown backhand. Oh, and Rhodes makes the save as Curtis Brown was all alone. Ottawa just squeezing it down the ice now. In behind the net. McKee feeding it up to Satan. He got it to center ice. Kravchuk knocked it away. Fired back in by Yashin. Went behind the net. Senators trying to come up with it. Spun back into the corner again. Primo getting involved. Primo worked it around, as you know. Can't get it out. That sails off the glass. Buffalo with an opportunity. McKee works it through center ice. Kravchuk getting it back. He feeds it up on the wing. Brought in over the line by Yashin. Warner takes him out in the corner. Gardner pumping in there with McKee. They fight for it on the boards, and play has been called, and Yashin and Warner going at it.
Curtis Brown, about a minute ago, had a chance to win the hockey game after, as you know, sent him a pass in front of the net, but he was in too close to the goaltender Rhodes and really could not maneuver the way he would have liked. What a play it was as it came from the boards to the left of the Ottawa goaltender. Curtis really was in a position where he was off to the right of the goaltender, tried to pull it to his backhand and jam it into the net, but Rhodes, give him some credit. He held his ground on the play and made the save with the left pad.
3:07 remaining in the first overtime period. Crowd urging their team on. Senators keeping it in. Long shot by York goes wide of the net. Verada is the first one there to hook it high in the air through center ice. Knocked down, carrying on Rasmussen. Rasmussen trying to get it to Primo. Rasmussen bumping in the corner. Redden goes down and down again. But the Senators start back. Pass comes up on the wing to Prospo. Prospo taken out by Schmelik. Got it in over the Buffalo line. Here's McEachern around behind the net, trying to come out in front. But Hasek was wise to that move and followed him all the way around.
Boy, did that ever look offside to me as McEachern, of course, one of the faster skaters on the ice tonight, tried the wraparound on Hasek, but Dominic knew what was coming and really made an easy stop. McEachern trying to sweep around. The goaltenders now, of course, Dominic in particular, so agile, and they slam that paddle of the goalie stick down. No way you can end up scoring a goal. You've got to get there a split second before the goaltender does. McEachern did not that on that occasion. So another face-off here with 2:40 remaining. Dominic with 35 saves tonight on 37 shots.
the net as Pekka wins yet another draw from Radek Bonk. Squeezed off into the corner. Zhitnik. His pass went all the way to center. Phillips clears it in the other direction. It's scooped back into the corner. Arvidsson charging in there. Arvidsson leaves it. Bonk going after the puck, trying to get away from Pekka. Pekka pushing and shoving with Radek Bonk. Left in the corner to Arvidsson. Around behind the Buffalo net. Shatan comes up with it. Shatan attempting to get away from his check. Can't do it. Smelik helps him out. Smelik rolls it around on the boards. Pitlick kept it in, but Ward gets it up to Shatan. Shatan to the Ottawa line and over. It's turned around and grabbed by Pitlick. Pekka tucks away from a check of Bonk in the corner. Pekka slaps it into Shatan. Rolls it into Ward. Ward rolled it right beside the net, and Rhodes will hang on to that. And Phillips and Ward have to be separated, and then Hossa comes over to get involved.
Now, Michael Pekka and Radek Bonk have had a thing going tonight. Pekka has just owned them on faceoffs here in the overtime period, and the two met up in the corner in the Buffalo end of the rink, fighting away for the puck. Pekka just loves to rough you up, and Bonk does the same. Boy, give him credit. He doesn't back down either. Buffalo worked the puck back into the Ottawa zone for this faceoff with 1:53 remaining. I was watching the battle between Lance Pitlick and Miroslav Shatan. Now, Pitlick is one of the stronger defensemen in the league, and he just could not move Miroslav Shatan. And Shatan is very deceptive. He's one of the stronger players on his skates that I've seen, and he seldom gets knocked off the puck. Now, Dominic Hasek at one end, but nothing to worry about at this moment.
Warner has to get another stick. His snapped right off at the blade.
We've got Stu Barnes at center, Rasmussen and Primo. It's been a good line in this overtime period for Buffalo. Yashin to take the draw for Ottawa.
Barnes trying to go to the net, but it's chopped around on the boards to Alfredson. Alfredson nailed by Rasmussen. Barnes attempting to keep it in there. They battle in along the boards. Rasmussen knocked it free to Barnes, taken away by Redden to York. He feeds it ahead, and that'll deflect off Arvidsson and back to the Buffalo blue line. Tipped off the boards by McKee. Warner spins it away to center ice, too far for Rasmussen. York comes back. York drills it over to Arvidsson. Arvidsson getting it over the line. Left it there. Kicked in. York shot. That's right on. And Hasek hangs on to that one. And now Alfredson being challenged. And Primo gets in there as well. And some more pushing and shoving going on as Arvidsson and Barnes were involved.
That was a pretty neat play inside the line by Arvidsson. Remember, I talked earlier as the third period wore down about forwards being careful about drop passes inside the blue line, and that's what Arvidsson did that time, and he gets away with it, and it was a dandy, but it was very close to being intercepted. On the other hand, it was very close to being deflected also by Daniel Alfredson, who was cruising in front of Dominic Hasek. Really interesting here, and I would say in the last 10 minutes, Lindy Ruff hasn't bothered about getting Pekka matched up against Alexei Yashin. He's been content to leave him out there against Radek Bonk, and this time it's Pekka to take the faceoff against McEachran. McEachran, Gardner, and who else is out there? Let's see, that's Dackel up front. So Jacques Martin is switching his lines.
Ottawa, Gardner took the shot, knocked down in front of the net. Hasek knocks it away, but not out. Kept in by Gardner, another shot. Hasek boots that away. Comes back to the blue line, kept in by the Senators again. Stallo trying to cut in. Backhand knocked off into the corner. And Junot scoops it up. Junot up on the wing to Shatan at center ice. He'll tap it in over the line. Pekka heads to the bench, replaced by Brown. Stolen away by Junot. Tried to roll it in front. That's recovered by Gardner. Gardner tips it back into the corner. Around it goes to Dackel. Dackel coming to center ice. Brown cuts him off with the pass. Zhitnik flings it off the boards. And the Sabres bring it right back again. Brown to Shatan. Shatan got it in front. Backhand. Rhodes knocked it away as Smelik let it go. Half a minute remaining in the first overtime. Up at center ice. Now Zhitnik turning. He'll swing it off into Ottawa territory. It goes right to the goaltender. Pitlick recovering. Pitlick's pass skips all the way to center. Patrick knocking it down to Verada. Back for Woolley. Woolley drills a pass ahead, went all the way down the ice. Rhodes has to play it. Up and off into the corner. Verada keeping it in there to Pekka. Then it out in front. Ward couldn't connect. Another shot by Patrick goes right. Another whack at it. Goes right through the goal crease as Ward took another swipe at the puck.
Well, Buffalo in the dying seconds almost connecting on the goaltender. Damian Rhodes. Dominic Hasek not too busy in that overtime period, and Rhodes came up with some big stops for Ottawa. Sabres just dumping the puck in. It was Jason Woolley moments ago. Mentioned that Rhodes is not very good playing the puck. He ended up giving it away to Verada. And the puck came to the front of the net. Dixon Ward just missed it. Buffalo with great pressure just as the overtime period expired. Our Toyota statistics after 4 periods of play. Here at the Corral Center in Canada, shots are 38-31 favoring Ottawa. Faceoffs, the Senators with an edge of 51-46. The Senators credited with 20 scoring chances to Buffalo's 14, but they certainly didn't threaten to any extent in that overtime period. And we'll go down and check in with Danny Gare.
Thanks, Jim. I'm here with Rob Ray, and Rob not dressed tonight, but a lot of moral support. You're standing by the bench. You knew this was going to be a long series, but another overtime game tonight.
Well, definitely for us in Ottawa, and I think both teams are playing good. I think that, both teams took a lot of bad penalties early in the game, and they've got that straightened out now. They're playing some pretty good hockey, so it's exciting, and it's going to come down to the one mistake, who's going to capitalize.
When you look at the play that the Sabres had in that overtime period, I really thought they took it to them. They had some great opportunities. Brown had a good chance, but you like to see that in overtime.
Yeah, definitely. You don't like to see guys sitting back and want to get the puck in, you want to force it, and you want to create some turnovers, and I think that's what we're doing. We're getting the first guy in, eliminating, and the second guy's able to come in and pick up the puck.
Thanks, Rob.
Okay, thank you.
Rick?
Rob Ray, I'm sure, would rather not have a shirt and tie on. He would rather be clad in a Buffalo Sabres uniform, but he is setting out his second game of this series and is taking it for the team. 2-2.
Let's get ready for the main event.
Hello, Doyle. Listen, you're in big trouble this year. I've got the best prices ever on every Chevrolet they make.
Oh, yeah? We'll see about that, Paddock. You can't beat my Ford prices.
They're at it again. Now through Monday, Paddock Chevrolet and Jim Doyle Ford are locked in a classic battle to determine once and for all who's going to deliver the knockout prices. Get ready for the best deals ever on brand new Jim Doyle Fords or Paddock Chevrolets.
So who do you think's going to win?
The customer.
You change your oil every 3,000 miles, right? No, do you? Push it. Now you're so busy you try to squeeze another 1,000 miles out of your oil. 4. Well, squeeze this. When you have the time, reformulated Quaker Steak. Protection beyond 3,000 miles under any driving condition. Anybody say insurance? And test it. And unlike that lazy uncle nobody really likes to talk about, it works. So go get some. Quaker Steak. Sensible technology. What more do you need to know?
Life is a journey. A drive through Main Street America. A cruise down the interstate. And around every turn, there's Chevrolet. Like Cavalier Coupe. Lease one now with automatic transmission, air conditioning, and anti-lock brakes for only $199 a month. And just $199 due at lease signing. Cavalier Coupe. Lease one now for only $199 a month. See your Chevrolet dealer today.
Each new day, people across America add just a little more beauty to their lives by adding something beautiful to their homes. Vinyl siding by Alcoa. Let a professional contractor help bring out your home's most beautiful side with durable, affordable vinyl siding from Alcoa.
Let us show you why we were chosen as one of the top 50 contractors in America. Call us now for a free inspection on your roof, siding, and window work.
2-2, the end of the first overtime. How many more are on the way is the question. Brian Blessing, Mike Robitaille. This is fun stuff.
This is playoff hockey. This is what you wait for all season long.
All right, let's go to Danny Gare back in Canada. Danny, the Sabres, a very smart performance in overtime. Everything on the outside. Use the glass, get it out, don't go up the middle, wait for your breaks, and they got a few good opportunities.
Well, they didn't, and most of their opportunities obviously were with their offensive players, and that's what you try to get on the ice. Lindy Ruff Tried to get on Chetan as much as possible. Tried to get on Juno as much as possible. Curtis Brown had some good opportunities. So you want to get your offensive players out there so you can get some offensive attack. I thought they did that very well in the overtime. And you're right. They moved the puck very well out of their zone, not giving Ottawa a lot of opportunities around hashing.
What I liked about Buffalo's play in that overtime period is that, you know, they're putting the onus on Ottawa. You know, they're throwing it in deep when they get the opportunity, and they're just putting all the pressure on them.
Why not?
You're the one that has to perform. Absolutely.
Yeah, I agree, Mike. Why not? Because, you know, you're in the driver's seat right now. You know,
Sure.
you've got to go out and go after that game. Ottawa loses this game tonight, boy. You're going back to Buffalo down 2-0. So the pressure's really on this Ottawa Senator team. They need this game badly.
Danny, we've harped on the Sabres faceoffs all year long. They won the majority of them in overtime, and we'll see if it leads to a goal.
All right, guys.
All right, Dan, we'll talk to you when this one ends. When that will be, could be a while. See you later.
Introducing Nissan's SE Limited. Special value-added versions of the SE Maxima, Ultima, and newly redesigned Pathfinder. They may be called limited, but they come with a list of features that's anything but. Get $1,500 cash back on any Ultima or lease the SE Limited for $229 a month for 36 months, $12.99 initial payment. If you've never experienced the thrill of Mach 3, it's wake-up time. Introducing Mach 3 from Gillette, the first triple-blade shaving system. 3 blades positioned to shave progressively closer. You take 1 stroke, it takes 3, so you don't have to shave over and over, which means less irritation. 3 blades, fewer strokes, less irritation. Mach 3 from Gillette.
The Buffalo Destroyers are ready to take the Buffalo Harbor by storm. The Destroyers 99 tour has only 7 stops in Buffalo starting April 30th, where it's going to be an all-out assault on the New England Seawolves. Single-game seats are on sale now at all Fantastics outlets, including Tops and Sam the Record Man. To charge by phone, call 1-888-223-6000. For season ticket information, call the Destroyers at 881-4444 or pick up a can of Coca-Cola.
Even as a kid, I was a little different. I had this fascination with wireless phones.
We were a little concerned about Davy, to be honest.
But now that I work at Cellular One, I finally fit in. And thanks to Right Rate, every day I get to help our customers make sure they're on the right rate plan.
Woohoo! That rate is right.
This is going to save you major bucks. No, thank you.
Cellular One, hopelessly focused on wireless.
Sign up with Right Rate and get this Nokia phone free.
The big new Walden Dodge grand opening. No money down users start at $129 a month. Escorts, Sables, Saturns, Neons, Tauruses, Tempos, Corsicas, or Achievas, only $129 a month at Walden Dodge across from Galleria Mall.
It's our anniversary celebration of famous label and top quality suits at S&K prices. Half what you'd expect to pay. Sale price when you buy 2 from $99.97 to $249.97 each. Don't miss S&K's anniversary sale going on now. Good evening. I'm Mike DeGeorge with an Empire Sports Report update. Elsewhere in the Stanley Cup playoffs, Edmonton at Dallas. There's Brett Hull. Here's Dave Reed beating Guy Carbonneau. 1-0 Dallas. Eddie Belfour for the Stars in goal and holding Edmonton at bay. Here shutting down Pat Falloon. Right now, Eddie Belfour as Edmonton talking to themselves. Dallas leading it by a score of 2-1 in the third. Brendan Shanahan, 2 goals, 1 assist. As Detroit dumps the Ducks for a second straight game, this time 5-1. AHL playoffs, game 2 at Blue Cross between Adirondack and Rochester. First period, Amherst 2-man advantage. Dominic Pittis going to feed Mike Hurlbut, who blasted from the point and scoring right there. The 4th power play goal of the series for Rochester. Did I say number 4? Because here comes number 5, Dean Sylvester. The second of 3 on the night. Sylvester with the hat trick, and Rochester winning it by a score of 5-2. They take game 2. They lead the best of 5 2-zip. They can wrap it up tomorrow night back in Adirondack. Coming up at 12:30 on full 30-minute edition of the Empire Sports Report, we'll have highlights from the nap between the Bisons and Red Wings, plus the return of David Wells to Yankee Stadium, and day 1 of minicamp for the Bills, turning into a very short day for second-round pick Peerless Price. We'll have that story. It's all coming up tonight at
12:30 Hockey Highline comes up right after tonight's game. But for now, back to Ottawa and overtime period number 2 after 80 minutes. Still tied at 2.
This is your 2-minute warning.
Game on the line. Here's Flutie rolling out, and he is in for the touchdown.
While the power of the Buffalo Bills is exploding, the best seats in the house are quickly disappearing. A new season is just around the corner with new expectations, new faces, and a newly renovated Ralph Wilson Stadium. Don't let time run out. Call 1-877-BBTICKS for your season ticket discount and feel the power of the Bills.
Punch bug, no punch back.
Hit the road this summer for the International League's Thruway Series as upstate rivals Buffalo, Rochester, and Syracuse battle for bragging rights to AAA's coveted Thruway Cup. Enter to win a bus party for you and your friends at participating Citgo or Dunn Tire locations, or contact your home team for fan bus schedules and upcoming Thruway Series game.
Taxi! Stop! Hey, somebody call 911! Hey!
Hey, is this your truck?
Yeah.
Come on. Get a Toyota Tacoma. It's a steal at $199 a month. $199 with all the hot options. I knew you'd like that. Or buy and save up to $1,500. Your Toyota dealer's making it so easy.
You okay?
I'm good, but officer, is that your car?
Yeah.
Come on.
Back. Yes! What's the coolest show on TV?
It's the hottest half hour on television as NHL Cool Shots once again takes you for a ride with hockey's brightest stars.
Pretty cool, huh?
Yeah,
Excuse me, you're interfering with my light? Tune in to get up close and personal with the coolest athletes on earth. It's so cool! Catch all the action on and off the ice on Empire Sports. Check your local list.
One overtime period is in the books, and still the Buffalo Sabres and Ottawa Senators are staring at a 2-2 tie. No, we're not surprised. I mean, quite frankly, when these two teams, they went to overtime 5 times in the regular season, you figure they're going to do it at least once in the playoffs. Absolutely, and what I loved about that overtime period, though, Buffalo went for the win. I mean, they went after the Ottawa Senators as soon as the puck was dropped. The Senators sort of laid back. I thought they played ultra-conservative hockey game. But Buffalo went for it. It didn't happen, but it certainly wasn't from lack of effort. We'll have to see if the shorter Buffalo bench begins to take its toll in the second overtime period, because the Sabres are without Jeff Sanderson for the rest of the night. He's out with an injured wrist. Second OT up and coming.
What makes it superb is satisfaction. Auto Choice Superstore.
Announcing Western New York's newest Hyundai dealership, Town Hyundai, at Auto Choice. Unbeatable savings on this '99 Hyundai Accent for $84.95, a '99 Hyundai Elantra for $11,695, a '99 Hyundai Sonata for $15,695. The Hyundai Advantage is America's best warranty. Auto Choice Superstore now offers the Hyundai line to its unbeatable selection of cars, where satisfaction is always guaranteed.
Where's Jason?
He's going out on his own.
He can't do that. He hasn't finished his training.
We're too small. Let's go. You've got the knowledge. You've got the internet. Just show them what you know, and you can compete with the big boys. We know that. Now that looks professional. It has to. This document represents us. Wait.
Jason, they're doing fine. They have Xerox digital copiers and printers.
I really did think that Xerox only worked with big businesses.
Keep the conversation going. Share the knowledge. The Digital Document Company, Xerox.
Change your oil every 3,000 miles, right? No, do you? Push it. Now you're so busy you try to squeeze another 1,000 miles out of your oil. 4. Well, squeeze this. Yourself when you have the time. Reformulated Quaker State. Protection beyond 3,000 miles under any driving condition. Anybody say insurance? And test it. And unlike that lazy uncle nobody really likes to talk about, it works. So go get some. Quaker State. Sensible technology. What more do you need to know?
Before spring goes full swing, take advantage of special leases on the all-weather confidence of Lincoln Continental with all-speed traction control. The $4.99 a month lease is an attractive way to experience the luxury and power of Continental. The season's coming on, and the place to be is behind the wheel of a new Lincoln. The grand spaciousness of Lincoln Town Car is at your service at $4.99 a month as well. It's the luxury of choice from Lincoln. what a luxury car could be.
Discover Beaver Hollow, Western New York's premier conference center, located on 200 wooded acres with its own private lake. Beaver Hollow's 9 executive conference rooms, 70 deluxe guest rooms, and 4-star cuisine assures you that your meeting will surpass your expectations. Beaver Hollow provides a variety of recreational activities, as well as team-building programs. Call 800-964-7903 and let our experienced staff personally assist you in planning your next business function at Beaver Hollow Conference Center.
Welcome back to the Corral Center here in Canada. Overtime. Not one, but getting ready to start our second overtime period and the longest overtimes in Buffalo Sabre history. Remember this one, April the 27th back in '94, the fourth overtime period, 5 minutes and 43 seconds into that period. Dave Hannon scored on a backhand shot. Then last season against Montreal, May the 12th, Michael Pekka in the second overtime. And on May the 1st, 1980, against the New York Islanders, Bob Nystrom scored in the second overtime.
The Sabres don't have to get very deep into this overtime to eclipse 2 of those marks.
Dominic Hasek stretching out prior to this face-off to begin the overtime period. Bonk, Massa, Arvidsson, Pekka, Ford, and Verada.
Here we go with the second OT. Flipped off into the Buffalo corner. McKee charging after it. McKee swings it around to Ward, and he hooks it out at center ice. Redden has to chase after it. Pekka was right on him, and then Redden drilled it right into his own bench.
There's a play that just didn't happen too much in Game 1. If we take it back to the Buffalo zone, the Sabres did not move the puck out of their zone well in Game 1, but here tonight, certainly much better. Dixon Ward got it on the backhand and just flipped it high from the zone, and that enabled Michael Pekka to get some pressure on Redden, who had ended up shooting the puck into the bench. And here comes Yashin onto the ice. Pekka is at the Buffalo bench, and as I said, Lindy Ruff has not been that concerned about getting the matchup here about halfway through the first overtime period. And I think the reason why, I think Yashin has not done anything tonight, and I think he feels, Lindy does, comfortable that no matter who's on the ice, they can do the job against him. And they have Junot, Curtis Brown, and Chatan.
It's taken away and flipped down the ice by the Senators. McKee is back there. To get it around on the boards, goes after it again, got it to the blue line to Junot. Junot to Chatan. Chatan in over the line, takes his shot right on Rhodes. Juggled it momentarily, and then he locks it up.
A quick shot by Joey Junot. That puck hit the defenseman's stick. Rhodes did a good job of just getting his body in front of the shot, and then he didn't panic. Good play again. Buffalo coming out of their own end. Certainly much better tonight. Junot with a nice little drop pass right at the Buffalo line to Chatan. It was Chatan who took the shot and not Junot. And a save was made by the goaltender, and a face-off here to the right of Damian Rhodes.
And a third line change in the first 33 seconds of the second overtime.
Pekka's on the ice again, so is Radek Bonk.
Back to the point, Shipnick blasts one, finds the glass. Round on the boards, rolled out to center to Hossa. Hossa flips it in wide of the Buffalo net. Has it. He's going to grab it. He saw Bonk coming.
Dominic wanted to maybe take that puck and play it off the glass, and decided not to. Dominic, sometimes if there's a crack in his armor, it certainly hasn't got anything to do with stopping the puck. Sometimes he starts to wander out of his net a little more than the coaching staff might like, but he has not done that in this series. He was thinking about it on that play and decided better. And another line change here for Ottawa. Man, oh man.
Well, we're going to see a lot of them. You know darn well when you get into the second overtime that fatigue plays a large part.
Well, the Yashin is now, Martin sends Yashin against Pekka, and the reason for that is the face-offs in the Buffalo zone.
Yashin wins this one, and a quick shot knocked down by Junot, goes to the corner, and back, Yashin fanned on it. And out to Junot at center ice. Pekka jumps up into the play. Junot to Pekka. Can't catch up with it, goes behind the net. Pekka turns around. Got it back to the point, but it goes all the way down the ice. Hasek will come out and slow it down to give it to Schmelik. Watched by Yashin. Down to Zipnik. Flipped it up to Junot. Junot didn't get it out. Does with a second effort. Scooped across by Pitlick. Lokinen. And it's deflected in behind the Buffalo net. And both teams start to make some changes. Junot sending it out at center for Holzinger. Holzinger ran over Pitlick, but the puck is punched back in over the Buffalo line. Warner got it around too far for McKee. Arvidsson going after it. Arvidsson left it there, and Barnes cleared the zone. Look back in the other direction. Warner can't come up with the puck. It'll roll into the corner. Warner after it again. Passes it around on the boards. Looking and keeping it in with a long shot that goes wide of the net. It's collected now by Grosek. Grosek gaining center ice. He puts it off into the corner. Redden, the first one there, off the boards. And too high for Barnes to knock down. It's flipped over to an open wing. McKee bounces it right back in again, and Buffalo changes up again. Here's York starting away, feeding it up to Gardner. Gardner tapping one in, and Hasek just watches that one right into his glove.
One thing you want to be sure of in overtime period, you don't want to get caught on the ice too long, so keep your shifts short. You'll seldom see shifts more than 30 or 40 seconds. You give up perhaps an offensive chance to go to the bench and make sure you're not caught out there too long. Face off here to the left of Dominic Hasek. Primo at center, along with Rasmussen and Verada. It's Gartner up front, along with Van Allen and Emerson. 17:42 left in the second overtime period. We're deadlocked at 2.
Ottawa keeping it in. Long shot from the point, and Rasmussen blocks that, and it goes down the ice. Rasmussen hobbles over to the bench. Verada going in there, but taken away by York. York trying to lead the rush and swings it out at center to Emerson. Emerson had some trouble, finally chopped it in over the line. Verada rattled it around on the boards. Punch it free to Ward. Ward squeezing it to Verada. Václav Verada ducking away from Van Allen. Got it up to Primo, but it's tipped over the line on an offside.
We'll check our Noco Express out-of-town scoreboard. 2 other games tonight in the NHL. Detroit had an easy time with Anaheim. They win by a 5-1 margin. Dallas Stars playing at home to Edmonton. It's 3-2 in the third period. It's both Detroit now with a 2-0 edge in that series, and Edmonton desperately trying to deadlock the series at 1 game apiece. Rasmussen made a key play here just moments ago off a face-off in the Buffalo zone. Sabres lost the draw. Rasmussen rushing out to the point man, falling down to the ice, and blocked the shot. Now, he's had trouble. We think back to the end of the regular season there. He blocked one in the foot.
Coming back to the bench now. Fowler swings it ahead, deflected to the blue line, not out. Junot keeping it in. To Chatan, into Junot, backhand. Rhodes makes the save. Gackel starting away. Gackel for Salo, and he sends it all the way down to Hasek. He'll tuck it in to Zipnik. Zipnik swings it off the boards. Out to center. Away goes Brown. Brown is checked by Phillips, who lunged at it and made a good play. Zipnik up on the wing to Junot. Trying to get it to Brown, and does. Brown slides it across ice to Chatan. Grabbed in the corner by Lokinen and hauled down. He hooked it free, but it's recovered by Arvidsson, who starts back. Arvidsson to the Buffalo line and over. He leaves it there. Here's Paul. Backhand. Hasek to save. In behind the net. Came right in front. Hasek. Oh, my goodness. He robbed Hosa twice. On his back, Dominic Hasek does it again.
Now, Dominic Hasek actually got himself out of position. And I was watching him in there as the Ottawa Senators, as the play came around to the right of Hasek. Arvidsson, a great rush into the zone, and Falk took a backhand shot. Hasek, I think, got tied up with Hosa. And the puck came to Arvidsson in front of the net. Hasek lying flat on his back, somehow got himself in position to make the save and scissored the puck between his legs. A classic example of the agility, again, of Hasek. Even though he appears to be out of position, he still has that incredible body control that he suddenly gets himself back in the position to make the save, and he did it yet one more time.
All the way around to the boards. Grosek tying up Phillips. It comes through center ice. Grosek could not catch up with it. Ends up back in the corner. Grosek spin. He got tripped up behind the net. Holzinger trying to hold it in there. Grosek pulls his way into the corner. Spins it back along the boards again. Finally punched free to Alfredson. Can't get it out. Kept in by Buffalo. It finally scooped high in the air. This is going to roll down and go wide of the Buffalo net and will result in a face-off back near Damian Rose.
Well, Michael Grosek was like a big freight train going into the Ottawa zone, and nobody was going to knock him off the tracks. He was just bumping into people, and anyone got in his way, he'd run over top of them. That was a powerful play in the corner. It resulted in a scoring chance, but that's what they want from Grosek. In last year's playoffs, he was terrific. He had 3 game-winning goals, and that's tied for a team record with René Robert back in 74-75. He just terrorizes defensemen as he outfought Phillips for the puck, and then Lokinen went back for it. He knew Grosek was coming, and Lokinen fell down to the ice.
Going around on the boards now. Alfredson got rid of it to center. Pekka's got it there. Blasts it right back in off the glass. Alfredson tried to tap it free. Kept in by Ward. Ward turns behind the net. Ward ducks away from one. Got it in the corner. Ward in front. Pekka tried to pick it out of the air, but it comes to center ice. Now the Senators scoop it in over the line with Crossbow. Patrick settled it around behind the net to Ward. Ward starting away for Buffalo. Getting it up ahead to Pekka. Pekka flipped it in over the line. Kept in by Verada. Scooped it in front of the net, but Crossbow takes it away and uses the glass to roll it down the ice. And again, the Senators are going to be victimized by an icing call.
Now with this, with 14:56 remaining in this second overtime period. And again, the quick line changes continue for both teams.
Playoff tickets for games 4 and 6 and some single seats for Sunday night's game 3 are now on sale. You can visit Fantastics at any Tops Friendly Markets locations or the Marine Midland Arena box office, or there is a toll-free number, 1-888-223-6000.
It's a dangerous line for Buffalo here with Curtis Brown, Juneau, and Chetan. Yashin to take the face-off against Joey Juneau to the right of Damian Rhodes. Juneau with a goal and an assist tonight. Yashin with nothing. Still looking for his first point in this series.
Lying in the circle. Battle away for it, and the Senators come up with the puck. Cleared away to center ice. Arvidsson chasing after it in over the line, and Yashin got in offside.
It was a good play, though, by Richard Schmelik as he forced the play at the blue line. There was nowhere for Arvidsson to go. Yashin was streaking to the net. It's offside. Boy, Schmelik just been great. He's been excellent tonight. He was terrific in game 1. And here he makes a superb play. You know, the tendency is, here you are in the second overtime period, the tendency for a defenseman, or any player really, is to, because of the fatigue, you back off. You don't challenge. You become non-aggressive, and it happened on that play. Now we're back to the matchup again with Pekka, Ward, and Verada against Yashin, Jackal, and Arvidsson.
Zipnik catching up with the puck, using the boards to send it away to center. Salo deals it in the other direction. Yashin taps it in. Zipnik the first one in there. Zipnik drilling it around the boards, off Ward and down the ice. Pekka trying to go after it. He cannot get there in time, however. Yes, he did. Pekka won the race. Kept into Verada, back to Pekka. Pekka took the hit from Yashin, stuffed around on the boards. Arvidsson got it out to center. Ward stopping there, flipped it back in the other direction. Salo comes up with it. Salo poked one in. Actually got to be careful with that, giving it to Zipnik. 6 minutes have gone here in the second overtime period.
Dominic Hasek yelling at the Buffalo bench. They had too many men on the ice. That's how aware he is of what's going on.
Primo tried to clear it away, hit the linesman, it bounced right out of play.
Dominic is yelling, get off, get off. I can hear him up here. You talk about someone who knows exactly what's going on in all areas of the ice. Watch Dominic as Zhitnik stops behind the net. He signals to the Buffalo bench, too many men on the ice. And Buffalo eventually, of course, got things straightened around. The face-off here outside the Buffalo blue line. 13:55 remaining in the second overtime period, tied at 2.
Tom can not only stop the puck, he can count.
Kind of about 4 languages.
The Senators keeping it in. Gardner bumped back in the corner again, but still has the puck. Gardner rolling around again, looking for an open man, spins it into the corner. Came right in front, and Emerson slapped it wide of the net. Here's Van Allen tried to get it in front. Hasek reaches out and grabs that. And now we get some extra pushing and shoving going on.
Jacques Martin looking for a little energy and went to 3 forwards. Haven't really played too much. Gardner, Van Allen. Well, Emerson's been on the ice quite a bit, but Van Allen and Gardner haven't. Sabres, of course, are playing without Jeff Sanderson, who was injured earlier in this hockey game. Apparently injured his wrist. But again, even though the Senators had good pressure on, the Sabres had superb coverage around the net and in front of Dominic Hasek. And a face-off coming up here to the right of the Sabre goaltender. 44 shots on goal for Ottawa. Buffalo with 34 shots. Talked earlier about that game against New Jersey. Buffalo in the 4th overtime period won it. Hasek stopped 70 that night.
Kick back now to McKee. McKee swings it to Junot. Off the boards, not out. Back into the corners, another opportunity and gets rid of it to center ice. And Shatan just failed to get away. McEachern turns. He sends it to Hossa. Hossa is held up by Warner, but gets free. Now it back into the corner. Hossa feeding it around behind the net to Bonk. Bonk tried to work it in front, and it's taken away by Shatan. Shatan slipped it out to center ice. Shatan after it again, ducked away from Bonk's check. Shatan in over the line. Brown, the shot, right on, and Rhodes snares that one and hangs onto it.
Curtis Brown tried to catch the goaltender, perhaps relaxing or not ready for the shot, and he one-timed it. It's awkward to, when you're a left-hand shot, you're coming down the left wing and you receive a pass. It's from the right side of the ice. It's hard to one-time it. I think he just tried to cross up the goaltender. Rhodes, perhaps Curtis was thinking, well, he's not going to be looking for the one-time shot. But Rhodes was ready for it. And the face-off here to the right of the Ottawa goaltender. Not many quality chances in this period, not compared to the first overtime period. Buffalo dominated in that department, but couldn't score.
Pekka almost got free in front of the net, but Salo hooks it off the boards and out to center ice. He is back there to cover up and tried to hit Pekka with a pass. It ends up going down the ice, so Dominic Hasek can expect a face-off back next to him.
Jimmy Key had that puck airborne, and no one could catch up to it. And they'll drop it to the right of Dominic. Let's see, they got Elferson, Vinny Prospol, and Arvidsson up front. Pekka, Barada, and Dixon Ward for Buffalo. Face-off so far, 60 wins by the Senators, 51 by Buffalo. Each one becomes more important.
Prospol wins this one. Long shot. Kravchuk let it go, and Hasek hangs on to it.
Yeah, Vinny Prospol, I mentioned earlier, he's had a good night on face-offs. Check his record here in a second. Prospol with 9 wins and 2 losses for this hockey game, and he beat Pekka on this one. Nice face-off win. But Dominic Hasek got a pretty good look at it. There was a bit of a jam about 25-30 feet in front of the net, but Dominic saw that one all the way. The two players, Pekka and Prospol, will face off again.
And Pekka went to his forehand this time and chipped it right down the ice. Right off the faceoff. Going around on the boards. Rasmussen trying to keep it in. Does. Now Grosek tried to kick it back to the point man. Goes after it again, but it ends up at center ice. Kicked out of the air to Arvidsson. Arvidsson slides in over the line. Off Alfredsson's skate, and away goes Rasmussen. Rasmussen in the other direction. Took his shot. Rhodes kicked it away. Grosek trying to go after it. Recovered by Alfredson. Alfredson sliding it to Phillips. Back up to Alfredson. Drills a shot, and Hasek reached out and pulled that one back in.
From end to end, Buffalo with a chance at the Ottawa end, although not as good as a shot by Alfredson. Dominic controlling the rebound or the loose puck, holding on for the faceoff. Daniel Alfredson had a off season this year for the Ottawa Senators, and one of the reasons for that, he had injury problems. Scored 11 goals, his lowest totals in the last 4 seasons.
Smellick got it around on the boards. Verada took out his man, so it slithers out through center ice. Phillips wheels it ahead to Yashin. Pekka keeping it in, trying to get it to Ward. He's taken out of the play. Lokinen slings it around on the boards. Not out. Verada's got it in the corner. In front of the net, but it's chopped away. Ward comes up with it. Ward flipped it in front of the net, and now the Senators just gulp it right back down the ice. Not a thing of beauty, these overtime particularly when the players start getting fatigued.
Oh, sure, and of course we go back again to an earlier point. No one wants to make the mistake that's going to cost you the game, so you start banging pucks down the ice and off the glass, trying to make certain that it's not you who makes a mistake. And another face-off. Oftentimes in overtime games, of course, you see goals, the winning goal scored off a face-off, and wouldn't surprise me at all to see it here tonight.
And Dallas has taken a 2-0 lead in its series with a 3-2 victory over the Edmonton Oilers. And a game that started an hour and a half after this one. Buffalo holding it in. Quick shot. That doesn't get through as Patrick let it go. And it's jumped off the boards and back down the ice by Redden. Woolley charging after it. Woolley using the glass out through center ice. Too high for Grosek to knock down. Redden turning once again. Got it off the glass again. Woolley chipped it away in the other direction. It's punched right back into the Buffalo corner, and the Senators change. And the Sabres think about it. Jason Woolley will swing his way out of his own end. He does. Gets the center. Bounced one in. And Rhodes watch that one carefully. Ottawa bringing it back with a pass up on the wing to Hossa. He kicked it in over the Buffalo line. Sabres get it back again. Out to Grosek too far. Grosek charging after the puck, keeping it in there. Grosek fighting off a check in the corner of Salo. And it's kept in by Buffalo's Brown. To Grosek again. He lost control. And it's chipped out to center ice. McKee hustling after it. Hossa on him. He sends it at center. Squeezed through the middle to Brown. He couldn't get it back to Shatan. And another errant pass goes down the ice and will result in yet one more icing call.
Well, what a play Arvidsson made in the neutral zone. That could have been a breakaway for Buffalo down the left wing. Arvidsson sensed the play coming and tipped the pass away. And of course, in a game like this, conditioning plays a major role. Mike McKinney is the strength and conditioning coach of the Buffalo Sabres. Now you look at the man games lost to injury, I think just a little over 100 for Buffalo, and your strength and conditioning coach, when you see that, has to be doing a lot of things right.
And doing them right, he does.
One of the best in the business.
Brown trying to dig to the net, but it's broken up, and away goes Alfredson, 2-on-1. Alfredson in over the line. Now he gets around Smellick into the corner. Alfredson turning. Smellick catches up with him. Push it around behind the net. Brown back there for Buffalo. Brown slips it along the boards. Got it to the blue line. Phillips kept it in. Knocked out to center ice to Junot. There's Junot trying to bust in. Junot set it in front. It's deflected wide of the net. Smellick joined the rush. It's head to the blue line and finally out to center. Brown gets it right back again. Working it to Junot. Juneau turning around to Chatan. He can't get anywhere. Emerson to the Buffalo line. Broken up by Juneau. Back comes Chatan. Ottawa changing. And Chatan gets checked. Here's his shot by Woolley. He scores! Miro Chatan! Jason Woolley's rebound. Miro Chatan cashes it in behind Damian Rhodes. And at 10:35 of the second overtime period, Buffalo wins it 3-2 and takes a 2-0 lead in the best-of-7 series.
What a stunning turn of events against Ottawa. The Buffalo Sabres walk into this town underdogs and win the first two games as Chatan scores his second of the night. But a turnover in the neutral zone. We have mentioned that time after time. Jason Woolley, following the play up, shot the puck off the goalpost, and Miroslav Chatan had an empty net staring at him, and he quickly fired it home. The Buffalo Sabres in overtime at 10 minutes 35 seconds have defeated the Ottawa Senators by a score of 3-2.
Miro Chatan will never get an easier one either. Nobody was anywhere near him. The closest player to him was Wade Redden, but Redden had given him up, and Miro just tapped it in behind Rhodes, and the Buffalo Sabres celebrate their second victory in this best-of-7 series, and they're on their way home for game number 3 on Sunday night.
This is it. Time to get excited. The hottest selling Pontiacs are ready with the incentives you want at your local Pontiac dealer. Get 0% GMAC financing or $1,000 cash back. 0% financing on the rugged Pontiac Montana. Or get low lease payments on the all-new Grand Am. Just $209 a month for 36 months. $209 a month for the solid new Pontiac Grand Am. The hottest selling Pontiacs are ready. It's time to get excited. See your Pontiac dealers in Western New York today.
Change your oil every 3,000 miles, right? No, do you? Push it. Now you're so busy you try to squeeze another 1,000 miles out of your oil. Or, well, squeeze this. Do it yourself when you have the time. Reformulated Quaker Steak. Protection beyond 3,000 miles under any driving condition. Anybody say insurance? And test it. And unlike that lazy uncle nobody really likes to talk about, it works. So go get some. Quaker Steak. Sensible technology. What more do you need to know?
It's our anniversary celebration of famous label and top quality suits at S&K prices. Half what you'd expect to pay. The latest, greatest styles and double-breasted at 3-button models. Brand new colorations and patterns for spring, sale price when you buy two from $99.97 to $249.97 each. While you're here, add a great silk sports coat to your wardrobe at just $99.97. Don't miss S&K's anniversary sale going on now.
Shop S&K at Cheektowaga, Premier Place, Sheridan Center, and BJ's Plaza.
Come on, rookie! Saw you! Dig in there! Contact, baby! Crowd that lane! No one gets by you!
Hit the road this summer for the International League's Thruway Series as upstate rivals Buffalo, Rochester, and Syracuse battle for bragging rights to AAA's coveted Thruway Cup. Enter to win a bus party for you and your friends at participating Citgo or Dunn Tire locations, or contact your home team for fan bus schedules and upcoming Thruway Series game.
Even as a kid, I was a little different. I had this fascination with wireless phones.
We were a little concerned about Davy, to be honest.
But now that I work at Cellular One, I finally fit in. And thanks to Right Rate, every day I get to help our customers make sure they're on the right rate plan.
Woohoo! That rate is right.
This is going to save you major bucks. No, thank you.
Cellular One, hopelessly focused on wireless.
Sign up with Right Rate and get this Nokia phone free.
It's a glimmer of an idea, focused like a beam of light. It's a moment of brilliance. Fiber optic and digital technologies are the future, and Adelphia continues to make extraordinary investments in these bright ideas, outshining the competition by bringing the future into your home today. Adelphia, your link for everything.
It was approaching the witching hour, but in the second overtime period, midway through it, Miro Shatan scores, and Buffalo wins in Ottawa 3-2. The home of out-the-door pricing with no extras ever done. Tire presents the 3 stars. You know Shatan with the winner is number 1. Dominic Hasek, another incredible night between the Buffalo Pipes is the 2nd star. Sean McEachern, exceptionally strong for the Ottawa Senators, is star number 3. Buffalo a 2-0 lead in the series heading into Game 3, 6:30 at the Marine Midland Arena in Buffalo. Rick Jenneret for Jim Lorenz and Danny Gare, and a good night from Kanata.
Fun, well, great stuff. A great hockey game tonight. A big win for the Buffalo Sabres. Shatan puts it home. Double OT. And, Mike, you want to grab that stranglehold. You win the first 2 on the road, and the Sabres accomplished that feat. And Senators have to be reeling in their locker room right now.
Well, can you imagine, fans? I mean, the next game at Buffalo, I mean, it's a must-win for Ottawa. I mean, this is going to be a sensational night of hockey for you, and we hope it's going to be a sensational night right here on Hockey Hotline. That's coming up next. Let's hear from you.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the Labatt Hockey Hotline. Brian Blessing, Mike Robitaille. The Sabres have the proverbial stranglehold on this series, up 2-0, returning home. And we're going right back to Kanata. Danny Gare standing by with Miro Shatan, who factored in on all 3 Buffalo goals this evening, Danny. Certainly a huge win for this hockey club.
Oh, huge win. And, you know, this team, whenever they needed a goaltender, or goal, I should say, they've had a good goaltender throughout the year, but when they need a goal, they went to this guy here, Miro Shatan. You're the hero tonight. Talk a little bit about the goal, Miro.
I don't even remember how the play happened, but there was a shot from the point, and goalie made a save, and the rebound was laying there right for me.
Were you at all tired or fatigued towards that second overtime?
I wasn't. I was feeling pretty good, and right now I don't feel any tiredness at all. So it's a great feeling.
I guess you don't feel tired at all. But talk about that line you had tonight. You had Juno on the line. I thought you guys moved the puck very well. He seemed to get you the puck. Curtis Brown worked very hard. Really worked well tonight here against Ottawa.
Yeah, it was a great combination for us, and he was working all night long, and I think we scored all three goals today, and it's a great feeling to be able to help the team.
A good feeling now heading back to Buffalo, up 2-0 against a team that was 10, 12 points ahead of you all season long. Your thoughts now going in for Game 3?
They are a good team, and I'm sure they're going to come back, and they're going to try to win the third game in Buffalo, and we have to be ready for them, and don't take this lead easy and try to go game by game.
Well, congratulations tonight. A great effort tonight and great win, and I know you want to get going on that plane.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, Miro Shatan, guys, had picked up a huge goal in double overtime tonight, as he's done throughout the year, getting the goals when needed. Shatan with 2 goals, his line picking up all 3 goals tonight. A great effort by them tonight.
Danny, the win itself is very big for this team. But Shatan putting 40 home in the regular season, that's all well and good. The question was, could he really, come up for this team big in the postseason and carry it into that second season? And tonight's a perfect indication that he can.
Well, good players that continue, I think, scoring goals and prove that throughout a tough regular season, and then come into a playoff against a tough checking team like the Ottawa Senators, usually find ways. And I thought that Miro Shatan, along with Juno and them, found ways tonight as highly skilled players to get to the net to find that puck. You see them follow the puck. They have such a good radar, if you want to call it, to get to that puck, and that's what they did tonight, and paid off for this team in spades tonight. This team is pumped up. They're going home, and everybody's excited going back to Buffalo.
I was going to say, make sure your seat's in an upright and locked position. Should be a fun plane ride home.
All right, guys.
All right, Dan, we'll catch you on Sunday. Certainly a big win. Your thoughts? Just great hockey. There is nothing like overtime in this league. I think it is the most compelling thing in sports, and it played out tonight. It was just fun to watch.
Well, there are a couple things that impressed me tonight. One is that Buffalo really picked up their steam as the game went on. In overtime, I thought they had pretty well complete control of the game, and that's such a good sign. I think this team was well prepared for both these hockey games, especially tonight. I tend not to blame the coach, and I'm not going to be here to praise them either when they win. I'll praise this team when they win, the whole organization. And if they lose, well, they're all going to go down the drain together. But I got to tell you, this hockey club was well prepared, and when I last checked, I think Ruff is about 11-5 or 12-5.
12-5 now? No, they were. I mean, you looked at a team that was extremely well coached in that overtime. They did, I'm sure, what the coach wanted to do. I think only once or twice did they even attempt to go up the middle on a team that can kill you in transition. They kept it safe. They kept it on the outside. And Ruff himself did a masterful job getting Pekka out there for faceoffs. He had to juggle. Certainly, he was shorthanded with Sanderson hurt. Lindy really mastered that bench wonderfully this evening.
Well, I'll tell you, the only thing they weren't listening to Lindy Ruff was certainly to keep the penalties down, the crazy penalties. I mean, it was just awful, some of the penalties they were taking tonight. I mean, they're very fortunate to get out of this game with a win because of some of the most ridiculous penalties and selfish penalties and self-centered penalties. It's just unacceptable. He's been beating them over the head, I'm sure, for 2 days about this, especially certain individuals who are worse at it than others, and they just wouldn't listen. I mean, they just out of control. So I think what has to happen here, and this is very important, I mean, if they're not going to listen to the coaching staff as far as bad penalties, then the players have to take care of this themselves in the dressing room. I think Rob Ray did a lot of that tonight. I know they interviewed him in the second period, the first period on CBC, and he jumped all over him, and he should. Someone has to stand up here and make an issue of this.
There were several retaliation penalties, but without doubt, I mean, we're talking here about Michael Grosek. We went bananas in the pregame show about the selfish, stupid penalties he took in the first game, with Ottawa getting 9 power play chances. This team can't beat Buffalo 5-on-5. They're going to score on Dominic Hasek with the power play. So stay out of the box. Grosek again tonight took several silly, selfish penalties. One, Mike, changed the entire complexion of this game, could have changed the entire series around, and that's selfish. It's dead wrong, and it's got to be addressed. You're right.
Well, what scares me about Michael is that I don't know what the story is.
And he's barking in the media.
I don't know what the story is.
Refs can read.
He went through that against Pittsburgh. All right, you know, in the Pittsburgh game, somebody cut him in the squash with a stick. Says, all right, the next day I'm going to kill someone, or whatever it was. I mean, he told the whole world and came out and just gave this guy a brutal. I mean, he was berated for that, and I'm sure he is disciplined for it. And then turns around and he does it again. So I don't know what the story is about Michael. I mean, he's telling the whole world how great he is in the playoffs. I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, and it's not working. What I'm hearing here is an athlete that maybe is insecure, and he's just crying out for attention, but he's acting like an individual, and I think this is very disturbing to the team. I don't think they need it. I don't think it's necessary, and it's just blowing this whole thing apart because he can be a very effective hockey player. But I don't know what the story is, or where he's got to tell everybody how great he is in the playoffs. He's done it for 1 year, and he can do it again this year, but he's out of control right now, along with a few other players, not only Michael Grosek.
They were silly penalties.
But I'll tell you, they're dodging bullets with these penalties, and it's got to stop.
All right.
And the players have to do it. They got to make an issue of this in the dressing room themselves.
There's no doubt
about it. All right, go ahead. Take a call.
Intelligence was at times the only area the Sabres were lacking in this evening. Go to Howard in Williamsville. Howard, thanks for calling. I thought this one might end around 3 in the morning.
Yes, it was me. Well, first of all, I want to say it was a very exciting win, right? And I just want to say a few things about the Sabres. I thought they had a great attitude out of the locker room. I thought Lindy prepared them really well, and I think the hard work paid off at the end. And the thing about the forced offense, I think it's the forced goals, and I think that's going to work to their advantage. And the play with no sticks on the power when they're shorthanded, I thought that was great. It showed what guts they have. And
they're working hard, Howard. I mean, when this team's going to be successful, it's hard work, determination, and Mike, in the playoffs, you've got to have that level of intensity. I know we talked about, can they? I know you thought there was no way, or I know you're just opposed to the way that's treated in the regular season. Can you just turn it on, turn it off? Well, in the playoffs, intensity has to be there, and that's when this team's successful, and intensity hasn't been there.
Well, beyond that, also, and we discussed this quite often before the series, there's a couple of key factors in here. Hasek had to play out of his mind, and he has done that. Michael Pekka, when he plays well, this team wins. Look, I'm just going to say this one, but I picked him first star tonight. I know everybody wants Satan to be the first star. You have no idea how great he was tonight. I mean, you really go back and just study what he did out there. And he was another one that took a stupid, selfish penalty. Throw that out. Other than that, he was magnificent. This guy, I'm telling you, is a horse. He's unbelievable, the complexion of a hockey game and how he can change it when he's at the top of his game.
With this roller coaster ride we were getting all year long, the Sabres' leadership was questioned when they were struggling.
And that's why he felt so strong.
He has provided, his leadership in these
game
first two
also.
games. Well, he was incredible the first
So
two games.
that's why I'm making an issue out of. They must have Peck at his very best. I mean, we all know Hasek has to play, and they have to show some team toughness. Now, tell me this team isn't a lot tougher now than when they went into the play before in the last half of the season. They just softened right up. Now, everybody's jumping on board. Primo, I'm going to tell you right now, is making an issue. This kid, they're either going to move him as the third centerman next year or let him be on his own and have a career. Right in front of your eyes, this kid in the last couple of games is growing a ton and going in the right direction. The other guy is Rasmussen. Has been another bull out there that's playing body checks all over the ice.
The two guys I had marked down, Primo and Juno, were huge. But you know what? For all the calls all year long, and I know it infuriates people with his size, and he's not out there racking bodies around. Tonight, Zhitnik and Schmelik, these guys logged more ice time than anybody, and you said it so well as we watched this game tonight. The bigger the game, the bigger Richard Schmelik plays.
Yeah.
Those two guys were magnificent tonight.
More pressure on, the better he plays. And I've watched him play now through his whole career. He's had some really good years, and he's had some poor years. This hasn't been a world beater this year, but boy, he's doing it in the playoffs.
All right, Lindy Ruff's at the podium. Let's get the coaches' post-game comments.
No, we never, I mean, really, we wanted to come in and try to steal one. I thought we stole the first one, definitely, and tonight was one hell of a hockey game. Well, I think the one thing we were disappointed in was the way we played in Game 1. Obviously, vastly outplayed, but I thought tonight we came out really strong in the first period. We made some adjustments that really seemed to work well. And really, third period on, we kind of took the game over. I thought that, down low, our size made some difference. In the first overtime, I thought we had 4 or 5 really good chances. So it's more than you expect, obviously. I think we're in a position, to take advantage of 2 great victories here, but we've got to keep our feet in the ground. Obviously, Ottawa didn't have the record they had, for most of the season. I mean, they're a darn good team, and I feel they got a lot of character there, and they're going to come at us hard in our building. They really have nothing to lose now coming into our building. Darn rights I do. And the thumbs I was taking halfway through the game. But there were some great chances. We thought we could have put it away. I thought we could have put it away in the first period, and I thought Rhodes made a couple tremendous saves, one on Eric Rasmussen and one on Primo that really could have put him down and put him in big trouble. But he made a couple key saves in that period to keep Ottawa in the game. Well, it was unfortunate he couldn't play Game 1. I thought he played one heck of a hockey game. The amount of ice time he had tonight, he actually played 2 hockey games for us. So he's missed a while. He owed us 2 games tonight. Now, by no means is this series over. I think our team realizes that we were in almost the same position coming back from Philadelphia, where we were happy with 1 game. We've won 2, but it's a strange game, a bounce here or there, and it can go the other way. So we know that it's still going to be one heck of a battle. I don't see a specific turning point. You know, I mentioned early in the game, I thought Rhodes really did a heck of a job of keeping it at 1-0 when Rasmussen was in alone, and the Primo save was another one. Special teams played a big part. Obviously, it looks like that's going to be a key factor in all the games. I think it's unfair for me to really comment on some of the calls until I watch them. You know, there's some calls I didn't see. You know, to criticize my players for some of the penalties would be unfair right now. You know, I think if you look at Ottawa, they took 7, we took 9. Would you be happy on the other side with 7 penalties too? Probably not. I think both coaches would be happy with 3 or 4 aside. Thanks.
Sabres get the win this evening in overtime. Miro Shatan tying in game-winning goals. The Sabres return home with a 2-0 lead in the first-round playoff series. We're stepping aside for just a bit. Let's give you that scoring summary. Come back, we'll show you that game-winning goal and take your phone call.
Buick's exciting spring selling event is heating up. Now, in addition to cash allowances of up to $2,500, Buick announces the lowest possible financing rate available. 0% APR, GMAC financing on all 99 Buicks. 0 financing or $2,500 on the Sabre. 0 financing or $2,500 on Park Avenue Ultra. 0 financing on Regal. And 0 financing or $1,000 cash on Century. But hurry, through May 1st only.
You have meditated for 3 months.
Yes, Master.
And what have you learned?
One thing, Master.
Yes?
Nobody in the world sells more real estate than RE/MAX.
RE/MAX Associates average more experience and more sales than other real estate agents. So why in the world would you ever call anyone else?
You have done well, my son.
Thank you, Master.
RE/MAX helped us find this place, you know.
Cool.
Office Furniture Center, 777 Yonge Street, Tonawanda. Call 694-1950 or 1-800-639-0968.
The Labatt Hockey Hotline is brought to you by Labatt Blue, Canada's #1 selling beer for over 20 years.
Hey, let's see that game-winning goal. First of all, the Sabres, 58 seconds into the game, and Juneau, who missed game 1, comes in, produces on a rebound. Sabres are firing shots from long range. Just get it to the net in marked improvement. 36 shots on goal. Certainly, there was an extra period and a half, but more shots tonight. And in overtime, it's a long-range shot that's going to pave the way to victory. Shatan is going to kind of wheel and deal here. Puck off a skate, Woolley shot, rebounds. Shatan goes to the net. Mike, basic hockey.
Well, we're talking about a turnover, too, and that was the mistake by Ottawa. They'll turn this puck over, and in goes Buffalo at this point. And watch where Shatan goes. He drifts over. The goal scorers go where they can score goals. Right now, he's down on his knees, adding it up next year in his contract.
I forgot about that. There he goes with another. He did a little duck walk. Now I didn't see that when it happened.
Well, watch the positioning he gets. You know, it was there whacking in that. Nobody picked him up. It was a real good read. I believe it was Woolley moved up on the play, but a very big turnover by Ottawa also, and Buffalo took advantage of that.
Certainly some big performances tonight from a lot of players and some hard-fought effort from this hockey team as they win it, and they're up 2-0 in the series. Tony in North Tonawanda is with us now. Hi, Tony.
Hi, guys. How are you?
Good. Thanks for calling. Go ahead.
I have a couple of comments and a question. First, I want to say hi to my French teacher at NC High School, Susie Chalawa. But my first comment is, I think Shatan had a great game. Anyone would agree that by him throwing the puck in front of the net, it caused a couple goals, the game winner. My second one was, I think we got to start checking in front of the net more, so the guys don't have the time to react. for Senators. And my question was about Michael Grosick. That guy's, I don't know,
He's hurting the team.
Okay, I forgot. No.
That's right. He's hurting Tony. He's hurting the team. I mean, he's got to play smarter. There's no doubt about it. In front of the net, Sabres were physical tonight.
I thought so. I thought they've been very physical, and they must continue that way. They're doing a great job with Yashin and Alfredson. Have they dressed yet for this series? I didn't even know they've been on the ice, to be honest with you.
McEachran was their best player by a mile. We're taking a break. Coming back on the Labatt Hockey Hotline. We're here for about another half hour or so.
Imagine TV. Why just settle for the moon when you can also have the stars? The Mercury Sable LS Touring Edition with a 5-star crash test rating, plus both financing less than 1% and $500 cash back. This Sable has moonroof, leather, and ABS with Mercury Value Packaging. That's over $2,200 in no-charge extras, yet it's over $5,000 less than Camry XLE. So why settle for ordinary when you can drive extraordinary? Imagine yourself in a Mercury.
Today, Labatt announced the expansion of Labatt Blue to U.S. market. Oh?
I love Canada. It's my home. But come on, it's an entire country north of Buffalo. This coat is not that warm, eh? Oh, that's lovely. If I can get the best part of Canada, and live in the States, you tell me, huh? Checkmate.
Labatt Blue, pure Canada.
I see that coming.
This is your 2-minute warning.
Game on the line. Here's Flutie rolling out, and he is in for the touchdown.
While the power of the Buffalo Bills is exploding, the best seats in the house are quickly disappearing. A new season is just around the corner with new expectations, new faces, and a newly renovated Ralph Wilson Stadium. Don't let time run out. Call 1-877-BBTICKS for your season ticket discount and feel the power of the Bills.
Brian Blessing and Mike Robitaille's wardrobe provided by M. Weil Men's Factory Outlet, 2020 Elmwood Avenue for the lowest prices and the best values.
Quick follow-up, Michael Grosick's play. What happens down the road here? I think there was a tip-off. I know how you feel about it, Lindy Ruff. Oh, I can't comment. I got to see the penalty. So he's.
Well, this is what I think. A lot of people are going to be looking for Grosick's neck. I think they need him in the lineup. I think they have to get him straightened out. I think Lindy is going to be loyal to his player. I think he's being loyal to Patrick and Shannon right now. And that's why Grandpierre isn't in there. And I think that means a lot to the players, his loyalty. And I think that's very important if he wants to keep the respect of these players. He's got to bite his tongue sometimes. I know it's tough, but I just believe that's what he's going to do.
And for all the heat he takes about Grandpierre, Patrick played exceptionally well
late in the game when the heat's on. I'll take Patrick.
All right, we'll come back. We're certainly going to talk about that, but we want to find out what's going on elsewhere, and Mike DeGeorge is going to tell us all about it.
Thanks, guys. At Joe Louis tonight, the Wings and the Anaheim Ducks. Got him looking happy, and he should be. 4-goal first period for his team. Doug Brown scoring right there to make it 4-0. All Detroit tonight in Game 2. They lead the series 2-0 as they win it 5-1. Edmonton and Dallas and Big D. The towels are out in Dallas. Game tied at 1 in the third. Yuri Lettinen going to make it 2-1 Dallas. That is the game winner. The Stars hold on for the 3-2 win and the 2-0 series lead. Game 2 for the Rochester Amherst tonight. They hope to take a 2-0 lead in their best-of-5 opening round series with Adirondack. At Blue Cross we go. The Amherst chipping out to a quick 3-0 lead in this one. But back would come Adirondack to cut the lead to a 3-2. But Dean Sylvester had the hat trick tonight. They win at 5-2. They lead the best-of-5, 2-0. They can wrap it up Saturday night back in Glens Falls. Back to Mike and Brian. Guys, I just wonder about Jacques Martin. Does he go back now to Ron Tugnett for Game 3?
Mike, he shakes his head. They played very well again tonight.
They did.
Played well in both games and couldn't get the win.
I know that they had him on the run. I'll tell you, as soon as he made the change in goaltenders.
Yeah,
you think.
That's the problem when you have the 2-goaltender system. Mike, we'll see you at 12:30.
Okay.
All right, sir. Let's go to Tom in Silver Creek. Tom, how you doing?
Good, guys. How you doing?
Great. Thanks for calling.
All right. First of all, I wanted to say hi to my friend Jimmy and Matt and Kane. I had some comments about the Miroslav Chitan and Juno playing on the same line together. I thought that was awesome. We talked about that before they started, my friends and I, and they did it. They put them on the same line, and then they played great. I like that a lot. Secondly, I wanted to talk about the 2 ref systems. These guys are out there. They're skating around. They're kind of unsure of what they can actually do and get away with because the calls have been so inconsistent. I think it's pretty unfair to the players. They played the later part of the season with a one-ref system, and then they go into the playoffs and play with 2 refs, and I think it kind of messes up their groove.
Yeah, I think the league's taking a little bit of heat for that, for the off and on and again. 16 penalties or 16 power play plays this evening, so certainly plenty of work for the refs.
Nothing to do with the referees. It's called just really bad penalties.
They let them
play.
Yeah, they let them play in overtime. That was great hockey. We're taking a timeout and coming back.
Internet services for the Labatt Hockey Hotline are provided by Online Media. You are connected. Call 716-681-0899 and get connected to the Internet today.
So here I am, just drifting. 4 years of college behind me, 40 years of work ahead of me. So the truth is, I'm in no hurry to be a grown-up. I'm just in a hurry.
Hey, with a 16-valve Z-Tech engine and a low red carpet lease payment like this, the 99 ZX2 will get you where you want to go. And it'll get you there fast, even if it's nowhere in particular. So visit your local Ford dealer today.
What sets some people apart gives them the confidence to succeed on their own terms. It's no secret, it's the Wall Street Journal. Now you can have that confidence delivered for 13 weeks at just $36.75, just 57 cents a day. That's a 25% savings off our regular rate, which makes now a great time to try this limited time offer. Call now, 800-334-2900. That's 800-334-2900 for the Wall Street Journal.
Catch game number 3 of the Stanley Cup playoffs as the Senators battle the Sabres Sunday on Empire Sports Network.
Right back to the phones we go. Hey, how about Manhattan, Kansas, and Darius? Darius, good evening.
Hey, guys, how you doing?
Great, thanks for calling, Darius.
I hope spring is treating you okay up there in Western New York.
We're closing in on golf weather. Go ahead.
Hey, a couple questions and a comment. Number one, I'm going to talk about free agency a little bit. I really was impressed with Joey Juneau's play tonight. And do you think the Sabres are going to re-sign him, and do you think they're going to go after anyone in the offseason? Because I don't think Dominic's got maybe 1 or 2 more seasons left before he starts to decline.
I think maybe the bigger question, Darius, is what kind of money might he demand on the open market? And if Buffalo...
Yeah, now, 2-2?
Yeah, is he going to be in, are the Sabres going to be in the game?
If he wants to pump it up to $3 million, he better play a lot better than he has to this point here in Buffalo. He's going to have to really burn it up in the playoffs to have this team offer him $3 million. So,
he wants,
you know, if the money's right and he's happy, he'll play here.
He's saying Montreal or Ottawa, but certainly with Gretzky gone, the Rangers have a lot of money now. They can go after Fleury. They could even maybe still go after Juneau to...
Well, he's a great talent, Brian. It's going to be left up to Joey. He's going to have the call on this, and what he makes next year is predicated upon what he does through the playoffs. And so it's real plain and simple for him. It's there for him. It means an awful lot financially how he plays in the next while.
Well, he wants to go to Ottawa. He's tried to stick a fork in it tonight, didn't he?
You score goals, you're happy with a team. Who doesn't like playing in Buffalo? I'm going to tell you right now, if the money's right and you're happy, you'll play in a back house. It doesn't make any difference. Give me some ice time, pay me correctly, I'll play any place.
Back house fixation really scares me. Let's go to Doug in Amherst. Hi, Doug.
Hi.
What's up?
I have a question and a comment.
Sure.
I was just wondering what you think is the matter with Stu Barnes, and I just have to say Hattrick is still number 1.
Indeed he is, Doug. You're right on there. Barnes struggled tonight big time.
Yeah, he struggled. He's not a confident hockey player right now. And our last caller mentioned about Hasek, good for another couple of years. I think he's going to be solid for at least 4, if not 6. A great condition athlete that lasts a long time, takes care of himself.
A break is upon us, and on the way to the timeout, we're going to give you a Xerox Fast Fact. Remember last year, the Sabres with that win over the Flyers in round 1? Well, the Devils and Penguins took it on the chin as well last season, and it marked the first time in the NHL's current format that all 3 top seeds in a conference didn't get out of the first round.
okay. She'll be back in 3,000 miles.
Yeah, I know.
Cars. We know them. We love them.
This is your 2-minute warning.
Game on the line. Here's Flutie rolling out, and he is in for the touchdown.
While the power of the Buffalo Bills is exploding, the best seats in the house are quickly disappearing. A new season is just around the corner with new expectations, new faces, and a newly renovated Ralph Wilson Stadium. Don't let time run out. Call 1-877-BBTICKS for your season ticket discount and feel the power of the Bills.
This is Ilsa Crump in New York, where Al Ross is presenting his new line, which can best be described as stupendously grand in its simplicity.
Al Ross has completely redefined sportswear.
For all your custom screen printing and embroidery needs, visit one of our 2 locations.
Hey, nice grades.
What a game on the road,
You
baby.
know what? I mean, the goaltending, all the stuff that's there, to me, I like that one on the bottom, effort.
Yeah, they showed up and it counted. How about the defense? A nice solid B. Give the forwards a B+. You got an A for effort. Your goaltending's strong. The Stars were Stars, and everybody kicked in and played physical. So there you have it.
And again, tip of the hat to Ottawa. They played extremely well again this evening.
I know how hard people are going to have to search to find something negative about this team. This club, this team was kicked around ever since they won their first game in Ottawa, berated up and down. They won the game. Hardly anybody can pull out something like that. Now they win 2. They're really going to have to hunt and peck and search. Well, it's going to be tough. They'll find something.
We're not going to get into this. Buffalo stole this one tonight. Buffalo won this one tonight.
Yeah, they stole the first one because they have the best goaltender in the world, and other teams don't.
And pay him $8 million.
That's why they won.
Isn't he supposed to do that? Go to Gary in Batavia. Gary, how you doing tonight?
Fabulous. Good morning, gentlemen.
Yeah, thank you. It is official, isn't it? Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
My first comment I'd like to make is thank you very much for the very enlightening pregame show.
And we got fired up, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Well, did Grosek go out and play like a dummy?
Yeah.
Come on, hello.
Well, that's my next question for you guys to mull over is if you were coach, you bench Grosek for Game 3.
I would, no, I would play him, and I would talk to a bunch of the leaders in my dressing room to get this guy straightened out, because obviously at this point he wouldn't be listening to me, or he doesn't seem to be listening to people that telling them to, you know, settle down, take a deep breath, some Valium or something, but relax a little bit, and just kind of button your lip up and show up and play the game. Never mind talking about what you're going to do. He's capable of being a force out there. And it's a shame that he's not playing that, because they need him right now. They need him playing that way, Brian.
All that being said, you know what? He played pretty strong hockey.
Now, you've got to be loyal to him.
In the overtime, he really played some pretty strong hockey. And with his head screwed on right, he's a wonderful fit in there. But they got to get him to calm down.
That's Lindy's main job, the whole coaching staff. And the players themselves can do that also. Take charge in there. Somebody step up and whack him on the side of the head a few times.
All right, Gary.
Rob Ray, I think, stepped on him pretty good tonight in a couple interviews.
Thanks for the call, Gary. We're going to Cole in Gasport. Cole, good evening.
Hi, guys. How's it going?
Great. Going.
Good. First of all, I'd like to say hi to my hockey coach, Frank, and my friend, Sarah, Jackie, and
Okay,
Lisa.
okay. It's been fans night. Let's go ahead.
All right, I got a question. Hey, Mike, I was wondering, do you want a pair of sunglasses for the
All
glare?
right, thank you, Cole. Let's go to Aiden in Cheektowaga, whatever he's going to.
Brian, Mike.
Hey, Aiden, how you doing?
Good. Mike, geared mostly towards you. Jason Woolley.
Yeah.
Seems to be getting no credit. What would you think about them moving him up to a winger?
No, I wouldn't put him up on wing, because they need that type of defenseman playing defense. They haven't got enough offensive defensemen. You can't afford to put him up on the wing. Keep him where he is. He caused enough problems from the back end.
All right, quick timeout. We're coming right back. Please stay with us. Sabres win in overtime. 3-2.
Nothing is top America's #1 sirloin steak.
Give me the Applebee's house sirloin.
House sirloin.
House sirloin, please.
Except our new topping.
Whoa, stop.
You think you can top number 1?
Yeah, with aged Parmesan and melted mozzarella.
Smothered.
Hot chopped fresh basil, garlic, and ripe tomatoes.
Ooh, fresh.
Or coated in cracked peppers and spices with a creamy peppercorn sauce.
Zesty. Spicy.
America's #1 sirloin steak, 3 new ways for a limited time.
Gotta try an Applebee's sirloin topper.
Right now, you belong at Applebee's.
You know we're the truck giant. And now see why we're the truck giant.
Orleans Ford Mercury stands above the rest in service and selection when it's time to buy the truck you want. Call 1-888-5-ORLEANS for Orleans Ford and Mercury, or take the short drive to Medina, New York, halfway between Buffalo and Rochester.
What'll it be, sweetheart?
Let me guess. A nice cold Pepsi. I wouldn't want to hear one of those crazy voices.
Honey, you ain't heard nothing yet. Hit it, fellas.
Okay, following the game, Jacques Martin addressed the media. We haven't seen this brief comment, but it's probably going to be along the lines of, well, we just got to keep our focus, work hard, the bounces eventually go our way, and take it one game at a time. I think
Why don't you let him talk?
No,
Find out.
It's a coach who's lost 2 hotly contested games.
Yeah, but his team's played well.
I think the one good thing is that our record during the regular season, we're a team that have been as good on the road as we have been at home. So we just got to go and play hard and win the next game. Well, you just got to keep going. I thought we had another strong effort. You know, we got 2 power play goals, and it could have gone either way. We had some chances, more chances than them, but you just got to keep plugging away and play better next game.
Well, pretty much the old coach's comment.
You know, one thing is right. His hockey goals played pretty well for 2 games. Not that bad,
Oh,
Brian.
no, they played wonderfully.
They played well.
Regular season means nothing now. They got a big
It doesn't sound too enthused. But I'll tell you what, I think right now, I think Ottawa's going to come in here and win the 3rd game. I think Buffalo, we picked them to win the series, but I think they're going to win the 3rd game.
No, would not count.
They have to. No. I mean, or it's done. It's done. This is their last chance.
They've played well in Buffalo before. There's no reason to think they won't again. John in Williamsville, how you doing?
Hey, guys, how you doing?
Good, John. Thanks for calling.
Yeah, first off, I wanted to comment on Hasek tonight. Just unbelievable once again, and I just don't see any team beating the Sabres with him in net and playing absolutely unbelievable. And my question was for Mike. I think that we could expect to see Grandpierre or Cruz in the lineup on Sunday for Buffalo, and I was just wondering why they weren't in tonight or on Thursday, or on Wednesday, I mean. And I'll hang up and listen to your answer. Thanks.
All right, John, I think the problem with Grandpierre, he's a little green yet, or in the coaching staff, they don't have enough confidence in him. They've elected to be a little more loyal to players that have been around longer and kind of paid their dues for this organization. I think late in the game when the pressure was on, I myself, as much as like Grandpierre, would have felt much more comfortable to have a guy like Patrick there, and I think it worked out that way. And so I don't think he's going to see that amount of ice, that much ice, as long as his team continues to win.
His decision was proven correct by Patrick's play, certainly in overtime. Let's go to break with the Hot 3, and there were many choices.
Well, I'm going to get killed on this, but I'll tell you, Pekka, start to finish, he was there. Number 1, Satan 2nd, McEachran 3rd, and you have to give Primo some marks too.
Don't see Yashin anywhere.
Office Furniture Center, 777 Yonge Street, Tonawanda. Call 694-1950 or 1-800-639-0968.
All right, everybody. If this one doesn't get your toes tapping, check your pulse. Here it is, coming to you in Living Cola. Refreshing Pepsi Cola. from the wonderful folks who put the R in cola. I'll be signing off now, because it's my bedtime. I'll catch you on the flip side. Be there.
I like this job.
Today, Labatt announced the expansion of Labatt Blue to the U.S. market. Oh?
I love Canada. It's my home. But come on, it's an entire country north of Buffalo. This coat is not that warm, eh? Oh, that's lovely. If I can get the best part of Canada and live in the States, you tell me, huh? Checkmate.
Labatt Blue, pure Canada.
I see that coming.
Brian Blessing and Mike Robitaille's wardrobe provided by M. Weil Men's Factory Outlet, 2020 Elmwood Avenue, for the lowest prices and the best values.
As always, we appreciate all our calls, and we're happy to take this one. Long-distance dialing, Winnipeg. Will's on the line. Will, how's it going there?
Not too bad, Mike and Brian.
Thank you for calling, sir.
Yeah, just a few comments here about, like one of your guys I know personally, Steve Patrick. I saw him play his junior hockey here in Winnipeg.
Yeah, him and his brother.
And, you know, the way the play is being played this year, I don't know. If I was to compare it to the 70s and early 80s, we had a faster flow, and it was better hockey, and it was more enjoyable. What do you think?
Obstruction takes away from it, you think, Will? Go ahead.
Well, the game has changed in a lot of ways. It just depends what style you play. You like wide open hockey, you like tight checking hockey. When I was playing, the goals against were down a little bit. Then it opened up, and now it seems like there's not a ton of 50-goal scores. It's cyclical. It changes from year to year. They change the rules and regulations, and more referees, less referees. Don't go near the crease. Go in the crease.
We were talking about this a little bit tonight. Certainly, the game has changed in that there are more teams. So in one respect, you think the talent level is a little watered down, but the NHL is now a world stage where the Europeans, they say we want to play there. So it's really interesting. Let's go to Alex in Tonawanda.
Hey, Brian and Roby, love your show.
Thanks, Alex. Go ahead.
I have one question for you. I know Sanderson and Holzinger have some talent at scoring some goals, and this team could use their help. But what do you guys think will take them, what will take to get those guys scoring some goals for the Sabres? I'll hang up and listen to your answers. Thanks.
You know what? I thought Holzinger was going to do something in overtime because he was fresh. He really wasn't playing a lot. Nothing.
Well, what's going to change it for them? I have no idea. I can't answer that. The coaching staff can't answer it, neither can they. They would have done something about it a long time ago. I imagine they're squeezing that lumber pretty tight at this point, and it's getting to the point of being embarrassing. You just can't go that long if you have, a tad of scoring ability, and they're way, way overdue. So they're going to have to make it up in other ways, Brian.
All right, we're going to see what happens with Sanderson.
Play hard in the meantime.
Missed the majority of the game. All right, Sabres win it in overtime. They're up 2-0 in the series. They win it tonight, 3-2 in OT. Coming back in a bit.
I need an affordable, dependable car. I need special financing help.
I went to number 1 auto sales and got both. All I needed was to earn $150 a week, and I'm driving away in this.
Number 1 auto sales. We've got a car for you. Call 892-1113.
Hey, moms and dads, the easy way to get your kids to read is Sports Illustrated for Kids magazine. They'll love it.
Sports Illustrated for Kids is a fun magazine.
It's exciting, so they're excited to read it.
Sports Illustrated for Kids inspires boys and girls to have fun while reading.
I like the trivia math questions because it helps me on my math skills.
SI for Kids is filled with a dazzling assortment of fun features that entertain and challenge kids while teaching important real-life lessons.
Sportsmanship, self-esteem.
It really helps the kids learn how to play the game.
Call now and give your young sports fan 13 great issues for just 4 monthly installments of $7.49 each. Save 24% off the cover price. Use your credit card.
Did my SI for Kids come today?
Kids who love sports Sports Illustrated for Kids.
Moms appreciate too.
Cool.
Call and give your kid the best kid magazine there is. Sports Illustrated for Kids.
Thanks, Mom and Dad.
Communications provided by Saya Communications. For all your communication needs, it's Saya. Call 716-892-2900.
I can only imagine your act at 2 in the morning. I'm glad they scored when they did. Kevin in Lancaster, how you doing?
Not too bad, guys. Got a couple questions. I got other callers here. Watch that high blood pressure there, Brian. I was watching the pregame show, and that's the maddest I've ever seen you.
Panics. He's getting panicky. He'd do the same thing if he was playing. He'd be jumping guys.
But Kevin, then he goes out and does it.
Yeah, yells, screams.
Yeah, you got to sit down and think before he goes to, out there and.
They'll get him straightened out, Kevin.
But this Hasek, I mean, I'm a Fuhr fan. I love Grant Fuhr. I've always loved Grant Fuhr. But this Hasek is phenomenal. I mean, the save that he made against the Senators last night. I mean,
best ever.
I does this all the time. I don't ask me why he. I don't know what to say. I'm speechless. I really am.
You notice how the whole style of goaltending is changing because of him? All these other goaltenders now, they're rolling and kicking and doing things they never thought of before as a goaltender in the NHL. So he's changing the style of how this game is being played in the crease.
Hey, as we go to break, I got 2 recommendations for you. Watch the Blues-Phoenix game tomorrow night. It was great hockey last night. And the Sabres should play God Bless America. Pull Kate Smith out of the woodwork. Get the fans going for the next game.
Yeah, the woodwork, out of the ground. She's been...
Let's get ready for the main event.
Hello, Doyle. Listen, you're in big trouble this year. I've got the best prices ever on every Chevrolet they make.
Oh, yeah? We'll see about that, Paddock. You can't beat my Ford prices.
They're at it again. Now through Monday, Paddock Chevrolet and Jim Doyle Ford are locked in a classic battle to determine once and for all who's going to deliver the knockout prices. Get ready for the best deals ever on brand new Jim Doyle Fords or Paddock Chevrolets.
So who do you think's going to win?
The customer.
Shop with a pro shop.
Specialty Sports, the practice equipment supplier of the Buffalo Bandits. You'll find lacrosse sticks, pads, and helmets featuring such brands as Brine, STX, Warrior, Devere, and Sport Helmet. We also string and dye sticks. Check out our service department. Where? Score! Specialty Sports at 8216 Transit Road in the Kmart Plaza. Score! The largest lacrosse selection in Western New York. Score!
Discover Beaver Hollow, Western New York's premier conference center. Located on 200 wooded acres with its own private lake, Beaver Hollow's 9 executive conference rooms, 70 deluxe guest rooms, and 4-star cuisine assures you that your meeting will surpass your expectations. Beaver Hollow provides a variety of recreational activities, as well as team-building programs. Call 800-964-7903 and let our experienced staff personally assist you in planning your next business function at Beaver Hollow Conference Center.
That Hockey Hotline is brought to you by Labatt Blue, Canada's #1 selling beer for over 20 years.
How do you come up with this stuff? Kate Smith and what do
you played in Philadelphia.
Roy Rogers?
You played in Philadelphia when they played that tape, and the Spectrum used to go bananas. The Sabres need some emotion.
You go bananas playoff hockey.
Yeah, but I'm not down there. I think it's great. It's the best thing going. Sunday, you going to show up?
Oh, yeah, I'm here. I'm not leaving.
All right, Mike's here now. See you then.
If you only knew part 2. Good evening. It's Friday night. I'm Mike DeGeorge, and this is the Molson Empire Sports Report coming up on the fastest 30 minutes in TV sports. Just minutes in the minicamp, and one of the Bills' top draft choices going down. We'll tell you if the Bills might face a hefty price tag. The Yankees paid a hefty price to land the Rocket. The main man they traded to get him landing back in the Bronx for the first time. But the big story tonight. What team will pay the price as the Sabres and Sens square off in Game 2 in Ottawa? Just wondering, the fastest goal at the start of a Sabres playoff game. I think Gilles Perreault 106 into a game, but it's time to rewrite the record book because just 58 seconds after the opening faceoff, Joey Junot making a triumphant return. Dominic Hasek just making it look easy. Here, slamming the door on the Sens power play as he closes the pads at Nelson Emerson. Before tonight's game, Michael Grosek saying he'd hurt somebody, even if it meant taking a suspension. Hey, Michael, the only thing you're hurting is your team. With Grosek in the box for yet another one of his untimely penalties. John McEachran beating Hasek on the rebound. Coming right here. And then later in the second, another Sabre penalty and another Ottawa power play goal. Daniel Alfredson redirecting the shot from the point. All of Ottawa's goals so far in the two games coming with the man advantage. Joey Junot getting Buffalo's first goal and then getting crunched from behind right here in the corners. That'll clear up the cobwebs. Through the third and 7 minutes in, Junot not to be stopped, spotting Michael Peckham. His shot lays on the line, but Miro Shatan poking it over the line. 2-2 after regulation. The first overtime deciding nothing as Curtis Brown is cut short late in the first OT. So we go to overtime number 2 and a shaky moment. Hasek down on the ice, but the Senators can't put it up and over. And then it finally is over when this happens.
Change it, and Shatan gets checked. Here's a shot by Woolley. He scores! Miro Shatan! Jason Woolley's rebound! Miro Shatan cashes it in behind Damian Robes. And
Miro Shatan scoring his second of the game, and the Sabres grabbing the first two in Ottawa. They take Game 2, the highest score of 3-2. The last time the Sabres winning the first two games of a series on the road, they swept Boston in 4 back in '93. Could it happen again? We'll find out. But for now, we go live to Ottawa and Empire's Bob Trimble. Bobby?
Hey, Mike, what a night. You can well imagine the 18,500 plus predominantly Ottawa Senators fans have left the arena tonight feeling pretty disappointed with that final score. Miro Shatan may have been the hero of the game, but the guy that got things started had to be Joey Junot, who in a little stat for you, in 64, I should say, career playoff games, Joe Junot has 62 points, 3 tonight, a goal and 2 assists, a wonderful performance. And as you can well imagine, the locker room was pretty joyful afterwards. And Lindy Ruff, the head coach, relieved after what actually transpired, getting the victory. And of course, that final score, it says it all right behind me here, 3-2 in favor of the Sabres in double overtime.
Really, we wanted to come in and try to steal one. I thought we stole the first one, definitely, and tonight was one hell of a hockey game.
What kind of a feeling for this team going home now at 2-0?
It's great. I don't think anybody expected it. We're going to come with 2 games from Ottawa, and it's great. Right now, we cannot take it easy, and got to keep working hard and try to win another game.
I don't think it was even my turn to hop on the ice, and I think our right defenseman, I play the left side, our right defenseman jumped off, and I just jumped on and said, heck, I got to get up the ice, and the puck just lied there for me. I just tried to hit the net, and good things are going to happen when you do that.
The way we felt in the locker room is that it was just a matter of time. We really felt confidence that we were going to come out with the win. We made sure nobody was going to tank the other way, and just work hard and good things happen.
Well, I think it was a huge win. We went out there, and it was a little longer than usual, but I thought we played pretty sound tonight. We went out there and got into a little penalty trouble early in the game. Feels like that was about a day ago.
Anytime you can go in, sort of as the underdog and have a couple good games in their building and come out with a couple wins, that's definitely a positive. And these are 2 great teams going at it. Could have went either way. They got a great team. They're skating well, and we got the lucky bounces.
By no means is the series over. I think our team realizes that we were in almost the same position coming back from Philadelphia, where we were happy with 1 game. We've won 2, but strange game, a bounce here or there, and it can go the other way. So we know that it's still going to be one heck of a battle.
Let's go beyond the numbers if we can. Shots in this particular game, 47-36 in favor of the Ottawa Senators. The Sabres are 20-18 now all-time in overtime playoff games. The Sabres are also a very impressive 8-1 all-time when leading 2-0 in a playoff series. So very impressive indeed. And of course, Miro Shatan, the hero of tonight's game, 40 goals during the regular season, 2 goals tonight, his first 2 of the playoff series. And coming up a bit later on the Empire Sports Report, we will go one-on-one. Hero of the game, Miro Shatan. But that's it for now here at the Corel Center in suburban Ottawa, and actually Canada, Ontario. Bob Trimble sending it back to our good buddy Mike DeGeorge in the studios.
Thanks, Bob. We'll see you in a few minutes live from the Corel Center. Well, home ice advantage in the Eastern Conference playoffs, not meaning much in Game 1. 3 of the 4 road teams taking the opener, and that included the Sabres. Western Conference, home ice advantage meaning a bit more. Great Red Wings back at Joe Louis Arena tonight trying to take a 2-zip lead against Anaheim. Stevie Y had the hat trick in Game 1. Here he's not scoring. He's setting up Brendan Shanahan, making it 1-0 later in the first. Shanahan The Slapper beating D.A. Bear 2-0. And still in the first, Shanahan to Thomas Holstrom, 3-0, a 4-goal first period. Shanahan 2 goals and assists. Detroit winning easily, a 5-1. Edmonton and Dallas and Big D. Is it in the stars for Dallas finally? Dallas power play just ending. Guy Carbonneau from Dave Reed, 1-0, the Stars. But in the third, tied at 1 about midway through, and Yuri Lettinen. Edmonton fails to clear, and Lettinen scoring, making it 2-1 Stars. It stayed that way until Jamie Langenbrunner scoring the goal right there, and Dallas wins it by a score of 3-2. They lead the series 2-0. American Hockey League tonight, the Rochester Amherst and Adirondack Red Wings have combined for 10 Calder Cup championships in their history, but recent history has not been kind to the Red Wings. They've been eliminated in the first round of the playoffs the last 4 years, including once by the Amherst 3 years ago. If the Amherst beat the Red Wings 2 more times, it'll mark the 5th straight time that Adirondack hasn't made it past the opening round. Game 2 Friday night at the Blue Cross Arena. Fans in Rochester have that Calder Cup fever. The Amherst heating up right from the get-go. Watch the pretty goal from Dean Sylvester, popping the puck over both defensemen. Later in the first, 2 Red Wings are sent to their room, and that giving the Amherst lots of room. Dominic Pittis at the point with the pinpoint pass to Mike Hurlbut. Then later, on the same power play, Rochester converting again. Dean Sylvester holding his ground, banging home the backhand. It's 3-0 at that point. The Red Wings feeling blue at that point, but in the second, they're feeling a bit better when Philippe Audette deflecting this one past Marty Biron. Wings trimming the lead to 3-2, but Sylvester would net the hat trick. Craig Fisher would add another, and the Amherst taking game 2 by a score of 5-2. Rochester now leading the series 2-0 and can eliminate the Red Wings for a 5th straight time in the opening round. If Rochester wins one of the next 3, it could end as soon as Saturday night in Glens Falls. Elsewhere in Kentucky on Friday night, the Hershey Bears beating the Thoroughblades by a score of 3-2. Minicamp starting in many forms for the Bills. Hey, even Bruce Smith is here for a little spring football. Most everybody on hand with the exception of receiver Andre Reed. Apparently, Reed not happy with his current contract that still has 2 years left on it. This is his way of letting the Bills know he's not real happy. While one veteran receiver is unhappy, one rookie receiver is bumming tonight. Bills' second-round draft choice Peerless Price spraining a knee just minutes after the start of minicamp. Although official results of an MRI won't be known until Saturday, sources telling us tonight that it's just a sprain and the knee is stable. He could miss about a month, though. Price himself describing what happened.
Running an out route, and my left foot got caught in the turf, and then when I went to plant my right foot, it just hyperextended, and it kind of popped a little bit.
What does it feel like right now?
I feel like it hurt. It hurt. Yeah, very stiff.
How disappointing is that, especially on the first day?
Oh, it's very disappointing, especially when I know I can help the team out this year, and I'm looking forward to that. So it hurts bad, but I hope I'll be back.
Peerless needs to work in the reps and get in there and you know, start learning, and that's a shame, and I hope he's all right, and you know, probably have to sit it out through this minicamp, but he can still learn watching and in film and all that, and be ready hopefully for the next minicamp.
While Price is hurting physically, the Bills' top receiver from last season, Eric Moulds, hurting mentally. Moulds, who lives in the small town of Lucedale, Mississippi, somewhat shaken Friday afternoon by a near bomb scare his alma mater back home.
It's real bizarre because just Monday I was just there running on the track, and then my mom calls me today and tells me something like that, and it's scary because I have cousins there, and it was kind of hard for me to focus on football because I want to know that their safety was all right and things like that. But everything went well, and they caught the kid that did it and things like that. But with the schools and the way things are going, it's getting real ridiculous.
First day of minicamp for Donovan McNabb with